agility. So last year, let me share with you that CAF's board approved a capitalization of $7 billion, which was the largest in the history of CAF, and also a demonstration of the confidence of CAF's shareholder countries in the strategic direction of the bank. This will enable CAF to double its portfolio of investments in Latin America and the Caribbean to $60 billion by 2030. And as the Green Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, we have also pledged to commit $25 billion for climate financing, roughly 40% of our approved investments by 2026. So this is very much in line with what we will be speaking about over the next few days, global tourism resilience. With the opening of a regional office for the Caribbean based in Port of Spain, Trinidad, CAF is now even closer to the Caribbean and stands ready to support our member countries, not just Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados, who are from the Caribbean, but also other CARICOM countries that are interested in benefiting from CAF's development assistance. And with regard to tourism development, CAF recognizes the important multiplier effect of the tourism sector and is prioritizing support for tourism projects in keeping with our commitment to assist countries with revitalizing their economies and recovering quickly from the fiscal challenges that were precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. CAF is placing significant emphasis on a new portfolio of services linked to tourism, adopting an approach that focuses on sustainable development of the tourism sector, not just the economic returns. And given that tourism is highly sensitive to climate change and the impacts of extreme weather events, CAF's objective is to contribute to supporting national and regional efforts at promoting sustainable and regenerative tourism. This not only minimizes negative effects on the environment, but also places emphasis on the restoration and enhancement of a country's natural and cultural assets, and on equitably increasing tourism's contribution to people's well-being. CAF's participation in this conference goes beyond our sponsorship. We are contributing also to the agenda through our thought leadership on sustainable and regenerative tourism, and we are very much looking forward to the opportunity for knowledge exchange and cross-fertilization of ideas with all of you from the different countries and regions that you represent. In this afternoon session, we will have a dialogue hosted by our manager for climate action and biodiversity, Alicia Montalvo. Alicia, if you can just quickly stand so everyone can see who you are. I also, unfortunately, will have to leave to attend the CARICOM heads, but Alicia and the rest of the team will be here and stand ready to engage with each and every one of you. I am confident that the Global Tourism Resilience Conference will pave the way for greater regional and international cooperation around these very important principles of sustainable tourism development. Know that CAF will continue to be a trusted and reliable development partner as we advance on this journey together. I close by reiterating my gratitude to Prime Minister Holness in his absence, to Minister Bartlett, to Professor Waller, and the entire organizing committee that worked very hard to put together this important conference. In closing, I reiterate CAF's commitment to supporting tourism resilience, and I wish you all successful deliberations over the next 2 days. Do feel free to engage with our colleagues, and I will also close by asking you to turn your attention to the screen for a short video from CAF. I thank you.
With more than half a century of presence in Latin America and the Caribbean, working to promote sustainable development and regional integration, CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, is one of the main sources of green financing for its 21 member countries and provides support to help countries meet their sustainable development goals. Becoming the Green Bank of the region and the Bank for Economic Recovery are pillars of CAF's strategy, for which support for a new forum of tourism will play a fundamental role. The tourism industry accounts for about 10% of the world's gross domestic product. The average tourism GDP in the region is 8% and the employment generated is 12%. Therefore, tourism is an absolute priority for the development of CAF member countries. By involving many other sectors, actors, levels and interests of society, the protection of the environment and local culture are essential for the tourism activity. Since it is an industry that is highly vulnerable to the effects of external and internal forces, such as economic and financial, health, climate crisis, and natural, social, cultural disasters, political conflicts, among others. The effects of climate change related to the generation of greenhouse gases, indiscriminate use of plastic, as well as the high consumption of water and energy all have an adverse impact on the environment and can cause the degradation of biodiversity and the loss of local identity. But tourism can also contribute positively to the conservation and regeneration of the ecosystem on which this activity depends, and channel efforts to support countries and societies in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Because tourism, climate, and biodiversity are strongly interrelated, working towards developing them with sustainability criteria presents us with a great opportunity. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, works towards the development of a sustainable and regenerative tourism industry. This is a proposal to promote tourism through a comprehensive action strategy that can facilitate the reactivation, strengthening, and consolidation of tourism as a key sector for improving living conditions in tourism destinations, for generating economic and employment opportunities, and serving as a catalyst for the enhancement of cultural heritage and ecosystemic services, reinforcing environmental, economic, and social resilience and sustainability at all stages of its value chain. Because of its first-hand knowledge of the region, as well as its commitment as the Green Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and its experience in key sectors for tourism, such as the environment, infrastructure, and provision of basic services, among others, CAF has the opportunity to effectively promote in a regional and multi-sectional manner the financing of tourism projects with the public and private sectors, which take into account the following characteristics: identity, social equality and enhancement of cultural heritage, biodiversity and ecosystem services, vulnerability to climate change, local and national governance, sustainability and circular economy criteria. CAF offers financing opportunities for the public sector through technical assistance and knowledge, sovereign and private loans to finance basic green infrastructure that is low in carbon emissions and resilient to climate change, and investments in electricity generation, water treatment, waste, among others. CAF is also a catalyst for global green funds and climate funds, and has mobilized millions of dollars of green investment and grant funding, working hand in hand with our strategic allies through projects that improve the quality of life of those who live in tourist destinations that preserve, protect, and regenerate nature, and respect the cultures visited, thus celebrating and supporting their cultural heritage while promoting sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Thanks to the exuberant biodiversity and culture the region possesses, we have a golden opportunity to work and promote the economic and social development of the region. CAF is ready to work together with the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean in the construction of a living and sustainable tourism model. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Dr. Kennedy had to leave, but thank you so much and for that comprehensive video presentation. I'd like to now invite Dr. Talib Rifai, Chairman of ITIC Limited and Invest Tourism Limited, and co-chair of the GTRCMC, to give his video presentation.
Hello, and welcome everybody. It's a great pleasure having you here again in beautiful Jamaica. It really means all of you since I left UNWT. It's a true honor to be here with you in this beautiful Jamaican morning. I'm here this morning in my capacity as chairman of ITIC as well, which is a wonderful organization that wants to introduce investment to our wonderful travel and tourism sector. I am as well the co-chair of Resilience Council in London and the GTRCMC in Jamaica. And I want to thank them all for attending here. It's beautiful Jamaica. I want to congratulate Minister Bartlett for attending the UN session where it was approved that the Resilience Day, Tourism Resilience Day, would be the 17th of February. I hope that this is going to be a very, very rewarding occasion. I also want to welcome you all next year to Malaga. I hope Malaga is the host of the Expo 2027. And I am sure that Spain would be a very good destination for all of you to be there. We all know how important tourism and travel is. It's our life and livelihood. 1 out of 9 or 10 jobs all over the world are created by us. More than 10% of all GDP is generated by our sector, a sector of peace and understanding among people of the world, contributing so much to all the 17th CGD, Sustainable Development Goals, but still undervalued and under-recognized by the world around us. It's a fact. I want to thank the CAF for making this video and singling out tourism as a sector that would be of importance. Dear friends, I want to suggest here that we, the people working in this industry, carry most of the blame. We only talk to each other. This is why it's important to open up and talk to the finance and investment community, as well as to our political setup and leaders. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Bartlett for having Prime Minister Holding here with us this morning. Banks don't hear our voice, our plea for investment. They simply don't understand us. That is why ITIC is important. It's a bridge. It brings investment, community to our turfs. It's critical if we want to progress and to be recognized. I'm therefore very happy to see among us today, not just our traditional crowd, but also the business and investment crowd. This is the value of ITIC in adding to the meeting here and in other places around the world. The Resilience Council in London and the Center in Jamaica are also very important. I need to thank the Minister, Edmund Bartlett particularly, for hosting all of us here in Jamaica, beautiful Jamaica. Without doubt, is a wonderful human being. And my dear friends, what is resilience? Resilience is the ability to bounce back after a crisis hits. Crisis hits you. It's the ability to stay alive. It's therefore the sense of sustainability. It's the essence of sustainability, my friends. A few days ago, the world met in Sharm el-Sheikh to decide on the most important challenge facing mankind today, climate change and sustainability. But what is sustainability? Many activists today equate sustainability only with environmental sustainability, and particularly climate change. Some activists may be offended by this, but it is important to define and reach an agreed upon definition and understanding of the sustainability before we engage in any meaningful discussion. So what is sustainability? To me, it's simply to sustain life on Earth for future generations, no more, no less. It's the people that matter most, the future generations. We preserve our environment for the future generations to continue living on this planet, Earth. The quality of life, therefore, is also matters. And that is how, has to do with the social, economic, and political sustainability, as well as for what is life without dignity and prosperity. The social and economic models, as well as the political models, matter as much as the environmental policies do for sustaining life on Earth. So what sustainability is not, it's not just environmental sustainability, as important as that is, for if there is no environmental sustainability and preservation, there would be no life on Earth. Sustainability is also social, economic, political Sustainability is also not synonymous with preservation and conservation. It's not freezing or not touching our environment or our cultural heritage. Let us remember that what we build today is tomorrow's heritage, just as what we today's heritage is what we did yesterday. Sustainability is also not anti-growth or anti-progress. Life must go on hand in hand, progress and growth. This is city. This is the story of mankind from the beginning. We cannot sustain life on Earth without growth and progress. The world population is increasing and growing. Nothing is going to stop that. We need growth and scientific progress to sustain this human growth. It is said that 70 to 75% of the carbon emission is generated by cities. It's also believed that by the year 2030, there would be more than 50% of the world population living in cities. That dilemma must be addressed immediately if we are to sustain life on Earth. The answer is not to stop building or expanding our cities. Cities have become part of an essential part of human achievements. It's how and where we build our cities and expand out our cities. This is sustainability. What is the island of Manhattan, for example? Was the island of Manhattan, for example, more beautiful, more contributing to progress on Earth before the city of New York was built? Or was the archipelago of Venice more rich or more culturally and historically important and meaningful to human life before Venice was built? Was the desert around Dubai more contributing to mankind well-being before the city was built? The answers are obvious. It's not therefore what you build and construct. It's how you and when and where you construct it. It's not the skyscraper that you should be against. It's how and where we build it. Skyscrapers can be the most disastrous consumers of energy in the world, or can become the best solar collectors or vertical gardens in the world. It all depends on how and where we construct it. It's therefore a matter of technological progress and innovation. Sustainability, my friends, is therefore not only about conservation and preservation. The challenge is one of innovation and management. Both are connected to progress and moving forward, not freezing or not touching anything around us. It's about moving forward, living life to the fullest through progress and growth, but in a more sustainable way. This is what I wanted to say for this opening. I want to thank Minister Bartlett again for giving me the chance to speak in this very important gathering. I'm sorry I'm here by Zoom because I was not able to come in person. I'm speaking to you from Amman, Jordan, my hometown. And I wish you all the best, all of you there. The conference, as you said from the Prime Minister, is of three parts. Part number one is about investment today. Tomorrow it's about Africa and the Caribbean. And on the 17th, it's about resilience center. Now, Africa and the Caribbean is a very important part because in Africa and the Caribbean, they are one source, one origin, and they should cooperate with each other. It's about time that happens. Africa is a very important continent. Future is Africa, without doubt. Caribbeans are doing a great job in this. Minister Bartlett in particular, who's a wonderful human being, is doing a very good job. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening to me. I apologize for being a bit too long. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Talib Rifai, Chairman of ITIC Limited and Invest Tourism Limited, and co-chair of the GTR-CMC. We could not close the official opening without having our host, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, founder and co-chair of the GTR-CMC, to give you some welcome remarks.
Thank you very much Fiona, this wasn't planned, but I thought this was necessary because we started a little earlier than we had anticipated because we had to make way for our Prime Minister and the Secretary General of the OAS, along with Dr. Stacey Kennedy, to reach the CARICOM heads meeting that starts at, I think, midday today. And so they all had to leave us for a flight at 11 o'clock, and that's kind of a push with our traffic situation. So I thought that perhaps I should have not made a comment now, since I have the fireside chat later on with Peter Greenberg, which would be a little bit extensive. But I found it necessary because I wanted to say a very special word of welcome to all of you, for sure, but specifically to my ministerial colleagues who have traveled from far distances, all the way from Africa. And I just want to ask the African ministers who are here from Sierra Leone, from Kenya, from Botswana, and of course, I know we will have virtually from some other African countries, but please, would the ministers stand? Minister, let's give them a hand. Very well, thank you very much. And you notice the African ministers are all ladies? I'd also like to ask the chairman of the CTO and minister from the Cayman Islands, along with my minister colleague from Grenada, to stand also so everybody sees. We have and my minister colleague from Turks and Caicos, of course, yes. Other ministers are going to join us virtually, notably Minister from Barbados, who tried very hard to be here, and transportation, but we're going to talk about that later on. Air connectivity in the Caribbean is an issue, and we have to talk about that later on, and that has prevented him from being here. Then, of course, my friend and brother from ITIC, who is a co-sponsor of the event, Ibrahim Ayub. Ibrahim and Paul, would you stand too? Paul Hoskins. And especially, we have to, did I see the other Ibrahim around? Oh yes, Ibrahim Oster from Kibonics and USAID, all the way from Bosnia, Herzegovina. Let's give him a hand, come on. Stand up for us so we see you. Very well, thank you very much. Of course, we have our special delegation from Greece. And our Greek friends are here. They're going to join with Montego Bay in Sister City arrangement. They are all over the back, of course. Let's give them a hand. They are standing. The mayor of Sitia and, of course, the honorary consul for Jamaica in Crete is here, and we're happy, very happy to have you. I also want to note that for my sins, I went to Malaga a few days ago, and to the joys of Jamaica, we developed a very happy relationship within the short period of time. And we feel that Malaga is perhaps the most touristic city, arguably in Europe and definitely in the world, yes? And the Vice Mayor is here, along with the Director of Tourism, Jonathan. Would you please stand for us so everybody sees? Thank you very much. And they are here to forge a relationship, not just with Jamaica, but the entire Caribbean. There are other things that we're going to talk about. They're going to make a presentation to us later on, and then we will move from there in terms of other relationships. We have some very exciting partners that I just managed to pull together because, again, I am a little loquacious, you know, and sometimes it hurts, sometimes it doesn't. But because of that talkative nature, I made a speech in Nîmes in France, and I spoke about the issues of the what we call supply chain disruptions, and particularly the human capital disruptions emanating from COVID-19 as it relates to tourism. And then we discovered that, and I'm trying not to make the speech that I'm to make this evening, right, Christian? But we discovered that there's quite a number of people who did not come back to work in tourism after the pandemic, and we wondered why. And we've done some studies and work on it, and we have some answers to that. But we need to now look at how do we go forward to make sure we bring them back and we bring new people into the industry. So I made that little presentation, and some people thought it was okay, and they said, listen, perhaps we should do something about it. So we established a team that is called Tourism Employment Enlargement Mandate, TEEM. So the members of team, 5 of them are here, and I want them to stand, led by Christian. Christian, would you stand? Jill and Anna, yes? These 3 are here. Okay, later on I know that Jessica will come, and so will Debbie, yes? And that would make the 5. And we'll hear from them later on today, this afternoon, when we look at how we could bring back the workers of tourism here and what we need to do to get new workers and what is the future of work where tourism is concerned. So what we're saying then, I have my friend Canute Nkube from the African Tourism Board. And you see how well you're welcome? Stand up for us. Thank you, Nkube, my friend. From South Africa, and he's the chairman of the African Tourism Board. Now I'm getting into trouble, and I didn't plan that. So I'm only going to say to all the other friends who are here, presenters, the moderators, and we are lucky to have 3 of the finest moderators in the business coming to share with us. Peter Greenberg from CBS, who you all know, and my friend Rachan Datar from the BBC, and the beautiful Aradana Cole. Please stand, all 3 of you, so everybody sees. Wonderful. Excellent. So I have completed my welcome, and I thank you, and I don't want to overstay my welcome. So thank you very much. And I want to thank the team from my ministry, headed, of course, by my permanent secretary, and my champion executive director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, who's been a real force, in fact, the intellectual force behind much of our efforts, Professor Lloyd Waller. And just to let you know, we do these things in tourism. He came to me as Dr. Waller, as my senior advisor, and before long he became Professor Waller. And there's another of those who came to me as Dr. Spencer, and before long he became Professor Spencer. So there is a point here I'm making. Thank you all. Enjoy, and let us have a wonderful conference, and then at the end we will have the Kingston Declaration. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Bartlett. And we have a treat before we go into the official sessions and very deep discourse, which will be led by another moderator. Well, my other MC for today. I'll introduce him afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, LACADCO, a United Caribbean dance force, has performed internationally, representing Jamaica all over the globe. And today, they're going to be performing Passion. Please give them a round of applause as they make their way to set up and give you this cultural performance. All right, thank you. We could give them like a bigger round of applause. That was a lot of energy. It's Passion by Lakatko. All right, we are to have a quick networking break before we get into our first session. But I would like to let you know that I'll be passing on the MC baton to Mr. Paul Hoskins, Director of ITIC Limited and Invest Tourism Limited in a few, unless you'd like to. No? All right, great. So we're at our official break and then we'll continue into our sessions. Thank you so much.
think so. Ask you to take your seats. We'll get cracking with the session. Just a few words, though, first from me, Paul Hoskins. It's a pleasure to be here in Kingston, Jamaica, and more than anything else to be included as a partner and with the Global Tourism Organization. Honourable Edmund Bartlett, the Minister of Tourism, and ministers, honourable ministers from Africa and the Caribbean, Professor Lloyd Waller, the Executive Director of the GTRCMC, and tourism partners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to what has already been quoted as being an historic meeting. The ITIC is an investment and tourism advisory service, and we also organize conferences. And we're delighted to share the very first day of the conference here for the next 3 days with our Caribbean Tourism Investment Summit, rethinking investment in tourism through sustainability and resilience. And to start us off, it's my very great pleasure to invite Mr. Peter Greenberg of CBS News to come onto the stage together with the Honourable Minister Edmund Bartlett for their fireside chat. You have to imagine the fires glowing there in front of the screen. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, this is called a fireside chat, but that would be in violation of carbon footprints, so we'll just get right to our talk. And yes. Minister Bartlett, first of all, thank you for putting all this together. Thank you for having me back to a country that I like to call my second home. We go back a long time, you and I. But I guess in order to come up with a true definition of terms here, you know, in the traditional definition of the word resilience, it was sort of like the capacity to respond or the speed of response. Now you have to add something to that, the capacity to anticipate and the speed of preparedness. Right. And you know, the Prime Minister pointed out so many different areas, whether it's natural disaster, pandemic, terrorism, cyber problems, or political, or just things that you cannot anticipate. This was born out of COVID, but actually it started way before that. So if you could, just so we get this started, give me your definition of resilience.
Well, resilience, I think, is the capacity to anticipate, mitigate, manage, recover quickly, and thrive. The essence of that, of course, is in perhaps 2 words: bounce back. And so bouncing back is very ineffectual if it isn't energized. And what energizes bouncing back is the capacity to recover and thrive. If you can't thrive, then we have a problem. Now, the average country that experiences disruption is thrown back in time. In most instances, they've lost GDP at a rate and a level that it's not redeemable in the short space of time. In some countries, with a little more capacity, we're able to recover and recover relatively quickly. But in almost every instance, and we in the Caribbean know that very well, disruptions have come, earthquakes, hurricane hit us. In Barbuda, we lost the entire island, as it were, to Hurricane Irma and Maria when that came through. Dominica, we had 98% of the GDP loss. In Puerto Rico, we had 60% of the GDP loss. Haiti, we remember when we had the earthquake 12 years ago, my God, we have not even...
Almost 13 years ago, 2010, right?
Well,
Yeah.
we had one, I think, 10, 12 years ago as well, yes. And we have not recovered. And recovery has been slow, tedious, painful, and long. And in a lot of instances, the process has led to a level of dislocation of the social and economic fabric of the country that's almost irreparable.
Well, when you have tourism-dependent economies and you have a natural disaster, that destroys the infrastructure and the economic base almost instantly.
Absolutely. And so what we're trying to do here in discussing capacity building is to enable, firstly, individuals to understand what the responsibility is with regards to your own capabilities to predict, to respond, and more importantly, to build in relation to the expectations. For example, if we are in an earthquake zone, then you have to build in order to respond to the movement of the earth when it happens. California has known that well. Los Angeles does it well. Japan does it well. And some of us are learning to do it. Our friends in Turkey didn't do it well. So what we're saying is that
But they knew about it. But they knew about it.
But well, I'm not so sure. The birds knew, perhaps.
I'm not talking about the instant before. I'm talking about the underlying situation.
Yes.
You talk about anticipating. This was not the first earthquake in Turkey.
Absolutely, quite correct. But what didn't happen is the capacity was not built to respond and to respond in a manner that when the second one came, the disruptions would be minimal. So part of what resilience is to build that capacity to mitigate the effect, the impact of what is to come. And then when it comes, to be able to manage it well, and to recover quickly, and then to thrive afterwards.
Of course, if you're talking about the capacity to anticipate, that requires an investment.
It does. And in fact, it does involve a lot of intellectual rigor as well. A lot of work has to be done by way of research and study, a lot of data mining and analytical work to be able to predict, and to predict with some level of accuracy as to when and why and where and how. We at the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center started thinking through establishing something of an observatory, where what you do is to be able then to forecast, to look at what are the conditions that give rise to certain things. And then if you can follow those, you'll be better able to predict when it is likely to come. Our meteorologists do a good job with predicting hurricanes in our space. And as a result of which, they could tell us a number of things that we need to do in anticipation in order to mitigate and hopefully then to manage when it comes, depending, of course, on the ferocity of it. We're now getting hurricanes that are off the chart. You know, when a hurricane literally devastates an entire country, like we saw with Barbuda, it was just a piece of rock left in the sea after the hurricane passed. So when it happens like that, and our friends in Puerto Rico were saying, my God, this feels like an earthquake. The force of the wind against the buildings and so on was like an earthquake, they said. That sort of ferocity is difficult to predict. But if you have enough knowledge as to what to do, you will be able to mitigate to a large extent, but more importantly, the impact would not be as devastating.
Part of the role of your group is essentially to become a clearinghouse of information.
Yes, very important. But it's also a communication center. And to make a reference to us again at the Global Tourism Resilience Center, this is one of the things that we do. Then we want to also develop a barometer, a resilience barometer, to be able to measure the level of resilience of countries, of entities, of organizations, of companies. And this is very important because that's going to give valuable information for huge management decision making, also for investment decisions, and for tourism, for decision as to when to travel, where to travel, and how to prepare yourself for destinations that you're going to. Now, this is a big task, that of developing the barometer, and a lot of work has started on it, but we have to do much more, and we need to get a lot of help also from some of our multilateral partners, because this is not something that the university here and us alone can do, because we're going to have to pull a lot from experiences in many parts of the world, and we will have to draw on the talent and skills and knowledge, as well as data that is now available to enable us to get a good sense of what are the key touch points, right. How do we prepare, a document which enables people to follow clearly and to be able to act properly.
But of course, before you get to that document, you have to have a conversation. And with all due respect to all of our guest ministers here today, my experience has been that the Minister of Engineering doesn't necessarily talk to the Minister of Tourism because they don't think they're connected. And the Minister of Labor doesn't talk to the Minister of Tourism because they don't think they're connected. But they are connected.
They are. In fact, my definition of tourism, for example, is that tourism is really a confluence of many moving parts that all must come together seamlessly to create an experience, a product that we sell. So tourism doesn't exist as an entity unto itself. It only exists because all of these other factors are coming together. So the engineering, very vital. The agriculture ministry, very vital. The health ministry, very vital. The security ministry, very vital. The local government ministry, very vital. All of them. And if they don't exist, we don't exist.
Well, let me give you an example of how you can get everybody in a conversation. As you may know, the United States Congress is truly dysfunctional. They can't get along. Nobody talks to each other. Guess what? They're talking to each other about one thing right now. How did you get their attention? Cancel their flights. And now they're up in arms about how did this happen? So the real key here is to find common ground.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, on a very basic travel level, the minister who's in charge of airports is not the Minister of Tourism, right? And that's interesting because the first impression you get, oh, okay, I'm going to talk to you later. We have an exception in the room. Then you're going to love this. Because if you talk to the Minister of Tourism in country A, they will tell you they don't control passport and border checks. Mm-hmm. Well, the very first impression you get of a country is what? 5-hour lines to get through passport. Yes. Or the worst impression you get is when you leave, and it's a 5-hour line to leave. Yes. So you need to get everybody in the room to talk because it is all interconnected.
Absolutely. And
and you and I'll talk later, okay? Well, yeah, okay.
One of the ways that we try to get around this, of course, is to, in our case, establish something we call the Destination Assurance Council. Now, destination assurance is...
That came out of COVID, didn't it?
Yes, it came out of COVID. You're right. Yeah. And we just developed a policy on that, which we're going to implement. But what it meant is that all the entities and agencies that have to deliver on the demand of tourism, you bring them together in a single organization, committee or forum, whatever. In our case, it's a council. And the council has local government in it, we have health in it, we have agriculture in it, we have security in it, we have public health people, everybody. And it's chaired by a tourism person. And the job of that is to ensure that all the moving parts that must come together to create a seamless tourism experience for the visitor is brought together in one place for discussion. So once a visitor comes, we recognize, yes, you have to deal with safety on the road. So somebody's there to deal with safety on the road. You have to deal with public health issues, somebody's there. You have solid waste removal and management, somebody's there from solid waste. And also, because
Is there somebody there from traffic?
Somebody's there from every...
I just thought I'd mention traffic. Okay.
Traffic, yes. Road
that's
management.
That's true resilience.
Yes.
Here, yeah.
So we are satisfied that the effort is made to bring all the parties together. Now, whether we get the results that you want every time is another discussion.
Well, it all gets down, yeah, but it all gets down to money, which brings me to my next question. We talked about an investment to be able to, the capacity to anticipate. You have a Minister of Finance who collects taxes. Are there tax incentives for those in the private sector to make sure that the investment is made to anticipate?
Right. Well, you know, it's interesting that the whole business now of public policy for the legislative and regulatory framework to be established to ensure that there is compliance to the rules of engagement, because resilience building is also tied up into the whole issue of the rules of engagement and whether there's compliance to these rules.
But, you know, but more than just compliance, I mean, it's if you're going to build resilience, you have to make the case that it also builds the economy.
Indeed, and in fact, the economy knows that when disruptions come, they are the first casualty. So it is almost self-serving to be incentivizing the proper procedures and methods.
Which goes back
which,
to my
which
question
we
about
do.
tax
So
incentives.
so
or some kind of-
sometimes
yeah.
it's not straight tax incentives. It is building capacity to manage better these processes. You know, my take on it is that it is not always about a tax incentive that drives efficiency and high levels of production and productivity. It's efficiencies that are derived from competence
And competition.
and good competition, but competition finds its way through competence and through efficiencies. And so the more efficient you are, is the more competitive you will be. And that's good for the economy. That's good for everyone.
So then the question becomes, you're all aware of the environment in which you live. You understand that you're in a hurricane zone or in an earthquake zone or in a tornado zone for those people who live in Kansas. And so you have to say at that point, okay, now that we know this, right, how do we build for that?
Right.
Now, you learned certain lessons. After the Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, they built up the levees.
That's correct.
Okay, but what is going on right now in the Caribbean, where you are so dependent on travel and tourism, to make sure that we can't anticipate the ferocity of the storm? We just know there's going to be a few, right? It's inevitable. So what investments are being done now that you are communicating to the world as a model for their behavior elsewhere?
Well, that I think is tied up in a number of key government and private sector partnership arrangements. The decision to build better and to recognize that there are seismic issues here, and the science says that these are the ways that you build to deal with the outcomes of seismic events, that there are scientific and other proven methods and systems that will enable you to manage better when the hurricanes come. The ferocity is another issue, because if it comes at a level that you can't, you just can't predict. But what has to happen is that the institutional framework must be set up by the governments to begin with, supported by the private sector, to build that ability of people to respond properly, to act appropriately, and to build correctly. Now, one of the problems that a lot of small countries have is the whole issue of corruption in relation to these processes, that people short circuit, decide to forego what are the appropriate methods.
And the known methods.
What in common parlance we call cutting corners. And so we build with less efficiency, and we lose the effect of the sturdiness and the strength of the structures that we should have.
You know, one of the words we haven't talked about, but we need to, because it's the elephant in the room, especially even if we talk about the terrible disaster that's ongoing in Turkey, it's a four-letter word that starts with F. It's called fear. And part of resilience has to mitigate the fear. Right now, we know where the earthquake was centered in Turkey. We know that the human loss is almost, you can't even fathom it at this point, and it's going to get worse. But we also know where it was centered. If you talk to the travel and tourism industry that works in Turkey, they will tell you there's been another seismic drop-off in bookings, in meetings and conventions, in the things that drove the economy in the first place, in places that were not affected by the earthquake at all.
Correct.
So you have an educational challenge as well.
Right. So I made the point earlier that one of the big requirements to enable sustainable development and resilience building is communication. And being able to communicate accurately, to give proper data, and to guide with proper narratives, to create messages that are authentic and credible, and to stay on message. These are important in enabling quick recovery and quick response to disruptions when they come.
Well, as a member of the media, I can echo that by saying proper crisis management is sometimes saying you don't know. Sometimes saying we'll get back to you, as opposed to giving information that is completely, even with the best of intentions, either misleading or worse.
Accurate information, credible information, and also credible voices.
And the thing is, how many countries, how many destinations have a blueprint, have a manual of crisis management that they can actually refer to, so they're speaking with one voice, and that voice is credible?
Absolutely. Now, what you've said is why we need to have the Global Resilience Day, a day when people pause all over the world to reflect on these things and to develop resolves, to get better information, to get better education, to create better efficiencies, and to get the skills and the talent and the technology that is required to be able to respond to disruptions when they come. So we see the UN Declaration, for example, as a very significant international decision that all of us have an opportunity now to take personal responsibility for resilience building.
When you and I first talked, this is at least 2 or 3 years ago, about the development of this group, of this crisis group, it was all about communication then.
Yeah.
It was all about, crisis management, right? That's how it started, right? To be able to get to respond quickly with information that people could do.
Yeah.
You've gone way beyond that now.
Yes, that's how we started in 2017.
I know.
In London when we had the first discussion. Then we were talking significantly about how to manage crises that occur in various places. What we were not talking about then is how to innovate, how to develop new methods and systems and processes to forecast and then to prevent. Because part of what we need to do is to prevent. If we could find a way to prevent some of the things that are not preventable, like earthquakes, we can't deal with that. Hurricanes, when they come, we can't deal. But there are man-made disruptions. Disruption caused by, greed and corruption and anger and geopolitical strife and all sorts of
other environmental issues too.
Then the pandemics that come sometimes are driven by human action. How do you deal with that? So that's part of what the resilience movement has to respond to. It has to give people the tools to be able to anticipate and to manage better in the end, to recover well, and to be able to thrive afterwards.
Well, in the service industry, it's always been said that it's not the delivery of the service that matters, it's how you recover.
That's right. So,
and how you recover well.
Right. Now, tourism is a good example of how resilience can, in fact, become a driver of quick recovery. Because tourism is seen as the industry of choice for the recovery of economies after disruptions. And we're seeing it right now. The pandemic came, some 5% of global GDP went. Tourism went from 432 million workers to 272. You know, we lost GDP for Jamaica, for example, 20% of our GDP went down. But quickly after, because we were resilient, because we had already from even before the world declared a pandemic, we had set up our team to look at crisis management and to begin to prepare Jamaica for a possible fallout. And then when the world went into that mode of lockdown in March of 2020, by then Jamaica had established a recovery task force because we already knew that this is going to come. We didn't know a pandemic would be of worldwide proportion, but we knew that enough was happening to cause disruptions within the industry. So we established a recovery task force immediately. And that recovery task force first job was to develop a series of protocols to manage this disruption. And we ended up with a document of some 300 pages of touch points, as science said, touch points as the WHO indicated, touch points as our experience was dictating. Because we didn't want to look only at what the world was saying, at what science was saying in its entirety. We also needed to look at what we were experiencing and how can we use that experience to mitigate the impact further on. And the result of all of that was we were able to recover fast, recover faster, and stronger. And in the first year of recovery, we brought in 1 million visitors. And by the time, and this is important to note, and by the time the world said that, okay, we are now open again for business, Jamaica was able to experience economic growth, and the growth that we had for 9 consecutive quarters.
Because you were better prepared.
Because we were better prepared.
But you know, there's something else that happened during the pandemic that we're just finally realizing now, and that is another component part to resilience, and that's traveler behavior changes and traveler behavior expectations.
Yes.
What we've seen so far is that during the pandemic, everybody was talking about pent-up demand. I think that's a little bit of a myth. There was always demand, but it got refocused. And it got refocused that most travelers did not want to buy material goods anymore. They didn't want to buy cars or clothing or jewelry or electronic items. They wanted to buy experiences. Yeah. And so which countries were better prepared, which destinations were better prepared to deliver those experiences in that bounce back category?
Right, and those countries that were better prepared, you notice the numbers for them have improved. I don't want to make any comparisons.
Oh, go ahead. They're all friends here.
Yeah, but certainly the Caribbean as a region recovered faster and bounced back better than any other in the world. I mean, we had up to last year, or last figures that came out show that the region, the Caribbean, was about 80% recovered for tourism. In case of Jamaica, we were 97% recovered at the end of this year. And now we are, for this year so far, we are 5% ahead of 2019, January to February so far.
So you have made comparisons.
So it's happening, and when we look at what's happening in other places, yes, it's there. But there are other places that have not. Asia, for example, have not, and Africa hasn't either. And so we have to look at, okay, now, what level of readiness, and how do we now ensure that our partners across the world become ready? And that's what this conference is all about.
Well, one of the things we'll talk about a little later in one of my other panels is on airlift and connectivity.
Yes,
which
of course.
Is a big factor in all
That's
this.
a big factor. Certainly, it's a huge one for tourism in general, because that's what we do. It's travel and tourism. And travel has even a larger portion of the income and earnings from tourism overall. Than tourism.
Right.
So we have to, in the case of small island states such as ours, we don't swim to destinations, right? You need air connectivity.
If anything comes out of this conference, it's that. No swimming. Okay.
So airlift is becoming the critical element for all of us.
Well, it's airlift and connectivity within the region.
Right, but airlift and connectivity, our region is a little different because we are a kind of an archipelago, and we have islands. We don't have landmass where we have borders and so on. So you could take a train from Cayman to Jamaica, or you could take. You have to fly, or you come by boat, by sea. Now that mode of transport in the world today is less utilized, only for cruise maybe. But it's airlift. Airlift is about 90% of global travel.
And we'll talk about that a little bit later. One more thing I wanted to talk to you about, and that is we've heard data-driven solutions. Everything has to be data-driven. At a certain point, within every country, within every destination, you can throw that out and talk about intuition and basic common sense.
Yes, well, it's a mix, because data is playing a huge role now in informing decisions with regards to where people go, what they do, and I think that the hyperconnectivity that now characterizes our communication space allows for people to know much more about everything before they even go to where everything is. So people are making decisions about what to do, where to go, on a moment's notice now. The time lag for decision making has collapsed.
Much closer in.
Absolutely. People are making instant decisions because they have information and access. And
their sources of information are different than they used to be.
And sometimes, too, the experiences that they wish to have elsewhere, they want to experience it even virtually. So the technology is giving them a feel of things before they go. So all of these we have to contend with, because they are now going to define the future of tourism. The whole issue of the Internet of Things and robotics and the full cognitive systems are going to define the future of tourism, the type of experiences that are going to be had, and what kind of accommodation you're going to have to prepare for this new demographic that is emerging based on what their own passion points are, what it is that they like, what it is that they want. And also, they are in a good position to make great decisions without any intermediary, because they have the information at their own fingertips. And
or they have the information they think is factual.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the information flow is so diverse.
But the one thing that's not arguable is the speed of that flow.
Well, that's correct.
And that's the real thing that, in terms of resilience and basically adapting, is the real challenge.
Right. And the bigger challenge for us now is to really get the knowledge available to everyone. That's the challenge.
And incredible information.
Right. But the knowledge, hopefully, will give them the capacity to convert and to bring more practical applications to the things that they know. And once they're able to do that conversion, we can have innovation, and we can be able to anticipate better and to respond better.
And part of that, of course, is the foundation of the organization.
Indeed. And so the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, now reaching out to other countries across the world, is expanding the scale, scope, and range of information flow and enabling more people to become involved in the process of determining what is necessary for their own situation and not necessarily what we are broadcasting to them as a whole. And I think this is a critical part. It's all about appropriate application. What is necessary for you in your location to be able to respond and to bounce back after disruptions.
You see that guy over there?
Yeah, he's telling us we're
He's
talking
telling us we
too
got to
long.
go. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edmund Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and Peter, for your excellent fireside chat. And it's quite cool here under the aircon, so the fire is now out. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next session, which is to look into the tourism and economic outlook in the Caribbean region. And to discuss this, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Rajan Datta, who will be in conversation with Mr. Henry Mooney. And if I could invite Rajan to come to the stage together with Mr. Mooney, that would be great. Rajan told me the other day that he's actually been to Jamaica 6 or 7 times, and he came here when he was just at a, well, I say tender age of 19, but it didn't feel tender at 19, I'm sure. And he has a great sympathy and empathy for the country, and he, in his role with the BBC and as a writer and journalist, he's also written about the country and made several programs for broadcasting on the travel program of the BBC. So he is going to tell you how delighted he is to be back here. And it's also my very great pleasure to introduce Mr. Henry Mooney. And Mr. Mooney is the economics advisor for the Caribbean region at the Inter-American Development Bank. Gentlemen, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Thank you.
Yes, good. Let's double check our mics. I just want to quickly just add to that, because I really do care about this island and this region. Yes, I did first come here when I was 19. Sorry, Henry, just indulge me for 1 second on this. But my second family, when I was brought up in West London, was a Jamaican family. They were the only other migrant family in the town. We became really close friends. So therefore, my best friend was my age, from that family. He brought me here. I saw Jamaica then. I fell in love with it. I have been back 5 or 6 times in different capacities. But I really care about this island, and that's why this conference is so important to me, because I want its future to be strong. I want the Caribbean's future to be strong. Thank you for indulging me for that, but it's really personal. We are here to talk about hospitality and investment, and it's great to be with you, Henry. To prepare the ground, let's turn our attention first to the state of the economy in this region in general, of which, of course, tourism is a huge part. But just give me a rundown about how it's going at the moment.
Sure, so thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on my own behalf and on behalf of the institution that I represent, the Inter-American Development Bank. So this is an issue that's critically important for us as an institution. Our mandate effectively is improving lives for our member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as has been discussed before, and as I think we'll get into in some detail, there is no specific industry or sector more important to the region's well-being than tourism, right? So I think with that as a backdrop, in that context, we have spent a lot of time in the last couple of years, certainly since COVID, but well before that as well, looking at the impacts of tourism on the region. With that in mind, I mean, as you know, this has been an unprecedented several years of economic upheaval and economic uncertainty, starting with the COVID crisis. But we are certainly far from shore, let's call it these days. While we have seen COVID dissipate and some of those economic impacts start to dissipate, as discussed before, the global economy is entering a new stage of uncertainty driven by, as we all are very well aware, high rates of inflation, tighter policy conditions driven by monetary policy actions in advanced economies and developing economies all around the world. Lots of uncertainty given geopolitical factors, things like the war in Europe, which is not only having an impact on the region through inflation, the price of commodities, et cetera, but also in terms of economic sentiment, right? So,
and also source markets, because those countries that are sending the tourists over here,
that's right,
are suffering too. Yep.
That's right. So they're suffering too. Now, I will say, and we'll get into this later, I think there is a double-edged sword there effect. I mean, the Caribbean has benefited to some degree from uncertainty, let's call it, with the security conditions in Europe. So many of us believe that that's actually benefited the Caribbean region to some degree, especially given what we've seen in the last 6 or 7 months. But yes, absolutely, all that comes together with this sort of global uncertainty that has been a brake on global demand for all sorts of things, goods and services, and tourism being a service, certainly having an impact there.
So just in terms of, from your perspective and your analysis, what are the prospects for growth in tourism over the next year or so, and then into the future?
So that's a good question. So again, all of the issues I just mentioned, I think, are the factors that give us some pause when it comes to being very deterministic about what we see for tourism. And what we're also seeing in terms of the pace of recovery is that, the pace of recovery has not been the same all over the world, right? So as mentioned before, for Caribbean countries in particular, as the minister just mentioned, actually late last year and early this year, we're seeing Jamaica in particular and a couple of other countries in the Caribbean with tourism performance that exceeds that which we saw in 2019, right? And I have to tell you, our own research, even from a year or two ago, and we focused a lot of attention on this, where we looked at polls of tourism industry experts, both industry, governments, etc. Very few people thought we would see a global recovery of tourism until about 2024, right? And for many countries around the world, that is still the case. However, here in the Caribbean, we've seen countries sort of leapfrog ahead of that, in part because of the factor that we mentioned. We think that there is preference now for some of the key advanced economy sources of tourism demand, the United States being sort of the major one for most Caribbean economies. People are preferring to stay closer to home.
Right.
People also, I think, from different polls of tourists, right, are preferring not to get on planes for 8 hours or 12 hours as they might have before, and are preferring to be on short flights from the United States, for example, or from Canada to the Caribbean, which has benefited the region, right? So I think there's a lot of reason for optimism, certainly for the Caribbean region and Latin America more generally. We have seen strong performance, and that has been, as the minister mentioned, in large part because of the work the governments did before, during, and after the crisis to sort of insulate the sector and to make sure that it was poised for a recovery. So what I would say, without giving you specific numbers for the next year and the year after, which is a famous trap that economists fall into, will never be right. So but I think in general, I think that, despite the uncertainty globally, I think that the prospects are actually very strong.
Okay. But we're here today to talk about building the foundations for future tourism, and that does require certain changes, doesn't it? In this excellent book, by the way, you've written a chapter. Have you seen this book? Yes. In fact, edited by you and by Lloyd, about resilience. You talk about the dangers, in a sense, of over-dependence on one single kind of tourism. So let's look into the future, and how do you see the best way, and this is talking from your banking kind of perspective too. What do you see as the best way for this region to move in terms of tourism?
No, absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned the book. And I just, I was very privileged to have been invited by the minister and Professor Waller and the late Ambassador Richard Bernal to contribute a chapter to this book, which I think is an excellent volume that covers a lot of the key issues we're talking about here. And as you mentioned in it, I think, COVID taught us a lot of lessons, right? And I think one way to think about COVID is that it was a natural disaster, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that in that context, it is even though we hope never to see a crisis of its like that again in our lifetimes, I think it taught us a lot of lessons about sort of the resiliency of the sector and its vulnerability to shocks, right? And even if we never see another COVID crisis, we certainly will see natural disasters in the future. Yep. And I think one of the things that we mentioned in the book and that the IDB has been working with governments towards is building resiliency, right? So I think that has to be one pillar of moving towards the future for this industry. And that resiliency takes many forms. One of those forms is public financial resilience and resilience of the industry itself. Jamaica, I have to tell you, is probably a star, the best example, one of the best examples you can find in terms of the government undertaking reforms of fiscal and macroeconomic management policies that provided it with lots of of capacity to weather a storm like the like the COVID crisis. So that's one of the things that countries need to do. Other things are sort of put in place instruments of financial resilience, right, which is kind of developing, borrowing in ways that are flexible enough to allow you to sustain yourself through a crisis like this when you have a shock to revenues and a shock to industries. Means all kinds of other things, perhaps looking at insurance. The government of Jamaica has put in place credit lines with the IDB and now with the IMF, for example. So to make available cheap financing in the event of a crisis. So this is a very smart way to do business in terms of creating for yourself financial contingencies. There's other things like cat bonds and other financial instruments. So that's one thing. The other, I think, is simply working very closely with the industry to make sure that they are prepared for a crisis like these or other crises, right? Whether it's their own sort of financial dependencies, but also making sure that you are aware of and holding yourself to high global standards. One of the other things that we saw during the crisis was countries that did recover quickly were ones that were able to quickly adopt World Health Organization regulations for travel and tourism, have the infrastructure in place to support the industry and the health sector and elsewhere. So I think those are some of the key lessons. For us.
I was also talking in a sense about diversification, because that's a word that's used a lot. And it's not just about diversification within the general economy, in other words, other industries. And we will talk about that because tech will come into play in conversations later and other aspects of the economy. But within tourism itself, from the bank's perspective, it's not just, in this case, sun, sea and sand, is it? That cannot be the only factors as to why people will come to the Caribbean in the future.
No, that's a great point. I have to say, I love that quote. I was interviewed by the Wall Street Journal, and they quoted that. I said something like, the Saudi Arabia exports oil, Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean export sun, sea, and sand, right? So this is a natural resource, which is plentiful if you take care of it, right? And I think that that's one of the other key lessons in terms of sustainability. But diversification, I mean, again, we've done some work, and it's included in this book. We created the first global index of tourism dependency, right? And if you look at the numbers, they're striking. I mean, some of them were mentioned here before. Jamaica on our index is the 11th most tourism-dependent economy in the world. Of the top 20 out of 175 countries, 10 of them are from the Caribbean. And in some countries in this region, you see economic dependence in terms of GDP of as much as 50% of the economy in one way or another is dependent on the sector. Similar levels of employment, similar levels in terms of the balance of payments and exports. So to say you can easily diversify away from the sector that is that important is probably not an easy thing to do, and maybe not even be ideal, right? I mean, when you have something, if Saudi Arabia and other oil exporters are trying to diversify, but I think no one would tell you that they should abandon that industry as their key engine of growth. I think countries in this region have already done an extraordinarily good job of attracting demand. This little region, these small countries, attract more people per head than anywhere else on earth. That's something you should be very proud of. And that's also an advantage that can be more taken advantage of. So diversification can mean lots of things. It means, instead of focusing perhaps on cruise ships, which tend to be at the lower end of the value-added scale in terms of revenues for an industry and for the government as well. So try to build on the successes that you have there or in mass market sort of all-inclusive tourism and move up the value-added chain. I mean, I think countries like Jamaica and others in the region have tremendous opportunities to do that. Other countries outside of this region have done it very well, who had very little tourism to begin with, or relatively speaking. So I think that that's one area where you can generate more revenue and sort of help to insulate yourself from different kinds of economic shocks. Another is diversification to similar industries. So, Jamaica has also done very well with business process outsourcing, for example. This is an area that employs lots of people in this country and has lots of opportunity to grow and expand. Things like medical tourism, services tourism. This is a sort of an add-on sort of service area that Jamaica is very well poised to take advantage of, especially because it has such a wealth of well-trained professionals in these and related areas that could help diversify the economy. Business tourism, so conferences and things like that. So there's all sorts of ways to help diversify that sector that I think could benefit these economies very much. One final point there. I think the other issue that is less about diversification away from tourism, it's integration, right? Is making sure that you can extract more value from that industry. You know, some of the statistics that I find really striking sometimes when we look at them is the amount of food, for example, that is imported to countries.
80% or something?
I mean, different countries, different numbers, but it's a relative, it's a huge number, and we're seeing this again in terms of food security now with high inflation. But, you know, Jamaica and other countries like it, I mean, this is really, you know, anything will grow here, right? I mean, you have really, anything will grow here, right? But it is a place, that could absolutely produce more agriculturally to support that sector,
right.
A lot of which is being imported now, right? So I think focusing on sort of these up and downstream parts of the industry that service that industry could be really important for Jamaica.
These are really important factors. Because it's great getting your perspective on this, because you obviously advise in projects, and you also invest in projects.
Yes.
Yep. So these factors are crucial. So something like that, it's really good that you mentioned that. The other one is, we talk about sustainability, the reliance on fossil fuels in the Caribbean. Could that look at the potential, surely, with renewables here?
No, absolutely. And I mean, and this goes to another part of the conversation, right? About how do you protect this industry, right? And even how do you market it in a way that sort of is more powerful, given the conversations that are happening around the world. Ecotourism, sustainable tourism. I mean, these are things that in themselves start to draw people in ways that they haven't before. So absolutely, I mean, I think, you know, that this is an area where countries like Jamaica that are highly dependent on hydrocarbons for power generation, which actually affects the profitability of the sector, right? I mean, it's expensive, especially when you see oil prices going up. If you could work with the government and the private sector to diversify fuel sources, you know, work on more green sources of fuel, biofuels, et cetera, have a link with the tourism industry and sort of you know, make sure that that's understood by the market. I think that these are areas that could be very important. But almost more importantly is, you know, it's one of the big industries in this country, right? And as we all know, after the COP discussions and all of the discussions we're having amongst ourselves and with the multilateral organizations about climate change, right? Countries in the Caribbean did not create climate change, did not in net terms contribute to climate change, but are suffering more than almost anyone else. But that said, you know, there is an obligation to think about how this country can help move the needle in terms of greening both power sources and other parts.
Other factors I think that we should talk about very briefly. I haven't got much time. And we'll come to this later, which is the labour supply, the workforce. You must look at that and go, okay, so how's that going? Are they skilled? Are they unskilled? What age group are they? Are they going to this industry? Is the industry branding itself well in that terms? Is that, again, something you will examine?
Yes, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, this tourism dependency index that we created, if you look at the amount of employment, it matches very much, in most cases, you know, the contribution to GDP. So it's a huge industry in terms of employment in one way or another in this country. And other countries in the region. So skills are super important. One of the ways, as I mentioned before, that you can increase the value added and sort of contribution of that sector to the economy is to integrate higher skilled labor. If you go to any hotel in the region, or you will see many of the managers are foreigners who have come. I mean, I think that's one place to start. You can sort of do more to make sure that you are training people up locally to be able to take advantage of some of those more senior positions, which will help, I think, build the industry and create all kinds of synergies. I think the other sort of industries that run in parallel, some of the service industries that I mentioned before, you know, there are skills here. There are skills being developed here. UE is an incredible model. I mean, most of the skills that it develops are actually exported to the United States and the UK and Canada. So the quality of skills are very high. But again, often they're leaving the country and not finding the kinds of uses that would compel them to stay here. So I think that's all part of that discussion, right? You know, sort of making sure that the up and downstream and sort of corollary industries are there to help retain some of these skills, which will help increase the value-added input of that sector for the economy.
Just on that score, female employment. Again, something that, you know, it's in the tourism industry. It's, what is it, 30%? I'm not quite sure what the figures are, but it could be. Next to 60% female. At all levels? Not at the top. Okay, things like that.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, and that probably differs quite a bit depending on the country you're talking
Yeah,
about,
sure.
right? And Jamaica actually may be quite different in that regard because actually female participation in the workforce in Jamaica is actually very strong in many sectors. But yes, look, when we you know, again, the institution I work for, you know, our motto is improving lives and reducing inequality, right? And what we see more generally across the Caribbean region is that women and other marginalized groups are disproportionately paid less, more in the informal sector, have less access to finance and credit, are not as able to participate in sort of the entrepreneurial economy, et cetera, right? So I think that there are lots of issues there that need to be addressed and looked at, not only in the tourism sector, but I think that those are definitely on the table.
So ultimately, I'm sure we haven't got much time, but ultimately, from your perspective, when you look at this region and you take into account all the different factors that we've looked at, and there are some others that we haven't even discussed, infrastructure is obviously something we haven't discussed, but looking at all of that, how optimistic are you that the future is promising, and if not better than promising, actually going to be very good for this region, for the Caribbean?
Well, I mean, again, I am an optimist, right? Which is not that common for economists, I will be honest. But I'm an optimist, certainly when it comes to the Caribbean and its potential. And I think that tourism is actually, again, the COVID shock hopefully is something we never see again.
Yep.
It was a deep shock to the economy, but again, it was really an outlier. I don't think we should take away from that experience that this is an industry we want to shun or move away from entirely. I think it's actually an example that, look, this is really important. It's, you know, it has been able to attract an extraordinary, unbelievable amount of global interest and demand. Historically, it's been growing. I think that the takeaway should be this is an industry that you can build on to help diversify your economy, both sort of in similar sectors and in different sectors, but that can be managed in a way that provides more benefits to people already working here, whether it's agriculture, services, cultural industries. I mean, Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean are probably also, you know, the most prolific exporters and creators of culture per capita of any countries in the world. So I think that there's a lot of synergies there that can be taken advantage of.
That's a pet thing of mine, the cultural heritage thing.
Yeah,
It's got
absolutely.
to, you know,
Absolutely.
There's so much to offer. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm an optimist. I think there's lots of opportunity, and I think Jamaica and many countries in the region have done a lot and can continue to do more.
So if I can just quickly sum up, yes, the future is promising as long as resilience and sustainability are built into the DNA of every project
Yes.
that will happen in the future.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Even just to protect the resource. Again, you're exporting sun and sand, and that is abundant and will be there forever. But I mean, I think obviously, in order for it to be a marketable export, you have to keep it clean, keep it sustainable, keep it the kind of beautiful environment that it is now that people want to continue to come back to.
And importantly, the money will follow those things. Those
Absolutely.
things are important.
Absolutely. You can't
Yeah.
recreate that anywhere else in the world, which is why it's such an asset for these countries.
Yeah. Okay. Henry Mooney, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you, Rajan. And Mr. Henry Mooney, excellent discussion and much food for thought. But a positive future. We now come to the cooperation that's being generated between the city of Malaga and Jamaica and the Caribbean islands. And it's my great pleasure to introduce to the stage Mr. Jonathan Gomez Puzon. Jonathan is the Director of Tourism for the city of Malaga and will give us a presentation on the developments therein. Jonathan, over to you. If you want to come here. Oh, you go there.
Hi. Hi, good morning. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Minister. Congratulations for this great event. Thank you very much for hosting us in here, to all your team as well. And we want to also greet all the ministers joining us today. We're going to share in a couple of minutes story of success. It's a story of success of the most popular destination for tourism in Europe. All the modern tourism in Europe began in Costa del Sol, which is the Malaga coastline in the 50s and 60s, and how we turn and we changed 360 the model into becoming a destination that depends on tourism, but depends much more on many other areas. We consider we have a city for living, visiting, and investing, and I will give you some reasons for that, since in all these decades, as I mentioned to you, we were able to change all our business model in terms of the tourism industry. We are placed, as you see, in top south of Spain, facing the wonderful continent of Africa. So we are the bridge between the Mediterranean and Africa and the Atlantic area. For those that you have not visited yet, you are more than welcome to come and visit us. We are one of the top 3 oldest cities in Europe. We have plus 3,000 years of history, and some facts and figures I want to give you in here. We have more like Jamaica, 325 days of sunshine in Malaga, so it's very good for tourism. We are the 3rd airport in Iberian Peninsula, and we are a very multicultural city, considered one of the top multicultural in Europe. We have plus 140 nationalities living in the city of Malaga. But why we changed this model? We came from tourism to technology-based tourism. And this is something we want to share, and we are already beginning to share with Caribbean and African countries. Last thing, it showed up in the media last week. We are considered as the world's top alternative urban getaway in the top of 420 cities all over the world. We are on top of New York, on top of London, on top of Paris. If you're interested, there's a research on the internet. You can have a look on that, because it's great. And it's a consequence of everything that Minister and you guys have been talking about. We mix sustainability, we mix way of life, we preserve our roots. That is the most principal for us, and we want to spread that voice for the world. But where the tourism tech leadership comes from, we're considered the Silicon Valley of Europe. Our mayor had a vision decades ago to say, okay, we don't have to keep all the, faith on tourism. We have to bring up some new technologies into the stage. So we create 5 steps on becoming the most technology-based destination in the world. And we are matching all these stages currently, as you saw now. We have 640 companies in the Malaga Valley, top of the world, Oracle, all of them, Huawei, Asia, States, whatever you can see there. We have plus 25,000 people from all over the world working in technology in here. And of course, in tourism, we said, okay, let's get the most of this. Let's get the most of this and just then spread the knowledge on this to another territories in the world. This is how we do things in city. We have all the city with sensors. We can track how we manage the water, how we manage the garbage, how we manage the carrying capacity. So we are keen and focused to balance the way of life of locals and the way of life of tourists. We track absolutely everything, and we can find how a budget is just put in some areas and some in others. We detect and predict and make forecasts on the necessities on the city. And this is all about technology. And we have it, and this is the most accurate way of working with public budgets. This is the last company coming to the city. I don't know, guys, if you can switch on the volume very quickly for this video coming up, because it has volume.
This could be the moment we've been waiting for, the chance to feel alive. Nothing's gonna stop us, nothing's gonna top this, nothing like we've ever seen.
last company coming to the city is Google, that for first time is bringing the first Havon Safety Engineering Center outside of Silicon Valley. So we want to get the most of these ideas. I want to give you some examples on how we use technology just to inspire you for future collaborations, for example. We have considered by the Tourism Minister of Spain the most advanced big data system in Spain. As I mentioned to you, we can track absolutely everything. We have new developments, and I'm going to stop in here. We can share with the team of Jamaica Tourism Board the presentation for all of you. And we bring technology into all the stages of travel when travelers come to the city. For example, I'm going to go for some concrete examples that I want to show you here. We, from 2020, after pandemic, we said, okay, how to become much more resilient? We had, for 15 years in a row in the city, the Tourism Forum, that all the associations, airport, port, everybody regarding working in tourism, we work together to plan and to forecast how is the future going to happen and how it's going to be in the city, to be prepared for different things. But some examples that our technology that we want to share with the world. We have 500 beacons, intelligent interaction, that are sensors that help us to communicate in real time with the tourists in the city. We, after pandemic, created the carrying capacity beach control app that allow us to know how many people is in the beach at each time, how is the danger on the height of the waves, the other fishes, if there is or not. So we have it and we spread it around some destinations already, this carrying capacity control for beaches. We have the public mobility control most advanced in Europe. We can track the carrying capacity in real time of the streets of the city to avoid the gentrification and to move and spread the fluxes of the people around the city. And it's everything in real time. It's not recording. There are sensors that they name and they count all the people in the city in some places. All our the ticketing experiences in the city are already moving to the digital world, and we have a new application I'm going to stop in here with artificial intelligence. But some 5 highlights as well we improve in the city. We are the first destination in the world that we track the emotions of the travelers. We match the GDPR. We don't record faces, but we can track what are the emotions of the people in real time, happy, angry, sad, whatever. And we do it with thousands and thousands of visitors on the city. So we can check, is in front of the cathedral, people is happy or not. In the main street, people is sad or not. And this is great because we match the IP. You know what the IP means, right? The number of the telephone. So we know how the Germans behave, how the UK behave, how the, Moroccans behave, and what are their emotions. And we can advance the promotion to them to offer what they are expecting concretely. We have a haptic-sensitive jacket from another startup from Malaga named OWO. For people that is disabled, what we are working with them is that all the tourism videos and tourism promotional videos, we are able to make people wear this jacket and feel the air, feel the water, feel a hug, that they can see people, blind people, they don't see the videos, but they can feel it, which is much better, feeling the emotions. We are the first city in Europe with 5G zero latency for tourism videos. Vodafone is another of the companies in the city and is helping us to bring this model that we can share as well with different territories. And as everybody in the world, we have a lot of events around the year. One of the most famous is Easter. We created a project of augmented reality on past tracks that happen in the city. So no matter when you visit the city, you can check the different events in real time as if you were there. And then we decided to jump into Web3. And becoming the first city in Europe on having a metaverse and NFT system and so on. What we've done is asking first, why we want this? Why we want a metaverse? Is it useful? Why is it useful for? And we made a co-creation process with the top 50 startups of the city to ask them how it's going to be useful. Because if you don't enroll local talent, it's useless. So this is what we made. And this year is the 50th anniversary of the death of Picasso. But for all that you don't know, Picasso is from Malaga. He's not from Barcelona, he's not from Paris, he's from Malaga, okay? So we have amazing partners, as you can see in there, and we created a metaverse for Picasso. So everybody in the world from next month will be able to have a look into Malaga with the eyes, so this is me with the hands, and to see the city of Picasso, and get real-time advices and storytelling about the city, no matter where you are, no matter if you are virtual reality glasses or not. And this metaverse, we wanted to use it for more things. We are the first place in the world with an NFT management system. This is a system that we allow people to grab NFTs with a telephone. So imagine, for example, we can place NFTs wherever in the city with a dashboard. What does it mean? That if we find out that it's going to happen some massification in some areas because it's a big event or whatever, we can spread NFTs around the city for people to collect, giving nice giveaways. Lunch for 2, 1 extra room night, the T-shirt of Malaga Football Club, whatever. So we help to spread the different fluxes of travel around the city with the NFT system, and we build engagement as well. This is the dashboard we have already prepared with the downloads, where we place NFTs, the number of collections, etc. This is an example on the Malaga Football Club T-shirt that we're gonna place in different parts of the city, and people go and find them, and we spread the tourism around the city. But we are here to, okay, we explain to you what we have, but now we want to share it to the world. And we have a project for 2027. And on Friday, Minister is gonna sign with our Deputy Mayor a protocol of collaboration and strategies on sustainability and resilience with the City of Malaga, implementing all these technologies here in Jamaica. And we want to do it with the rest of countries presenting here, with the goal of 2027. We begin to work seriously the sustainability. Most of you probably knows these NGOs in there are the most important NGOs in sustainable tourism in the world. After pandemic, they work together and they mingle together under the brand Future of Tourism. Well, as you go for Google News, Malaga is going to be the world headquarters of Future of Tourism. So the headquarters of all this sustainable tourism, they're going to be in Malaga from March. So from Malaga, we want to spread the voice on sustainability heading to 2027. 2027 is the Expo 27 that we hope to be in Malaga. We're a candidate city, but we want to bring you the message today that for us, as you can see, sustainability and resilience is the most important thing. And we think on an expo of mutual benefits for those countries that are going to be there. Because we want that all of you, when you will be there in 2027, will have implemented all the technologies and everything we can go and everything we can give it to you to just walk this path together until 2027, as we're going to do with Jamaica. This is some ideas about the expo, how it's going to be. Our expo is going to be about sustainability, the urban area of cities and destinations in sustainability. It's the only one candidate city to tackling the sustainability in the main topic of the expo. And it's going to be, hopefully, an amazing expo for all the countries in Caribbean and Africa and Asia, because it's about sustainability. And it's about how our destinations are going to face this in the future. And we want mutual benefits for everybody. This is an idea that we want to give it to you. All these technologies that we bring today, we want to implement it, we want to implement it in different countries. And this is the way how we're going to collaborate with Caribbean. We have these capacity building strategies, we have these technologies ready, we want to implement it in all the territories that they want. And this is something that Malaga, since it passed through this path, we want to bring in the opportunity to these destinations to have it. Before finishing, I want to show you a quick video about Expo. Guys, if you can switch on the volume, I'm gonna play a video with volume. Thank you.
The World Expos have shown us the latest in innovation, education, and discoveries. They've also demonstrated the incredible possibilities when countries collaborate to showcase extraordinary designs capable of expressing great ideas. These then become icons for the future. But what future awaits us when our planet is in a state of imbalance? Our cities of today have become the greatest challenge to sustainability. And the Malaga Expo, the urban era towards sustainable cities, will give us a global vision of how cities of the future can be developed. The Malaga Expo involves creating an urban project that is monitored throughout every stage. A project with oversight of its ecological footprint in the construction phase, during the Expo, and in its second life. A unique experience of a friendly and inviting eco-neighbourhood where everyone can live in the coming future. The iconic element of the Expo is a unique and avant-garde building in the shape of a ring that, with an accessible and balanced design, optimizes the number of visitors who will enter the site through 3 doors. Just a few minutes' walk from the Expo, delegates and employees will stay in an Expo village. An underground level of the ring will facilitate the movement of pavilion personnel and allow access to all operations equipment. Inside, we can visit the pavilions of participating countries and their national restaurants, as well as the pavilions of international organizations and companies, where their contributions to urban development and sustainability will be on display. In the ring's interior, an open-air space, we reconnect with nature. The theme will be developed in 3 thematic pavilions. Urban Planet, an astonishing vision of Earth in the urban era. Urban Challenges, strategies and innovations to make cities sustainable. Citizens of Eco-Cities, life in the sustainable cities of the future. And Urban Laboratory, a series of venues to share best practices for sustainable cities. The large auditorium and 2 multi-purpose spaces will provide the opportunity to attend cultural events run by the participants as well as the organizers. To generate discussion at another level, all kinds of activities will take place in the Expo Forum. Different world leaders and experts will inspire visitors in several locations throughout the city and at the Expo itself. And at the end of the day, all the attention will turn to the Nighttime Expo. Visitors will see how the venue is transformed into an even more vibrant and collaborative neighborhood. A place where every corner hides a new surprise. This will be a visit no one can miss in Malaga. A project inspired by the planet. Yes, a new city model that will help mark the beginning of a new dialogue between people and the environment. And, above all, the celebration of a new future.
So basically, we wanted to show you how we make happen all these things into tourism, the current capacity, engage people, inspire, how we did it through technology. And we want to share the most of us with Caribbean countries and African countries, bringing these technologies available to collaborate with the success of the future years for tourism for all this region. Because for us, it has no sense if we are the good ones or the best ones at this, if we cannot share it. Because it's all about sharing to help each other to grow. And this is our motto to doing this. Our project, and you will know more on Friday during the signature of Mr. Ballet and the Deputy Mayor, we want to engage with these countries of Caribbean and the regions in here, research together which are your necessities, then share with you the technologies that we have it just for you, training and mentoring on how to use it and get the most of it, and then finally build projects together that you will be able to showcase in Expo 2027. So this is the message we wanted to bring in here. On Friday, we signed this agreement based on the Bill of Gastronomy Tourism with expertise of Malaga, professional training and education, because you mentioned before, and it was very well, how important is the capacity building. We have created the talent development platform to build talent on the city, because the one way to protect the tourism industry is bringing education and training to the people working in this wonderful industry, to feel much more engagement and the people feel part of this wonderful industry. So finally, thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy our examples of technology and looking forward to work with you during these 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reset the stage now because we have our ministerial panel upcoming. I'm also told by the catering department that there's coffee and tea and water available. So anyone who's interested to get some more refreshment, this is an ideal opportunity to go out. But we want to keep the sessions rolling because we're running about half an hour behind schedule. So that was the end of the last session. Jonathan, you did it earlier. That was very good. Thank you. Anyway, so those of you who would like to go out for some coffee or tea, please do so. But those who are quite happy at the moment to remain, please remain, because we're going to reset the stage. We're going to invite Rajan Datta back to be our moderator for the ministerial panel, which will be introduced by the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, our Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. So 5 minutes only. The sheepdogs will come out later and all ask you to come back. Anyway, if you're not thirsty, please remain in the room and we reset the stage and get organized for the Ministerial Summit. Those of you in the room, please take your seats. And if we could invite our panelists for the investment ministerial panel. I'd like to invite the Honourable Kenneth Bryan, Minister for Tourism and Transport of the Cayman Islands, to join us on stage. Also the Honourable Lennox Andrews, the Minister for Economic Development and Planning, Tourism, Creative Economy in Grenada, pleased to join us on the stage. Mr. Jacobo Florida, Deputy Mayor of the City of Malaga. Jacobo, yes, please. And Mr. Richard Wairegi, the Manager of the Export Development Finance African Export-Import Bank, FREXIM. If we could invite Mr. Richard Wairegi to the stage. Thank you. And then our next session is going to, we will also be joined online, virtually, by the Honourable Ian Gooding Edgehill, Minister of Tourism and International Transport of Barbados. And Barbados is working very closely with the GTR CMC and with the Caribbean generally, and we're very pleased to have him online with us, representing Barbados as the Minister of Tourism there. Our next session will be moderated by Rajan Datta, who needs no more introduction from me. But to set the scene for this next session, it's my pleasure and honour to invite the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, Jamaica, to the stage. Minister.
Thank you, Paul, and welcome again to this very important series of discussions on various elements of tourism resilience. And this particular segment is focusing on investment and also looking at the Caribbean situation as it exists today. So we begin, in fact, with the vital role of tourism in the development of emerging economies is indisputable, absolutely. This was underscored, in fact, by the recent COVID-19 pandemic. When industry activity halted during this crisis, economies were decimated. Fast forward 3 years, and we are witnessing now a renaissance like never before, as tourism proves its resilience, driving the post-pandemic recovery of national economies and global trade. Here in Jamaica, this all-important industry has been powering economic growth for us for 9 consecutive quarters. 9 consecutive quarters, and this is a little bit of a history because no single industry has driven growth consecutively in this way as tourism is now. The Caribbean has made the fastest recovery of any region in the world from the devastation of the pandemic, according to the UNWTO, and we know that. As record-setting numbers of visitors flock the Caribbean, most islands are reclaiming and somewhere between 85 to 90% of their arrivals in 2019. And 1 or 2 countries have gone beyond 100% of 2019. This is a blessing for the region's tourism-dependent economies, where the industry is a major generator of taxes, employment, income, and foreign exchange. It also augurs well for the restoration of investor confidence in this important industry. And just by way of indicating our own experience here in Jamaica, since the pandemic, we've had some 15,000 new rooms that are on the cards. Investment has really moved at a high rate since the pandemic for us here in Jamaica, and we're looking at numbers that are staggering in that regard. In the Caribbean, of course, tourism employs 2.4 million people, and contributes some 13.9% of GDP, making it, of course, and you've heard that over and over, making us the most tourism-dependent region on Earth. In addition, tourism is the single largest generator of foreign exchange. Of the 16 of the 28 countries of us in the Caribbean, the sector serves as the driver of foreign direct investment. You can see, therefore, why the industry must be made a priority for economic development anywhere. Yet, even as we experience this successful rebound, we are merely scratching the surface of this industry's vast potential. You heard that from our economists of the IDB a while ago. To encourage collaboration and exchange of ideas and best practices, as well as to address current economic and social issues affecting the Caribbean countries, we as a region have to come together and to operate a little closer. And one of the things that we want to emphasize is that we need to see the value of co-petition rather than competition. We need to see the value of collaborating more, of creating harmonization of critical protocols and policies, and to move towards multi-destination tourism. And so this panel, I hope, will explore some of these critical areas of collaboration within the Caribbean, and to look at how we can, in the process, invite investments in not just the accommodation sector or subsector. And I wanted to just emphasize that for 1 second before you come on. Because the feeling of most is that tourism is about accommodation. So they say if you didn't work for a hotel, you're not in tourism. But tourism drives a huge demand for goods and services to enable the visitors' consumption patterns to be met. And that means that there must be investment in all of these areas. So the supply side of the equation is as important to your economy as the demand side. And the demand is the 13 million visitors that we bring in the region. The supply is what they consume. We must own the consumption patterns of tourism. And we need investments in that. And we wanted to establish a supplies logistics center here in Jamaica, for example, where we can bring in the goods and also develop the service requirements in terms of the skill sets that are needed for the industry. So we need investment in skill sets, in human capital development. We need investment in providing the agricultural needs and the manufacturing needs and the cultural and entertainment needs and the technological needs, and you name it. We need investments in those. And when we do that, then the issue of diversifying tourism becomes easy to understand. And what I call the uninformed idea that you should diversify away from tourism would also disappear. Because the more you diversify your economy is the more reasons people have to visit your country. And tourism brings all of that together. So let's have a very fruitful discussion. Let's talk about it. Let's get some ideas on the table, and then let's get some action afterwards. Thank you.
Edmund, thank you so much. That lays the ground for the discussion. So all the things that Edmund has just been talking about, Minister Bartlett, that's what I should call you, actually. These are crucial things that I want all of the panel to look at. How do you favour, encourage investments that help achieve that diversity, sustainable development,
and how do you do it in your own islands or countries? So basically, we're talking about reacting to new challenges, aren't we, really, here? I thought the Malaga presentation, for example, really set the ground there with, wow, we can go that far. We go from here to there. Wow, well, let's just see how we do that. And we'll talk to you about that as we go along, Jacob. But let's go first. I want to ask first, each of you, how your own state, your own island or whatever, is doing exactly what Minister Bartlett was talking about. And I want to start, because he has been waiting very patiently there in Barbados, with our Minister for Tourism and International Transport of Barbados. A relatively new appointment, but I think you have been doing quite a lot, Minister, already when it comes to digitalisation and greening legislation. So just give us a kind of overview as to how you are encouraging more sustainable investment in tourism in Barbados.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and let me also extend my thanks to the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, for extending the opportunity for me to join in your conference. It's an absolute pleasure. Sorry I couldn't be there with you in person, but because of some other pressing matters here and estimates that we have to attend to, and also some travel logistics, I was unable to be there in person, but I'm happy that I'm with you online. And also to my ministerial colleagues, Minister Brian Andrews, and of course to the Deputy Mayor of the City of Malagua, and obviously Richard Rogili. First of all, and thank you for the introduction. Yes, Barbados continues to develop a number of strategies in terms of maintaining resilience and sustainability. We are very focused on this. The Prime Minister, when she took office, made it clear that we have to, because of our geographic location, but also because we want to become a country ensuring that we have met certain criteria in respect of energy, reducing fossil fuels, and also the corresponding effects of those on our island. We settled very early on a number of strategies. Our greening policy, or energy policy, now ensures, for example, that we will have greater energy efficiency. We have gone into solar photovoltaics, and we also have a range and fleet of electric buses in Barbados to maintain areas that hitherto we would not have been accustomed to. So we've done that. In terms of building out additional mechanisms for the future development and growth, especially within the tourism sector, we've launched a number of funds in Barbados to ensure that our operating entities maintain their standards, but beyond that, maintain the resilience that we need, and obviously to carry them sustainably. We have Energy Fund, as I indicated earlier. We also have a number of other initiatives that we are going to put in the marketplace. But those elements that I briefly alluded to will cause us to be in a sustainable position, including our water resources as well, which I shouldn't leave out. The other issue in respect of travel, we are recovering as a destination. Barbados perhaps was the last Caribbean country to relax all of its protocols. We did so in September, but notwithstanding that, and we had to do so because we place a premium on public health, and as a result of that, we elected based on the advice of public health officials. So we were late out of the blocks. Having said that, I am pleased with the recovery. We have, like Jamaica and others, seen a resurgence in travel. We believe that we are about 60 to 75% recovered in 2022, and certainly the arrival numbers into Barbados for December and also January, those are very encouraging. And we are seeing increased arrival levels, which will go back and compare to 2018 and also 2019. So we believe that our policies that we are pursuing, in addition to other strategies, will perhaps help us to strengthen our resilience and obviously grow sustainability. And I'll pause here, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Minister. We'll stick around. Obviously, we're going to come back to you and get you involved in this discussion here. Let me turn then next to Grenada and to the Honourable Lennox Andrews. You are Minister for Economic Development, Planning, Tourism and Creative Economy of Grenada, and that is the important thing that I want to to focus on. Is that true? Yeah, that is true, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry? Half of the cabinet. Thank you, Edmund. You have announced plans recently to push the creative economy in your island. Does that help to build attractiveness, resilience, do you think? Do we have a microphone that works?
Check one.
Do you mind just...
No, that works. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much indeed, and a very pleasant good morning to everybody. And I want to say how happy I am to be here, to be part of this activity. And like everybody else, I want to commend my good friend whom I met not so long ago, Mr. Bartlett, for his commitment and his insight in organizing this activity at a time when I think it's most needed, as we are coming out of the COVID pandemic. Now I want to address the first issue, that is in terms of what we are doing to ensure sustainability with our tourism industry. But before I do so, I want to say to you all so that we are essentially a very new government. I became Minister of Tourism in July of last year. So I am very much on the learning curve, but we're learning very fast. Yeah. So there are a number of international standards that most of our hotels have adopted and that we will prescribe to. So we have the Green Globe certification. There are about 5 hotels that have received that certification in Grenada. As regards our beaches, we are adopting the Blue Flag approaches to keeping our beaches clean, right? To encourage sustainability in our tourism industry, we have a Ministry of the Environment, and we also have the Physical Planning and Development Authority, and they work together in ensuring that whatever new development takes place, that new development must first of all do an environmental impact assessment of the project to see to what extent that project would have negative consequences on the environment and what mitigating measures they must put in place to reduce those negative consequences. And that work is being spearheaded by both the Ministry of the Environment and the Physical Planning. They work together to ensure that takes place. The other issue that we are doing is that we are developing some marine protected areas, certain areas in the sea, certain areas on land that would allow for a restriction in the amount of human activity that takes place there. So we're going to name a few of these areas as marine protected areas so as to ensure that those areas are protected given the biological importance and the physical importance. So these are some of the things that we are doing right now in terms of sustainable development. But we are also considering a fiscal incentive package for those businesses who would want to get involved in sustainable development tourism project. Special fiscal incentive package for them. Now, as regards the second issue, I want to begin by first of all putting a definition for tourism that would inform what I'm about to say. Perhaps we can define tourism as making available to others what we have that they don't have. All right? Making available to others what we have that they don't have. So it means that when the tourist comes to our island, the tourist must see an experience which is new, which is different. Yeah? And he doesn't want that experience to be the same in every country. So if he goes to Malaga and he sees something, he wouldn't want when he comes to Grenada, he sees the very same thing. He would not be enjoying himself as a tourist. So what we're trying to do is to make sure that our tourists acquire a new experience, get something different. Now, the other beauty about tourism is that it is very pervasive. It is perhaps the sector or the industry that links and that is very much concatenated with all the other sectors of the economy. So it has a very strong linkage with agriculture. It has a linkage with manufacturing. It has a linkage with transport, and so on. And one of the things that we have done is that while on the one hand, we have spent time building, creating new hotels, simultaneously what we're also doing is strengthening that linkage that exists in the tourism industry. And for this reason, we would have created a new ministry, and we call it the Ministry of the Creative Industries, of which I am the minister. And that ministry, too, is also linked to the tourism industry. Because the creative industries has to do with new ideas, new things. So it's very broad. It's music, it's the performing arts, it's the visual arts, it's design, it's architecture, it's literature, it's filmmaking, it's video production. It's a very broad areas. And our people, we consider to be a people of great talent, many talents, many ability. So linked to that creative industry is that we also, as part of that new trust in tourism, we are also focusing on what we call community tourism, village tourism, and getting our people involved in those activities. So for example, in Grenada, there is a specific village that is known for its cassava production. Yeah? And what we're doing now is that we are holding discussion with those cassava producers to have a cassava festival sometime in the middle of the year, in which all things cassava will be produced for sale and for consumption. And we are going to invite our tourists to attend that cassava festival. But in that cassava festival, not only will they buy cassava products, but they will be able to enjoy the natural talent and the natural ability of our people coming from the creative industries, whether it's in dance, whether it's in music, whether it's in painting, whether it's in storytelling, yeah? And that's our new trust in our tourism. We say that we want to socialize tourism. We want to take tourism to the streets. We want to take it to the nook and cranny of the country. We want everybody to enjoy it. And we have a saying in Grenada that tourism is everybody's business. Well, if it's everybody's business, then everybody must get involved and earn something from it as a business, but also be actively involved in this whole tourism trust, in this whole trust. So that is where we are going with it. And what we want to do, therefore, is to have more of our investments taking place in our people. We want to invest in our peoples, not just a raw talent and ability, but invest in the ability to set up industries, to set up SMEs, and to produce goods and services that the tourists could enjoy as they visit. We want to take the tourists from the hotels and from the cruise ship, and we want to bring them out in the countryside, where they could meet the people, and they could feel like the people themselves. They must get a sense of how the people live. And they too must appreciate, as tourists, that as they go around the country and they visit those tourism sites, which are run and managed by the people, when they buy the goods and services produced by our people, they too must, as tourists, must get a sense that they are contributing to the livelihood, and that will make them feel good as tourists. Yeah. So that's the way we are going. I will stop here for the time being. And
okay, but no, thank you. That's brilliant. And that is your pitch. That is your brand, which is everything that we're talking about today. And Deputy Mayor, we're going to talk about branding. I think that comes into it, and how each different area, region, island, whatever, has its own distinctive brand. And we'll come to that in a second. But let me turn to you, Minister Kenneth Bryan. You're Minister for Tourism and Transport at Cayman Islands. You're also the chair of the Caribbean Tourism Organization. And I believe that you were voted Caribbean Tourism Minister of the Year recently. Is that right?
I think they said something like that, yeah.
Where were you, Minister Bartlett, at that point? Were you...
He was busy working with the UN to get today started.
Anyway, more seriously, in terms of the Cayman Islands, how are you encouraging investment? How are you making the Cayman Islands interesting and attractive in terms of sustainability and resilience?
First off, thank you, Minister Bartlett. Thank you, Jamaica. We love you. Cayman loves you very much, and thank you for allowing us to be here. What I call new approach to sustainability has been in the minds of the people of the Cayman Islands for decades, because we are one of the smallest Caribbean islands in the Caribbean. And as a result, we only had a very small workspace. So we understood quite early that we would run out of space, that we had to protect our environment from many decades ago. So we've been fighting this battle for quite some time. So many of the things that you've heard before about policies to incentivize developers to be environmentally friendly, be conscious, we've been already having that in our legislation. Matter of fact, we're now on to trying to retract legislation from very, very long time ago, where it becomes a legal dispute in respect to lands and so forth to protect it. So many of the things from planning codes, legislation, policies, regulations, we've been down that road for quite some time, and I think they were ahead of the game. We're actually going a little bit further than that. The Cayman Islands actually seeded a $25 million seed money for a fund, which will go towards creating a Commonwealth fund for Commonwealth countries, so we can make the Commonwealth more greener, more cleaner, and more safer. Because we realize as a financial jurisdiction, with the type of stakeholders we have in the Cayman Islands from a financial services perspective, the big money players have to be involved in it. So we wanted to spark the initiative, and if any of you here that has any money friends, time to get them involved so we can get that done. But I think the biggest thing that we need to do as countries is start to understand our customers, because the biggest driver for anything you do is money. Let's not pretend here. We all know that that drives the world. So if we want our stakeholders, our developers to behave right, show them where the money is. And then you can find the money through the trends of the behaviors of our customers. Our customers are younger, they're smarter, they're more educated, they're more informed about the world and where it's going. So they appreciate and are more willing to spend on your product if you are more conscious about the environment, about renewables, and how you deliver. So that's becoming the new norm. Actually, if you don't invest in that way, you'll be setting yourself up for failure. Matter of fact, many financial institutions will not even give you the funding that you need to build your development if you are not focusing on the environment. So I think that the argument's supposed to be more analyzing our customers to understand what they expect, because the whole world is moving in this direction. So we pay a lot of attention to the customers, the trends, and particularly now with COVID recently, where the trends are changing really fast. Yeah. And this is why I'm so proud of Minister Bartlett and his team and the group they have with the data collection and research, because it allows us to understand the trends and our customers better. So I'm glad to see that many in the industry, particularly with our organization, the Caribbean Tourism Association, and our members upon which I represent, we're already thinking in that way, understanding the data of the customer, because that will drive all the other things, which I'm happy to say is in a positive direction for the world.
And you mentioned data, and that's obviously what in Malaga your presentation was very much about. I want to talk about what Minister Bartlett was mentioning before, which was the kind of inter-cooperation between islands in the Caribbean, and as to how you offer part of bits of a package, if you like, and why people would go to different islands. In 1 second, but to inform that discussion, can we talk about Malaga and how you see your model in working in the Caribbean? I mean, in practical terms, you are building bridges here, you're making agreements. What's actually going to happen there? What are you actually going to tell people in the Caribbean, or advise people in the Caribbean as to how they can move forward?
Hi. Hello. First of all, thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to say thank you to my friend Bartlett. Thank you for inviting us. Secondly, my friend, my colleague, Jonathan Gomez, say almost everything I have. Nothing to say because he explained very well what we are doing in Malaga. The model in Malaga, we base in more than 3 or 4 bases. One in cultures, we have more than 35 museums. I'm talking about a city more than 600,000 people, no more. We have more than 30 museums. We have a very nice gastronomy offers, probably one of the best gastronomy offers. We have one of the most important technology hub, as my colleagues say, Malaga Valley. This is the reason now, probably, I can say, Malaga is probably the most sustainable technology city focused on tourism.
Sure.
That is, no?
Yeah.
How can help Caribbean countries? Overall, try to export our model in education. I think so. That is the model, no? We educate many touristic professionals in technology. That is basically very important. Secondly, I think we try to export our knowledge in technologies because this is the big deal. I think so. Also, you asked me something else. I don't.
Just well, yeah. How does your model translate? Which is a European model. It's it's in Spain, which is its own tourist history. Technology is a very big part of what you're doing, which requires a lot of investment. How, in practical terms, how can you see the Malaga model working within the Caribbean?
Overall, through the universities. I think so. Malaga has one of the most important universities in tourism. I think it's the most important in Spain. And we try to translate this model to this. So if we have culture, we have technologies, we have education, this is the 3 piles, I think so, to translate from Malaga to the rest of the country that you want.
Okay.
If I could, I think I may speak on behalf of some of the Caribbean countries in respect to this, because for some time now we've been talking about virtual tourism. Yeah. And I must say that it gives me a fear in my stomach as a minister for tourism, because what I could see is potential the loss of opportunity for the real life human interaction with our people. If we're selling virtually, that takes my people out of the picture. As a person who's leading that charge, because I hear a lot of the positives, I want to hear some of the negatives about that virtual element. Everything else was mind-blowing, and I look forward to coming to see you, and you show me around Mala in the future. But the virtual part of things, how do you see that benefiting our Caribbean people, particularly when our people are our main source of why we do this? They are the human component to that.
Well, I think we can translate the model because, as I told you, we prepare our people in education for the tourism. That's very important. You say the knowledge is the most important thing to try to, not just to try to serve people, no, try to treat people. That's the most important. Malaga, when I'm talking about the technology, we try to put in your mind, you decide to go to Malaga. Because when you will find Malaga, you will get what you see, what you saw
So
before.
it's promotion, not replacement, I think is what we're talking about.
Sorry about my English. I don't know.
It's just
explain very
because
well.
there's been discussions before about potentially selling that as an
So
option.
you have to, through the technology, you try to put in the mind of the tourister. Say, why I'm going to choose Malaga? You say, no? I have many places to go. Why Malaga? This is the technology is so important. This is the main question. Through the technology, you give the chance to people to choose Malaga. Also, this is a risk. Why is it a risk? Because if you offer a very nice city, clean city, a very nice gastronomy, a very cultured city, and the tourists don't find this, you have a risk.
Yeah.
Because they don't go back. Never ever. So this is the reason we have to be always in good position, try to make effort, try to educate the best people, the best students, to have the best in tourism and technology.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring in Richard, who's been very patient at the end there. And what you represent is another fascinating angle to the future of tourism, which is this cooperation, which will be talked about a lot more tomorrow, between Africa and the Caribbean. But I wonder, just first of all, if you can just give us a quick outline as to who Afrexim are, who is the bank that you represent, and what you see in the Caribbean in terms of potential.
Thank you so much, Rajan, and good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I lost my time.
I think it's just about afternoon now.
It's just afternoon, okay, thank you. So to your first question, the African Export-Import Bank, the Afrexim Bank, is the trade finance bank for Africa. We are 30 years old this May, and we were formed under the auspices of the African Development Bank with the vision and mission to catalyze trade within and outside of Africa. We've been doing this for the last 30 years now, and in our terms, we are successful. Just to put it into perspective, we are owned by the African governments. 52 of the 54 African governments own Afrexim Bank. They are shareholders in Afrexim Bank. In fact, we have 4 buckets of shareholders, and the largest of them is the African governments, who own about 63% of the shares of the shareholding of the bank. We have an obligation to support Africa, to catalyze trade in Africa and outside of Africa. And our definition of Africa is Africans in Africa and Africans in the diaspora. And now we are taking it a step further and retracing our roots and coming back to Caribbean, because as Africa, we have some bit of similarity with the Caribbean, and that's why we are here. Last year in November or thereabouts, Afrexim Bank did sign a partnership agreement with the CARICOM, and in December, the board of the Afrexim Bank approved $1.5 billion to be invested in the Caribbean in the next 5 years. This is a tremendous achievement for us.
And what kind of projects are you looking to invest that money in? What's interesting to you?
Yep. So our role is to offer sustainable financing solutions. So sustainability is key to our mandate, the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profits. but sustainable profits, not just reaping and then going. We do have a mandate to offer project financing type facilities, corporate financing type facilities, and trade financing type facilities. To break it down in layman's terms, we can offer long-term sustainable financial solutions, 3 years and above, 10 years or thereabouts, or 3 years and less, and anything in between. Within the tourism space, we have one major product that is specifically designed for the tourism market, and we call it the Construction and Tourism Relay Facility, which is a product that we have designed for the tourism. But because we're a trade finance bank for Africa, and the African governments do depend on us, and at times pandemics do come, like we just had the COVID, then we have to be innovative and to address the crises that do come through. In the times of COVID, we did have 2 products that we innovated, and one of them was the African Medical Supplies Platform that helped us distribute 400 million doses of the COVID vaccine to Africans in Africa, which was a major achievement because, as you may know, that Africa did not have access to the vaccines, but through our pooling of the African governments together, we were able to distribute more than 400 million doses. The second key product that we brought through during COVID was what we call the Pandemic Trade Mitigation Fund. Now, just to put it into perspective, I think about just under $200 billion come into Africa in form of tourism. About 100 million people, either directly or indirectly, depend on tourism-related activities. And most of the African governments, about on average 6% of the GDP is contributed by tourism. In the 3 months of the COVID impact, a third of the 200 billion that comes to Africa was wiped out. Jobs were lost. Livelihoods were coming into desperation, and we had to do something. So we brought in the PATIMFA, that is the Pandemic Trade Impact Fund, and within 2 years, as of 2022, we had disbursed just under $2 billion in mitigation of the COVID impact, 70% of which went into the tourism within Africa. We want to replicate this also and bring the best practice, the experience we've had within Africa into the Caribbean, and that's where we signed the partnership agreement, and we hope you're going to do even much more better on this side. So I'll stop there, but I'm happy to speak more about what we are doing. In medical tourism, that's another key area for us. About $1 billion is spent outside of Africa, Africans getting out of Africa, going elsewhere, in the US, in the UK, in Asia, looking for better healthcare. We are trying to mitigate that, and we have gotten into a clinical and medical partnership agreement with the King's College Hospital London, and are currently putting up a 500-bed capacity hospital in Abuja to curb medical tourism within the larger West African market, covering 3 key non-communicable diseases in hematology, oncology, and cardiovascular diseases, which are the key contributors to medical tourism in West Africa. We want to replicate that model, and within this year, we'll be setting out to East Africa and Central Africa with a similar model for the African Medical Center of Excellence to curb medical tourism and increase intra-African medical tourism. Thank you, Rajan.
Okay, fine. And you are around tomorrow as well. I know you're speaking here tomorrow. And if you want to talk to Richard more about what Afrexim is doing and why they think the Caribbean is attractive, I think that's absolutely crucial. You wouldn't be here unless you thought there was, profit to be made, money to be made. That's the whole point of this business, right?
I think at the end of the day, it's not about money. It's about the community.
Okay.
It's the people. We wouldn't be spending money just on buildings. It's the people. for us, the people matter. The products that Afreximbank brings to the table are all designed to address a certain solution. And that solution has people at the center of it. Remember, we are owned by African governments. We have an obligation to do and to support the people in Africa, whether they're in Africa or outside of Africa, in the diaspora.
As you say, the diaspora. That's really, really interesting. Okay, great. Let's follow that. Let's see what happens with that. That'd be very interesting. Time is short. I wanted to talk about inter-island, inter-country cooperation when it comes to the Caribbean offer, but I'm getting my time is short? Yes, I've got to get off. We've got to get off. Thank you so much for that. That's a brilliant, brilliant primer, at least, as to what could happen in the future when it comes to the development of tourism. I'll leave it there for the time being and hand over to the next panel, which I think is on connectivity. Is that right? It is. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you, ministers, and thanks for that fantastic development of Afrexim. It's now time to welcome back to the stage Mr. Peter Greenberg of CBS News, who will be in conversation with Dr. John Paul Clarke, the chairman of Cayman Airlines. If we could invite Dr. Clarke to come onto the stage. Thank you very much. Please join us, sir.
Come on over here. Come sit next to me.
There's a different chair, yes. And we're going to be joined virtually by Mr. Issa Suleiman, who is Ahmad. He's the Divisional Vice President Commercial of Emirates Airlines, and he's based for the USA and Canada. So that's Mr. Issa Suleiman from Emirates, and Dr. John Paul Clarke, Chairman of Cayman Airlines. Welcome, and Peter, the session is yours and developing the connectivity in the Caribbean. Thank you.
And the best part of this session is we will connect you to lunch when it's over. Applaud for lunch, please. Thank you very much. Oh, now we have his attention. He knows there's more food. Okay, I love that. Do we have Issa Suleiman on board? Is he on the screen? Yes. He's getting connected now. Well, let's just start with the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room that applies to the Caribbean, applies to Africa, it applies to all of us, is connectivity. Because without airlift, economies crumble, governments destabilize, and fail. We've seen it happen so many times. We've seen it on the verge of happening so many times. And we've seen situations in which when you lose connectivity and it's not replaced, you have a problem. We've seen situations where connectivity is almost extorted, especially here in the Caribbean. We've seen it happen in some islands where certain airlines will basically say, even though we have bad service now, if you want us just to continue the bad service, you have to pay us money. I'm seeing some nods there in the room. All these things have to be addressed. And then there's one more thing. The type of aircraft being flown, the efficiencies of those aircraft, what's the range of those aircraft. That all fits into the mix of connectivity. And then, of course, there's something else. And I really appeal to my friends in Africa to deal with this, which is open skies. And agreements made between countries to allow flights between those countries, same issues that you have here in the Caribbean. If I want to go from Barbados to Jamaica, or if I want to go from Barbados to another country, I may have to only fly through Miami. It's a deterrent to travel and the expansion of travel. So before we connect with Dubai, let me talk to you, Dr. John Paul Clarke, and that is this. There's the old Richard Branson quote, which I will remind everybody actually originated with Freddie Laker, for those of us old enough to remember Freddie Laker. Anybody remember Freddie Laker? Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Okay. And the quote is, if you want to be a millionaire, start an airline with $1 billion and you will become a millionaire. It's the financial model that airlines don't really make a lot of money in the long run. And I'm hard-pressed, and maybe you could help me, to name an airline in the Caribbean that is actually making a lot of money.
I'm hard-pressed too as well.
I thought so.
But No, but in truth, you know, one of the things which we've always been challenged with in the airline is one of the things you talked about, which is the aircraft that we fly.
Yes.
You know, in many ways over the years, we've always been on a shoestring type of operation for many of the airlines. Aircraft are either older aircraft, you know, needed more maintenance, etc. The trick to JetBlue when they started was they capitalized the airline well. And they got new aircraft, and therefore they didn't have all those high maintenance costs.
Shall we talk about how they capitalized? It was the most ingenious thing. They went to Airbus, which was desperately trying to get into the market, and they said, we don't want to lease the planes. We want to buy them, but we don't want to pay for them for the next 3 years. And so Airbus gave them essentially an interest-free loan for 3 years. They delivered the planes. JetBlue only had to pay for flight attendants, uniforms, gas, and ticketing. And then 3 years later, after they were the darling of Wall Street earning a profit, when the bill came due to start paying for each aircraft, they floated bonds. It was amazing. And that put them...
And they're not the only one. You know,
yeah.
EasyJet did the same.
EasyJet did the same
with
thing.
Airbus as well. So if you have capital, right,
yes.
you can always get a good deal, right? And, you know, for our airline, my minister is here and my government is very supportive. You know, we have the youngest fleet in the Caribbean.
And I remember when you had the old 737-200s.
That's right. But we have good you know, we have good aircraft, and we're benefiting from some of the things that JetBlue benefited from in the early days now because we have such a young fleet.
And by the way, the connectivity issue is not just to the Caribbean and Africa. Let me show you what's going on in the United States right now. It gets back to aircraft type. Those 50-seat regional jets that used to fly to secondary and tertiary cities are not flying there anymore. They've been parked. They've been parked because they're no longer economically viable to fly. They'd have to be 95% full to break even. So the airlines are parking them in the desert. And guess what's happening? So many cities now are not just getting lesser service, they're getting no service. So cities like Toledo and Ithaca, New York, and Islip, Long Island, with a huge population base, are seeing service diminished. In Toledo, American, United, and Delta pulled out entirely, which means, let's go back to the days of the Wild Wild West. When the stagecoaches stopped coming, they became ghost towns. And what's going to happen now? If you live in Toledo or have a business in Toledo, how do you become competitive? You're already at a competitive disadvantage. And that's an extreme example, but that's happening in many cities around the world as airlines are pulling out. At the same time, we're seeing, and I see us as joining us now from, that would have to be Emirates based on all of your mission statements behind you. I love it. Thank you for joining us, Essa, and I'm going to get to you in just a second. But we're seeing this happening now across the ocean, where airlines are saying, we're going to redistribute our fleet. We're going to allocate planes that can get us a better yield per passenger. And so you see airlines like United Airlines doubling and tripling down over the ocean to the point where they're now the largest transatlantic carrier in the world. Who knew, right? United is a Chicago-based airline. And so you're seeing the map start to change. At the same time, and now I'll refer to Essa over there, Dubai is perfectly positioned geographically to fly anywhere long-haul nonstop. And that's why they have the largest fleet of A380s. That's why they can fly from Dubai to Auckland. That's why they can fly from Dubai to Sao Paulo nonstop. That's a big advantage if you're trying to connect also to the Caribbean. So Essa, I'll ask you this question since we're here in the Caribbean. I don't know of Emirates flying to anywhere in the Caribbean. Are you?
No, first of all, I'm very happy to be joining you and quite guests that you have over there. And I just wanted to let you know that, yes, absolutely, we haven't started and we don't fly into the Caribbean yet.
But you have the planes and you have the range.
We do have the planes, we do have the range, we do have some challenges as well. One of the few challenges that we always face is that with connectivity, we have to look at the operational resilience of the market, we have to look at the fuel sustainability, we have to even look at the other markets that are closer to the Middle East that offer just a 4-hour way island experience, such as Seychelles or even the Maldives for the Far East. So even for the Caribbean, I think one of the main challenges has always been there isn't only one single hub. And that is the challenge that that most of the airlines, specifically from the Middle East, flying 14 hours into the Caribbean, that will be the challenge.
Although I do remember, I'm old enough to remember when San Juan was the hub. Doctor.
So one of the things, going back to your point, with the airlines, you have X aircraft or different kinds of aircraft. You have a certain number, a certain type. Your job as an airline is to make the best use of those resources.
Right.
And so you can't fault people for trying to move things around. The core problem that Emirates has is that they're going to bring a very large aircraft in, which is larger than any one island. And so
it is an island
that can absorb in their tourism product with all the other tourists that are coming.
Right.
And so we as a region need to have that connectivity to be able to spread, and the co-competition or whatever, Minister Bart, co-petition, yes. This is where I think we need to get the connectivity going. And there are two ways in my mind to get it going. One is through a government-to-government Caribbean organized air transportation system. But there are also ways we can get the market to work. And the whole ideas of mechanism design. And so how can the government put the incentives in place for the carriers in the region to cooperate, each getting a fair share, and provide the connectivity that will then be attractive to Emirates to say, we will come to one place in the Caribbean, and then we'll be able to, you can be a feeder for us, and we can distribute their traffic. And that will then subsidize our intra-regional traffic, because it's really hard. I mean, you heard the minister from Barbados. When he said getting here, what he said earlier when he was being introduced was getting here was a pain.
It was.
And that's the reason why he was on the TV, right? And it's a pain moving back and forth. The people here at UE will tell you.
But you talk about incentives, that means you have to get all the stakeholders in the room to make sure they're all going to be involved, number one. And number two, let me be the devil's advocate here, saying it does set a bad precedent because all of a sudden you're hostage to those incentives then.
That's true, but in the U.S. they have essential air services. Most people don't know about that, but
yes,
that is part of as big a market economy that the U.S. is, those places like Toledo and all those small cities around, the U.S. government subsidizes carriers to actually fly into those regions.
Although I have to give you an addendum to that.
Yeah.
Under the EAS agreement, which goes back to 1978 and the Deregulation Act, if there's a city that needs service and it doesn't have it, the transportation department then puts it up for bid. An airline has to bid to go there. Guess what? There's nobody bidding to go to Toledo right now. There's nobody bidding to go to Eureka or Ithaca. So in principle, it sounds great. In operation, sometimes these cities get abandoned.
Right. But the point is that in the end, we as a region have to figure out a way to collaborate.
Exactly.
Either it's going to be a government-to-government thing, or it has to be a government or even one of the development bank-initiated subsidy scheme or market design for those people into game theory.
Well, John Paul, I go to Essa on this one because you may not know this, but for many, many years, United Airlines hated Emirates. And Emirates, he's laughing, but he knows I'm right. And Emirates hated United. United tried to get Emirates to stop flying because they claimed all sorts of subsidies were being paid.
Yes.
Well, guess who's now their new partnership friends? It's United and Emirates. So you have a code-share opportunity here that may solve some of your problem in the Caribbean so that someone can fly on an Emirates plane and connect on a United flight. Am I right, Essa?
Absolutely, and I think that's where we are coming into this agreement, not only with United, even with Air Canada. Now, with Air Canada, we do have a code-share agreement already in place since November, and we see, for example, potential of people flying all the way, or we flying passengers all the way to Toronto, and then they connect onto an Air Canada network, and they can fly into the Caribbean. Same with the potential that we're going to find with United as well. United being a new carrier, and we also have through different hubs in the United States. And for us, we fly into 12 different or unique destinations in the US. And onwards, we can connect onto United, or from Canada as well, we can connect onto Air Canada.
John Paul, what alliances and strategic marketing arrangements does Cayman have?
We have, we don't have any code-share agreements, but we do have SPAs, which are basically interline agreements, which allow you to check, and you check through and give you the protection of if a flight is delayed, you get accommodated.
You can rewrite the tickets.
Yeah, and all that stuff. But we don't have a code-share agreement. But we're in conversations with different folks. I see a smile there on the screen about how we might collaborate more effectively. And I will tell you, one of the things that people in the Caribbean, the model of bringing traffic from Asia and Africa into the US and then connect to the Caribbean doesn't help our intra-regional traffic much because it's still
That's
more
another,
of the
that's
outside.
another subject, yeah.
And the second thing, as somebody who lives in Cayman and works in the US, traveling through US airports is a pain, especially when
You just noticed that?
No, I've noticed that. Thank God I have global entry. But the fact of the matter is, it's a pain, and it's a pain for our tourist customers. And if we can find a way to have the initial connection point in the Caribbean, we can then optimize those connections and make it a more convenient. Because convenience
is everything. Speaking of that, there's something that's been around since 1952. You'll find it in the Bahamas. You'll find it in Bermuda. You'll find it in Ireland. You'll find it in Abu Dhabi. It's called pre-clearance, not pre-check, pre-clearance, where you clear U.S. Customs and Immigration in those destinations.
Yes. And yes, but you have to build a building for them, and you have to put them up.
You have to, yes, you do have to build a building for them. But you'll see the needle move. How many people do I know will go through Ireland to go home just so they don't have to clear customs in the United States and wait 7 hours when they've been on a 7-hour flight?
And that's the one of the benefit Qatar has.
Yes.
Because they have pre-clearance, which is something that the U.S. carriers were fighting to put restrictions on when Qatar really started to ramp up. So
it's a game changer, and any Caribbean country that does that, you will see the needle move.
Because it's only a game changer on the going out. I'm just still having to connect
to
Miami.
Yes, but wait a second.
Or even Atlanta.
I know. Well,
It's
come on, yes.
tough.
But everybody remembers how they left.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm glad you agree.
Well, they remember entrances and exits. If you sing,
that's right.
That's true. You're in the
It's
middle,
true.
you can muddle a little bit. But
no, he's absolutely right. So here's another idea up for grabs here, which goes to Africa especially, which is a number of airlines now are looking at new routes. Very few U.S. airlines, unless you include Cairo, are flying to Africa on a nonstop basis. I don't think there are any. But there are airlines right now talking. What was this? Oh, and Ghana, of course. Yes, there's a very funny story. By the way, there's a very funny story about Accra with Delta Airlines. Want to hear it? Here it is.
Stowaway one.
Delta Airlines put on their absolute worst mechanical plane on the Accra flight. Am I right? Do you remember this story? And it would either push back from the gate and cancel, it would push back from the gate, taxi, and cancel, or it would actually get in the air, cancel, and turn back. And it got to the point where Ghana did something that I'd never seen a country do. They passed a rule banning that one aircraft from ever flying to Ghana again. And by the way, the tail number is 149. And every time I go to JFK at Delta, I ask them before I ever get on the plane, please tell me it's not 149. But a number of airlines right now, to your point, are thinking about doing a bifurcated nonstop flight to Africa with a stop on the way back, almost a fifth freedom flight. So going, for example, to Kigali and stopping in Arusha, in Kilimanjaro, and then coming back. So there are creative ways to get your traffic without necessarily being always point to point.
Yep.
Is that something that Emirates is thinking of doing? Because you do have the range, although it's not easy to shuttle an A380.
Absolutely. I think definitely there are challenges with that, definitely the operational challenge. And plus, again, even if we fly into the US and then we just extend the flight into the Caribbean, the challenge has always been that, we still have to speak to governments, it has to clear some stakeholders, it has to move through the process. And still we don't find any outbound traffic from the Caribbean, for example, to Dubai or onwards. And even if we do, because we are a network carrier that operates, yearly and all year round, and we're looking at the smallest aircraft that we have is in the range of 300 passengers. So the amount of business that we will have to bring out, and one of the other challenges has always been that we have to smoothen out the traffic flows. It's not only the leisure-based traffic, it should be other forms of traffic that should be looked after.
And you also have aircraft capacity in terms of airport capacity, in terms of runway length and weight restrictions.
And he brings up a very good point about it's not just leisure, right? So, you know, a lot of the business people in the Caribbean find it very hard to move around. And I can say, I mean, I know my friends at UWI also find it difficult to move around. I mean, and so this will also spur a lot more business and trade in the region if we had better connectivities. Because there's so many companies, you know, Jamaican companies buying Barbadian and Trinidadian companies buying Jamaican companies, you know, having headquarters in Cayman or in St. Lucia. We are now getting to that spot in the Caribbean where the business world is totally connected and people are tired of having to go through Miami. I gotta tell you that.
Well, without you releasing proprietary information, now that you're flying a newer fleet, which is more efficient, what routes are you perhaps looking at that were not possible 5 years ago?
Well, certainly LA is our number one, which has, and at LA, you know, when we did the analysis for LA, I can know that we looked at it from not only bringing tourists to Cayman, but the fact is that we have, you know, Cayman as an offshore destination, our companies, financial institutions, have a lot of Asian clients. And so going through LA is making a difference for our business community. We also have a fair number of Filipinos and Aussies and Kiwis in Cayman. And so having to go Miami, then to LA, and then down to Auckland or to Sydney, now they can just go to LA. And so we timed our flight to make them connect.
Is that a daily flight?
It's a weekly flight. It's has been about 60% on average over since we started it. And we started it without a major advertising campaign or anything. We basically did the analysis. We saw it was a good market based on all our data, and we went in, and you know it's contributing positively to our operating.
Your advertising campaign should have been, "You don't have to stop in Miami."
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes.
It works. It resonates.
Yes, it does. With most people.
Just mentioning that.
Yeah.
One more thing.
And we just started a flight to Panama. That was just announced on Monday. And there we've timed the flight to connect to twice a week. You know, obviously trading Panama, the free zone, is a great place for bringing business and doing trade. But we've also timed our flight to connect to a lot of the COPA flights to South America.
Well, COPA is a perfect example.
And so we're basically, we have an SPA with them for many years, and they're a great partner, and so we're moving.
Well, COPA is an excellent example. If I want to go from Los Angeles to Jamaica, I go through Panama. It works. I mean, I remember the days when Air Jamaica had LA nonstop to Montego Bay.
At Red Eye, yeah.
Huh?
At Red Eye, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That was too bad that they stopped. They also went from Jamaica to London. It had all that great connectivity, but for whatever reason, it didn't work. So when we talk about connectivity, and I want to bring this back to Africa for a second, open skies. What work is being done at the ministerial level to open those doors so that people can travel within the region without having to hub somewhere and spend 8 hours in London? Anybody want to answer that? Okay.
No, yeah.
What?
That's for the previous panel.
Well, you were on that panel. No.
Yeah, and I would answer if I had my professorial hat on, but
Yes.
I have my Cayman Airways hat on right now.
Well, you know what? Take
And
that
so
hat off. Give me the professorial hat. Come on, doctor.
Well, so, you know, my view is, you know, we're an archipelago, right? And so the reason why New York is a great connecting point to Europe is because New York is close to Europe. The reason San Francisco and Seattle are good connecting points and to Asia and Chicago is because if you go to Great Circle over the thing, they're closer to Asia, right? I mean, there's no secret in this. And so, you know, for us here in the northwestern Caribbean, I think we are a good gateway to the U.S. And I think if you had a properly incentivized system for collaboration, we could play that role. And I think, you know, if you think about Africa and you know, the Eastern Caribbean is a great location. I won't wager which one island is the best one, but some of them have longer runways than others, so you can figure out what makes sense.
No self-serving statements there.
Yeah. But the point is that, you know, that would be a great gateway. For example, if Emirates was going to come in, and you know, we could go there and connect to them and take our share of the 500 passengers and bring them to Cayman. 160 of them, that's all we have can take. But we'll take the 160 and bring them to Cayman. So I think, and that would help the intra-regional, because that connectivity there will become a bridge, which you can then, assuming, there's lots of smaller carriers, Liat will be resurrected in some form. I have faith that will happen. I have Winair, you have Intercaribbean, you have all these other carriers which can be feeders to both us and to the Emirates of the world. So, there's lots of potential there. So I put my professorial hat on.
Back on, okay. But of course, they all have to be properly capitalized.
Yes. And again, that's where I say we need to take a holistic approach, and the governments of the region has to think about whether they're going to do it themselves or provide the incentives of private sector to do it. But that's something that I wish we could do sooner rather than later, because connectivity is key, right? Convenience and connectivity. That's what you want. When you look at we've done some work in demand modeling. Everybody has a time of the day they want to leave and a time of the day they want to go back home, right? And being able to provide service as close as possible, with all the constraints about aircraft you have and people you have, and et cetera, to what people want to do is what you as an airline, or we as an airline, are trying to provide. And
Well, But one question for you before I go to Essa, and I know we're running out of time. To what extent do other elements of the travel industry play into this, like cruise lines, and scheduling your flights to make Cayman a turnaround port so that you can bring passengers in that way?
Yeah, well, for us, turnaround port, we don't have any piers in Cayman. We tender our traffic. So
I know.
A turnaround port will be a little bit problematic.
Okay.
But, being able to schedule our flights that we can connect to our U.S. and network with in the Caribbean network is something that is, appealing to us.
Last question for both of you, and what drives connectivity, of course, is yield and mix.
Yes.
And Essa, for you, are you seeing business travel coming back in meaningful ways, and how is that adjusted the way you pick your flights and your routes based on if it's coming back at all?
I think that's a very fair question. We have seen numbers trickling in from the corporate sector itself, but to compensate that diminishing kind of numbers, we have seen, for example, domestically, most of the corporates are back to pre-pandemic levels. We have seen the international travel hitting at around 40-45%, but it gets compensated with the VFR traffic. Now with Asia opening up from the Far East, we've seen numbers just growing. Even for us, we're operating extra flights into the Far East, where for the past 2 years we had limited connectivity. Same thing when it comes to bigger destinations such as the US. We're seeing the numbers are growing in heaps and bounds, and we know that we're going to be able to get the corporate business back as well.
And the thing is, you're seeing the mix change a little bit too, right, in terms of the way you're faring your flights, especially your LA to Cayman flight. I'm assuming you have a 2-class service?
Yes, we do. And, upfront is very helpful. And LA, again, looking at the markets, to your point, LA was a market where we definitely saw and did the analysis for both business and leisure. And our product is at the right spot in terms of pricing to attract both the leisure and the business. And that analysis and the way we timed the flights and the pricing has paid off in terms of making sure that upfront is generally full on that flight.
And of course, if it really works, then that affects frequency.
Yes, exactly. And and if we had more connectivity to other parts of the Caribbean, we can fill more planes, and maybe I'll go back and get some more planes. But
well, we have a few ministers here today you can talk to. Yeah. John Paul, Essa, thank you so much for joining us from Dubai.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Peter. That was a very robust session, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. Now, guess what happens now? It's lunchtime. If you thought you were getting a lot of food just earlier, there's an opportunity to enjoy even more hospitality here at the university. So take your time, relax, and if you could try to be back here by 1400 hours, 2 p.m., we'll be very grateful. Thank you very much for your attention. starting at 2 o'clock. So I apologize for that. But never mind. We are back in business, and we are now going to move swiftly on with the program. And our title this afternoon for the first session is Discover Investment Opportunities in the Caribbean Region. And our first presentation will come from the Sugarcane Bay, and it's given by Mr. Ruben Becerra, Vice President of Corporate Affairs and New Business Development for Charisma Hotels and Resorts. Mr. Becerra is coming to us virtually, so please divert your attention to the screens. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Becerra. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce to you, I believe, a very unique opportunity that we have in Jamaica. As you well know, Jamaica, it has been, and it's for a very long time, a very successful destination with the potential. The people are amazing, and we, as Charisma, been several business with Jamaica, and we've been in the industry for 35 years as a group. Charisma has 20 years of operations. Something very, very important is that Charisma had certain amount of strategies with very huge brands, and that's how we got to Jamaica. Eventually, the strategies kept on growing, and the opportunities kept on growing. We are very lucky to have the licensing of the brand for all-inclusive hotels of Margaritaville Hotels. We are very, very lucky to have the licensing brand of Nickelodeon Hotels, and among many other brands that we carry. And we had the opportunity to go to Jamaica. We had a couple of hotels over there. Support has been amazing from the Jamaican government. We couldn't wish anything that we haven't gotten from the support of the Jamaican government. And that's how we came across Sugarcane Bay. And this is exactly what I like to guide you through. I do not know if it is possible to share my screen. I don't know if somebody can allow me to share the screen, because if I cannot, then I will just talk about it. But it would be very helpful if we can share the screen. But anyway, I will just talk about it. So sugarcane, it is land that is situated between Montego Bay and Ocho Rios. It has about 226, 230 acres of land. Oh, here I have, okay. So here, no, okay, hold on. I receive a message that it says, yes, you can share, but I cannot share when I click on the icon. Okay. Anyway, so what I was saying is that we have a land of 226 acres. And just 1 second. No, I have a little situation. I got a little accident here a couple of days ago, and that's why it looks like this. So anyway, let me try again. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. There you go. Okay. So I do not know if you can see my screen now. Can you see my screen? Okay. There you go. Can you see my screen now? I can see it. There you go. Is that available now to everyone?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, your screen is visible on the screens here. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. So what I would like is to take you through this presentation. So the parcel is called Sugar Cane Bay, Jamaica. We have been working in this opportunity for a very long time. We have advanced too much with the government of Jamaica, and as of now, today, this parcel of land is under the process or under the program of shovel ready, which it means that everything has been pre-coordinated, pre-arranged, and pre-authorized to pretty much start and arrive and start the building, which will save you as an investor a huge amount of time and processes in order to start building your hotel. So this property, I'm going to talk to you, well, I will not talk too much about Jamaica because you pretty much know everything about Jamaica. It's a huge destination, super growing destination, and as of now, being one of the third most important airports in the Caribbean, being Cancun the number 1, Punta Cana the number 2, and Jamaica the number 3. But it is a very unique fact, those statistics, because of the size of the population. When you prorate that, the arrivals of Jamaica versus the arrivals in Cancun, and you put the population among everything in the formula, Jamaica, for me, it's one of the most important airports in the Caribbean. So it has a very big, solid foundation to start growing. Jamaica has given priority to this project. We began working with them with 5 years ago. We walked all the process of the program. In 2019, I do not have the statistics because we stopped gathering information in 2019 for obvious reasons, but it got almost 2.6 million visitors per year, and then we arrived to the plot, the opportunity. So this opportunity is, as we call it, Paradise Found, and this is the beach that it has the whole plot of Sugarcane Bay. You see this piece of land over here? That's where we start gathering all the material and all the sand to start doing all the jobs. So what I was telling to you is 92 hectares, 226 acres of land, and it has 1.8 kilometers or 1.1 miles of pristine white sand beach. So we will have something extremely important, so you do not get confused. It will be an independent community, gated community, security community, with all the infrastructure, and we will have 10 independent hotels. Carisma will own a couple of hotels, but the concept is not going to be branded as Carisma property or anything, because the idea is to sell the plots. So that is the general idea. So the process is fully approved. It's encumbrance free. We do not have any pending matters on that. It has a hillside landscape. It got inside the land a natural lagoon, some beautiful waterfalls, and a very important natural spots inside the property. So the property, as I was saying, is between Montego Bay and Ocho Rios. If you go back from Ocho Rios towards Montego Bay, it's like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. For those of you who are familiar with Jamaica, it is 1 hour from Kingston Airport by the new highway, that it was beautiful. I never seen something like that in an island. Beautiful, well done. And it's only 1 hour from here. When the highway finishes, where it ends, and then you go to Ocho Rios, it takes you like 5 minutes from the highway to the property to arrive there. And from Montego Bay to the property, it is about the same time. So we're in the very bottom of the two international airports, having the opportunity of capturing all these flights, so which is a very great advantage. So we have, as I was explaining to you, I will not go into too much details about the actual destination, but I would like to show you what the opportunity could be. Something that is very, very important are the program benefits that we are bringing into the table for whomever likes to invest in this property. Sugar Cane Bay is the first ever project to receive the seal of approval from the Jamaican government to enter into a shovel-ready program. As of today, there may be more. What I want to say is that this was the very first property and project that the government of Jamaica began with this extremely successful program, and we are the ones who were pioneers on this program, and we're very proud to have been chosen for them. So this is a fast-track program developing construction permits, as well as the regulations for the agreements, all the land authorization, the National Land Agency authorization, everything related to the environmental authorizations, all of those in one basket are already there. So, and Carisma, we have been promoting this for a quite long time, as I have mentioned many times, and more likely what we have right now, it is the to be in a position for a strong financial successful opportunity with the support of not only the destination by itself, because it's beautiful, but by the government itself. They do want to make this happen, because if we finalize the project in all these hotels, as of today, we have 10 plots of land. Each plot of land is beachfront. Each plot of land has already a pre-amount of keys, rooms, number of rooms that we have each property pre-authorized. Everything is pre-authorized. When you add up the inventory that this will bring here, just to do not go into details, it's an average of 500 rooms each plot of land. When you add this up, you will have 5,000 hotel keys in that project. It will be very well designed, very beautiful design, and it will have, I have all the technical information over here. I will be happy to share this presentation with whomever be interested on, and the opportunity that is there, it's already there. We are actively working on that. We are going to start very shortly. I have had the private conversations with the government, and we are going to start very shortly with the retake of the continuation of the works. We made a very beautiful groundbreaking event just a few days before the pandemic breaks. For obvious reasons, we had to stop everything, and now we are full back, and we are ready to roll. As an investor, you may understand that you do not make this amount of investment as an owner to have the land sleeping there. And the government of Jamaica also wants to have the opportunity of creating jobs and everything. So as much as the government of Jamaica and as much as us as owner of the land, we are so eager to start working on this process and make it happen. So thank you very much, and this was the opportunity of Sugar Cane Bay in Jamaica. I would really let the program continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pachero. That was a fascinating presentation, and we look forward to hearing more about it as time goes by. Our next presentation is coming from Barbados, and we welcome now a presentation from their investment destination Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Kay Ann Greenidge of Invest Barbados, and Dr. Jens Threnhardt, the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Tourism Investment Incorporation. So they're coming virtually, so please, again, attention on the screens. Welcome Ms. Kay Ann Greenidge and Dr. Jens Threnhardt. Who's going to speak first? Can we have the microphone available for Ms. Greenidge, please, on the stage?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Kay Greenidge. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Invest Barbados, and today we're just here to give you some sort of overview on what Barbados have to offer, both as a tourism destination, but also as an investment destination. We like a lot to think of Barbados as sun, sea, and sand, but we are so much more. And historically, visitors have come to enjoy Barbados for those very things, the sun, sea, and sand. But we do have a highly diversified and expanding tourism product, which I am sure by the time I am finished, and as well as Jens, who is the CEO of BTMI, is finished, that you will see that there is a lot more to offer in Barbados. So who are we? We are where we are and who and what we want you to know about us. We are the birthplace of one of the world's newest billionaires, Rihanna. We are we are 166 square miles, and of course our main language is English. And my screen slides, which is right here, has gone off. So I'll live in a little bit. We are the most easterly country in the Caribbean. If you look at the Caribbean chain, we sit right on the outside of the chain. So when persons ask us, do you get affected by hurricanes and so on, we like to say just the little tailwinds affect us. We don't really get a direct hit because we are just outside of that chain. Sometimes technology is just not our friend. Just 1 second to bear with me. Neither is Wi-Fi. So just a few things about Barbados that you may want to know. Stability. We have a political, economic, and social stability. I mean, persons come to invest in Barbados, persons come to Barbados, and from government to government, it really doesn't matter. Everything continues as usual. So we like to really say that one of our value propositions is our stability. Connectivity. Barbados is ranked very high in terms of connectivity, in terms of wireless and digital. And one of the programs I'm sure that Jens will speak about, but I will just say, is when the COVID pandemic hit and we had the 12-month Welcome Stamp program, this is one of the things that we actually spoke about in terms of why we will do the 12-month welcome stamp, welcoming digital nomads to Barbados to work digitally for 12 months because of that very same thing, connectivity. I always like to tell a story that one day I'm having a meeting with some persons in Scotland, and I actually had to get from where I was to another emergency. So I started to take the meeting on my phone, and I drove for 30 minutes through Barbados. And you know, that's from almost one end of the country to the next because we're kind of tiny, right? And I lost no connectivity. During that drive, though, Scotland lost connectivity about twice. And it was one of the things that at the end of the call, that person said, do you realize that she actually just drove straight through this meeting and the call never dropped off when she was having a meeting? That is the strength of our connectivity in Barbados, and that is why the 12-month welcome stamp worked so well. There's also a well-regulated and business-friendly environment. There's rules, there's regulations, there's legislation, but not too much that makes you not be able to conduct business, but to make sure that we all operate the way we should operate in doing business. Excellent infrastructure is another reason in terms of Barbados. There's a network of tax and investment treaties, plus we have some very competitive tax we have a very competitive tax regime. In 2019, we would have converged our offshore taxes with our local taxes. So basically, we just have a global, everybody's on the same tax bracket. You go from 1.5% to 5%, and that's the range. It is one of the lowest you can probably get, except for zero tax in some jurisdictions. The other thing we do have is a network of treaties which spanned about 53 treaties with various countries far and wide. And therefore, hubbing in Barbados actually allows you to utilize all of those treaty networks, the double taxation treaties, the bilateral agreements, to reach out to other countries you may not necessarily be able to reach out to from hubbing somewhere else. And therefore, that is another added advantage to investing in Barbados and having your business hub in Barbados. And of course, we always tout with the highly educated workforce. Barbados is 99.8% literate. The literacy rate is that high. And the educational system is based off of the British system, obviously, but there are other systems being incorporated. But again, there's rules and regulations of how long, laws in terms of in school and so on and so forth. So that's a very high work and educated workforce. And of course, to boot, an amazing quality of life. And one of those things that makes that quality of life so amazing, other than the sun, sea, and sand and all of the other things, is one thing about safety. It is one of the most safe jurisdictions around. The crime rate is fairly low when we really think about it. We actually freak out about 3 murders every quarter or every month, but when you really check the statistics, it is very, very low. So that is one of the things we actually talked about and said the quality of life. So those are just a few top 10 reasons of why Barbados. Great place to live, work, and play, no? So some quick facts about our tourism. Tourism for Barbados contributes between 12 to 13% towards our GDP and directly employs around 13% of our workforce. Our exclusive and luxury brands set us apart and keeps us a destination for repeat guests from all over the world. You know, just today a friend of mine asked me, what is the best hotel or the most, in my opinion, in Barbados? And it was hard to choose because each hotel and each area of Barbados touts for something a little different. You can have from ultra luxury for the high net worth persons to a getaway places that you want to feel as if you've actually gone into another area of the world, and don't until you step out the hotel door that you realize I'm actually in Barbados. A whole transformation of Barbados, and those examples are Sandy Lane in the West Coast to the Crane Hotel in the East in St. Philip. Total different, but the luxury and the quality remains up there and remains the same. So everybody has their choice of what they really want to experience in coming to Barbados. So, but there are also many investment opportunities in the tourism sector, from luxury beachside hotels to services and entertainment options for the visitor. But we always look, and especially one of the things that COVID taught us, is we must always look to evolve our product. And there is room, obviously, to expand into new spaces. Spaces like ecotourism offers huge potential, both to generate income and to support the conservation efforts, because we know we're all going green. We have the Global Tourism Resilience conference happening in 2 days. Yes, 2 days from now. From the stunning marine life on coral reefs to the migratory birds in our protective wetlands, there's something there for everyone. Obviously, we heard another presenter today speak about medical tourism. Again, that in itself is another niche tourism market that can be looked into. What better place, as I always tell persons, to recover from any medical procedure but in paradise, you know? And next to the beach, right? Barbados has high medical healthcare standards with world-class medical facilities and skilled medical practitioners. All we're really waiting for is for you to come and just recover there. The island is already a home, actually, to the JCI accredited fertility center and international medical schools such as Ross University. Of course, you see I have a QR code up there, and you can scan that. Well, not now, but you can get it, or you can visit our website at www.investbarbados.org, where you can actually search for something called the Blue Book. The Blue Book is a book that we would have put together as Invest Barbados, which shows all of the major projects happening in Barbados that are looking for investors to take up investment opportunities. And a lot of these obviously will be tourism. Again, tourism is our business, so we do play our part in that. You have things like the expansive of the Carlisle Bay Basin, which is a big expanse of the beach. And we're looking to revitalize that and bring back life to their hotels, nightlife, persons living in that area, and so on, and really rejuvenate the Carlisle Bay Basin down to many other tourism projects that you can find on something called the Blue Book. And you can chat with me about our Sam Lawrence Castle Estate, and I did say castle. Yes, we do have a castle there. I just spoke about Carlisle Bay, which is poised for development, and the Needham's Point, which is a prime waterfront land offering panoramic views, also identified for redevelopment. So what I've shared really is but a little sampling of what Barbados has to offer. And obviously, I am here to speak to you further about any personal insights. We do have a desk outside in terms of Invest Barbados. I do have cards. Again, you can visit our website and get more information. We're all available to speak to any person who wants to chat about us about more investment opportunities in Barbados. But of course, and we do say this is our slogan, let's grow together and come grow with us. But we are sharing this presentation with my partnering agency, which is the Barbados Tourism Marketing Investment Agency, and the CEO, Jens Threnhardt. And he now will actually tell you a lot more about Barbados as the tourism destination. But before we go to Jens, I would actually play his destination video for you, again, to so you can see how beautiful Barbados is. So thank you very much. And Jens, I believe it is over to you now.
Great. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Not sure. All right. Just want to check if you can.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jenhardt. We can hear you loud and clear, and welcome to the conference. The floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you so much, moderator. And first of all, I'd like to thank Minister Bartlett and my good friend Donovan White for the invitation. Unfortunately, out of unforeseen circumstances, we were not able to make it to Jamaica this time, but it's great that Kay was able to represent us well, and it's obviously an honor to present together with Kay. We collaborate very closely together on various opportunities as relates to tourism and investment. So I'm the CEO of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., which is the official tourism board of Barbados. So for us, obviously, and this is a sustainability and resilience conference, you know, I want to highlight that for us, tourism is an economic platform. It is it's an important driver for us to make sure that we leverage the opportunities that tourism can bring and to really become a force for good on various areas, you know, from driving, obviously, quality of life for all Barbadians, become a destination brand, but also the development of inclusivity, and I'll talk a little bit about that, the preservation of built and national heritage, capacity building and innovation, economic impact, cultural identification, and also community engagement. So as Kay mentioned before, so tourism is an important driver for economic development and to create benefits for Barbadians. So when we look at that, obviously, and as Yuri Van Gies said from Singularity University, the most important challenge is to ensure that residents also benefit from tourism. So really driving a model for resilience via inclusive collaboration, where visitors, residents, and businesses are included in our execution. Kay mentioned before that Barbados has more to offer than just beaches. Obviously, the beaches are amazing. And when we look at our sentiment analysis, we always see that Barbados globally ranks very highly when it comes to beaches. But the beauty about Barbados is, and overall, obviously, the Caribbean is an amazing region. But what makes, I think, Barbados so special is that there's more than just beaches. There's obviously, we have culture, we have culinary, we have wellness, we have adventure. We even have horse racing. We have actually the only UNESCO heritage site in the world that has a horse racing track. We have even motorsports and car racing and rally. We got one of the best surf spots in the world, over 500 restaurants. So all of that makes it a very diverse destination. And obviously our goal is, as most of the Caribbean destinations share the same issue about seasonality, we want to reduce seasonality and then also obviously increase inclusivity and sustainability. So sustainability is a big part, and you probably have heard our Prime Minister, the Honorary Mia Mottley, talk about how important climate resilience is, not only for Barbados, but for many or all small island destinations, especially in the Caribbean. So for that, sustainability needs to be at the core of what we do when it comes to tourism development. And for that, we're looking to work with not only businesses, but also with travelers to make sure that we create a low impact when it comes to tourism as it relates to destination. There's various issues that obviously you can look at, you know, from climate to food waste to single-use plastic pollution and so on. And all of that, I think, needs to be an intrinsic part. Our minister, the Honorary Ian Gooding-Edgell, talked earlier in the panel about what we have done, not just on tourism, but overall as relates to sustainability in Barbados. But as we're at the very beginning of our sustainability journey, we were very fortunate that Barbados was or has been recognized as one of our only 3 destinations in Latin America, and the only destination in the Caribbean as one of the green destination top 100 stories, and we're one of the finalists in the competition, which will be decided at ITB Berlin in March. So we're obviously very excited about that. We have a long way to go, but we view that as a catalyst to really make sure that we bring all the stakeholders on board when it comes to sustainability. We also were very proud that we were part of the new documentary that was just released by Sustainable Travel International, Zinc Communications, and Sublime Magazine, Sustainable Travel, Where Next? And we were only one of 10 destinations and one of 2 destinations in the Caribbean that were featured in that video. And I would like to show you the short version. You can go to YouTube, go to Sustainable Travel International and look for the full 9-minute version. But I want to show you the 2-minute version that gives you an idea of how we look at sustainability. And each of the destinations, if you look at the other ones too, have a whole different take. For us, inclusivity is a major part of it, and really making sure that we support the small businesses that drive sustainable practices. So enjoy the video.
vision for Barbados as a sustainable destination is really around working with the hotels, working with the residents, working with government, and all together as a community make sure that we collaborate together. What makes Barbados so unique is the people. And going into community, you feel like your family.
Climate change is a multi-generational problem. I call it our public enemy #1 because Barbados is a small island developing state that is at the forefront of the climate crisis. Any action that we can take for the betterment of our environment, we must do it today.
We're one of the few dive shops in the Caribbean which do coral reef first aid. You come to learn how to take care of coral, how to plant coral, the importance of coral in the environment.
So Barbados is one of the few places in the world where the entire landmass was plantationized to plant one crop, sugarcane, which essentially made the soil infertile. Tourism can also play a role of being productive and a sustainable sector, using both local and foreign visitors to come and help us plant back trees and have a more involved, community-driven concept with tourism.
Future Centre Trust has born this project, the Barbados Trailway, and we're reclaiming the old train line and repurposing it into a multi-trail community project. Cyclists, hikers, they've got a safe space to exercise, to be out in nature.
We have partnered with the Barbados Sea Turtle Project. The sea turtles are actually an endangered species. Usually when they hatch, the sea life can come and eat them, like the crabs, for instance. So we try to rescue them as soon as they hatch. We said to ourselves, well, we have a social responsibility, and that's why we decided to get involved.
Great. So obviously our destination pillars are really around a welcoming environment, diverse experiences, and a well-developed tourism infrastructure. And with that, obviously, we are nicely positioned to look at the various areas from being obviously relevant, differentiating, credible, and also mindful when it comes to sustainability. What I'd like to do now is take you a bit on a journey on what you can experience really when you come to Barbados and what makes it so unique. So number one, it's a culinary destination with over 500 restaurants, from high-end restaurants down to street food, food trucks, rum shops, and so on. So it's really something that's very unique. As you may know, Barbados has been or was the birthplace of rum, first distilled in 1703 with Mount Gay. And actually then with the rum shops, there's some great experience to really dive into the community and connect with local people. We have our Food and Rum Experience, which is a festival that's in October. We just revived that after COVID and really totally redesigned this event. That really includes from high-end experiences, really down to community experiences and driving sustainability, obviously, as well when it comes to plastic and food waste and so on. So definitely a great experience, and I invite all of you to join us in Barbados in October when we have the Food and Rum Festival. It's an adventure destination, so it's not, as we said before, it's not just beaches, but it has more than just going out there, but you can hike, you can bike. There's obviously also surfing and swimming festivals, and you can even have a rainforest experience to hike in one of the rainforests like Coco Hill Forest. It's a sports destination. You know, obviously cricket is big, but also, you know, we have sports tourism, race car driving, we have obviously horse racing, we have our own event, which is in December, Run Barbados, which has been very successful, and we're looking to do this year again. Golf, obviously, as many of the Caribbean destinations, polo, and then also obviously the beach culture. It's an event destination. I think events, what makes events so unique, and I think that's not just unique to Barbados, but it's really that it brings the culture to life. It's that intangible heritage that makes a destination so special. And Barbados, I think, is very unique when it comes to that. Obviously, we have various music festivals, which are very vibrant. We also have our own, let's say, carnival, the Crop Over Festival, which then is, kind of like ends in August, and really it starts in June, July. But also it's a UNESCO World Heritage destination. So culture is an important part of Barbados. And there obviously are quite a lot of investment opportunities. Kay can tell you more about that. Barbados is leading up to its, Bridgetown, the capital of Barbados, leading up to its 400th birthday. And there's a lot of opportunities with that as well. But it's not just about Bridgetown. There's Spikestown, which is known as Little Bristol, or Whole Town, where the first British settlers came to Barbados in the 1600s. I mentioned Bridgetown before, which has the oldest parliament in the Commonwealth. And again, there's a lot of investment opportunities there. Like many destinations in the Caribbean, it's a cruise destination as well. And you see many of the cruise lines that are here, all the major ones, and also just started Ritz-Carlton yachts as well from a very high-end standpoint. But for many people, Barbados is also a home away from home. We have a lot of people that stay in Barbados for longer than just a week, and they want to really immerse themselves in the destination. And during the COVID period, Barbados was one of the first destinations that created a program that allowed people to stay and work remotely in the destination for a maximum of 12 months that can be then renewed, and that's called the Welcome Stamp Program. And why is Barbados so unique with that is because of diversity and because of the safety, because of good road systems and good education system, makes Barbados a prime destination for a program like this. Because again, if you're looking to come to a destination just for a few days, you can obviously have a great time in an inclusive resort. You get everything, from your drinks and your food, and you're in a great environment when it comes to the resort. But if you want to obviously stay longer than just a few days, then you need to have a destination where you have diverse experiences, where you have safety, where you have education, where you have road systems, where you can go surfing, where you can have a nightlife, where you can go out in nature and do all that together. So that's why I think Barbados stands out when it comes to digital nomads and long-term travelers. Just one of the questions, obviously, that you may have is like, well, how do I get to Barbados? We're very easy to reach, obviously, from North America, and also from Europe, especially from the UK and from the Netherlands. So a prime connectivity also within the Caribbean, as we all know. We have to work hard together with our friends, with the other Caribbean destinations and the CTO, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, to really make sure that we build regional connectivity back up after COVID. But I think the opportunity is there to really make the Caribbean a prime regional destination globally, and Barbados a hub within the Caribbean. When it comes to investment opportunities, Kay already talked a lot about that. I think I'll just touch on it very briefly, that there are lots of opportunities, and not just on the hotel side. Obviously, there are hotel opportunities there, either with new builds or with co-investment opportunities with the government. If it's attractions, there's Harrison Cave, which is also a PPP, but we also have opportunity with the airport and the port. So lots of opportunities when it comes to investment, and Kay will be able to tell you more about that. So thank you very much. Again, I'm sorry that we cannot be there with you. I would have loved to be there and mingle and exchange ideas. But I'm glad I was able to join virtually, and hope to come to Barbados, to Jamaica next time. But if you want to reach out, Kay can give you my contact information, if it's WhatsApp or if it's email, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trenhart. And thank you very much, Kay Ann Greenridge, for excellent promotion. I'd also like to make a special mention that Invest Barbados has been a good supporter of the conference and this investment summit. So thank you very much for your participation and for the interesting information which you've given us. We now move to our next subject, which is part of the investment opportunities in the Caribbean region. And I'd like to invite Rajan Datta to come back to the stage. He's going to be in conversation and also to invite, we're very privileged to have Senator the Honourable Obin Hill, who's the Minister for Industry, Investment and Commerce here in Jamaica. And I'd like to invite you to come onto this platform now. Thank you. So over to you, Rajan, and Senator Hill.
Okay, very good. So we have heard from Barbados, we've heard from Charisma about their particular perspectives. I am very pleased to meet for the first time Senator the Honourable Obin Hill. Now I know this much, that you spent 35 years in the private sector. You have lived in 9 countries. You were a banker in the Middle East for 21 years. And you helped turn around National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited. Now then, you've got a sound business head on you there. Your microphone.
Yep,
very
we're
good.
on.
Very good, very good. So you know from that side of things about how business works. We were talking about an industry here, the hotel and hospitality industry, which, you know, can be volatile, can be difficult, but you are now, as you're in your present position, trying to enable Jamaica to prosper on that front in terms of hotels and hospitality. Can you perhaps just start by giving us a very quick rundown as to how the hotel sector has been in Jamaica traditionally and how you see it now and in the future changing, if you like, evolving?
Well, we've had very high-end hotels to start our business in Port Antonio, and we still have very high-end hotels here in Jamaica. Some of them you may have met. Incidentally, it's nice to meet the person behind the voice. I hear you often on BBC. Let's give him a round of applause coming to Jamaica. And we still have high-end, but in the 80s, 90s, the government moved very rapidly into all-inclusives. Those have done very well. We've had very good investors from Europe, Spain especially. And we are now going to a place where we're going back to a less intensified all-inclusive arrangement. My colleague, Ed Bartlett, who we not so jokingly call in cabinet the World Tourism Minister, because we always ask which jet is he going to buy this week. He's always over the world, and sometimes he visits us at cabinet. Ed has been doing a marvelous job. I've traveled with him to Spain, to elsewhere in Europe, and Saudi Arabia and elsewhere in the Middle East, and he has been through this period of COVID-19 when clearly in early 2020 we locked down. We didn't know where we were going. Ed developed a resilience corridor on the North Coast. And some people are still trying to define it, but it worked for him. We got tourists back. We never locked down for more than a while. And he just kept on bringing new tourists. Met you in Riyadh. Good to see you in Jamaica. And so we're very pleased to see that our minister has done that and in fact, worked on putting in this global tourism resilience and crisis management arrangement for not just Jamaica, but indeed for the tourism industry around the world. So Jamaica is looking to, he tells me, 15,000 new rooms, and just while we were sitting there, another 3,000 or 4,000 were added on.
With Charisma.
That's indeed. Yeah. So we see Jamaica building out a whole bunch of hotel rooms but also attractions, because that's what tourists want. Making sure we use the greenness of our country, which is really quite diverse. Going from east to west, we can travel for 3-4 hours. You go up in the mountains, really quite cool at this time, cold in fact for most of us Jamaicans. And then there's the sand and sea, but a lot of other attractions to be done, and Jamaica is really working out well in the tourism sector.
Okay, so I'm gleaning here that you are thinking, well, you are moving away from perhaps the kind of quantity aspect of mass hotels and that mass consumerism, that kind of idea, to a more refined version, if you like, where quality is the priority there to a certain extent?
We have very high quality hotels here. Because I'm minister, I can't just pick out anyone, but you know them. You go on website, they'll tell you which ones, and price is usually generally a good arbiter for what is excellent. And so we have a wide range of hotel facilities here. But where we see the benefit, Rajan, is in our budget. When you think that Jamaica has gone through the pandemic, we have had something that nobody has had for 100 years. We've had an inflationary situation.
Yep.
We have had supply chains problems.
Yep.
And we have just, in the last year, had 2 additional supplementary budgets. And because of our tax receipts have been so good, and in the past 7 years, our government under Andrew Holness has not raised taxes even once. In fact, twice we have reduced taxes. And we are bringing our debt to GDP down significantly. And importantly, to meet the targets that we have by 2027, we have to be at 60%.
Now, for future potential investors, that's music to their ears, because that just describes...
I have more.
You have... Go on.
Well, you know, Jamaica is a very attractive investment destination. We do not have any currency restrictions. You bring in clean money, and it must be clean, and we don't even have to worry if it's clean, because we have friends up the north who will tell us if it's clean or not. So you bring in clean money, and you take out clean money. You don't have to call the governor of the bank. You don't have to call my colleague, Dr. Nigel Clark, the Minister of Finance. You have to call me. You don't have to call your branch manager. Take in your money to the bank and say you want to have so much money transferred. Here's the price. The price is the arbiter, and you get your money out of Jamaica. Now, I start there because I know from running banks around the world that it's not where you put your money that you really want to invest. It's how easily you can get out your money if you have to get out your money. And out of Jamaica, well, we wanted to bring all the money in, but we're telling you, we have policies that will ensure that your money is taken out. We have a legal system that has a judiciary that is completely independent. If you want to know how little power politicians have in Jamaica, let one of them challenge the judiciary. You'll find out very quickly how little power we have. But that judiciary goes right up to the Privy Council still. Now, we have discussions going on, but up to today, I can still announce that. So that's a plus for investors. We have 1.5 million people in one small location in Kingston, Portmore, and St. Catherine that are young, trainable, and all the training that we're giving in the apprenticeship or through the global digital services sector you must be digitally educated, and you must be certified. So you can work in Jamaica, Saudi Arabia, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, the United States. We have all those pluses. And of course, Jamaica grew by 8.2% in fiscal 2021, and up to September last year, another 5.7% on top of that. So it's a very attractive investment destination.
A brilliant advert there for Jamaica. There are issues there that we should perhaps talk
really?
about. Yeah,
Go ahead, Rajan. I know you love issues.
Because investors will look at things like infrastructure. They will look at other aspects of a potential destination for them. Can you address those kind of fears and say, yes, we are looking to sort these things out?
So glad you asked that, because I have the privilege of chairing the Infrastructure Committee of Cabinet. Anything over $60 million spent in this country must come to the Infrastructure Committee. So I see 60 million, 300 million, 1.5 billion, 4 billion Jamaican dollars. So all of those. So we have been, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has been building out this infrastructure, roads around the country. In a short time, we will cover, we now are extending from Kingston to Manchester, Williamsfield, and so that part of the south coast will be covered. The eastern part around St. Thomas and Portland will match up to the north coast, and in the end, we're going to fix between Williamsfield to Negril. So the road infrastructure is going in. The broadband infrastructure is going in. My colleague, Darrell Vaz, Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, is putting in a broadband infrastructure around the country. We have fairly good, but not excellent to where we want it yet, technology infrastructure. So we're going to improve on it so that we can have that. We have, of course, health systems. We're building renovating a new regional hospital in Montego Bay and other clinics. So we have a wonderful set of infrastructure going in. The Montego Bay Airport is being expanded. We have, I don't know, I see the Ms. Greg there. She can tell me the details. We have 30, 40 flights coming in a day into Montego Bay. And so we have connectivity and around the world. And we're looking, Ed is looking to bringing long-haul flights from as far away as the Middle East to come straight to Jamaica. So we have good connectivity. Infrastructure is good. Yes, can they be improved? Of course they have to be improved. And yes, you hear issues. I'm going to bring it up because you're going to bring it up yourself anyway. We hear that we have to deal with crime. The Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, our partners in the United States and Britain and elsewhere, Canada for sure, are helping us with an issue that is not just Jamaica. We don't make guns here. We have people who live here and go elsewhere, and we have to try and get them extradited and so on. So we're working collectively, collaboratively, to make sure we handle that crime problem. So I'm facing it front up, but we still have a great deal of people coming into Kingston and Montego Bay, especially Montego Bay, every single day.
Just one last question to you, because we're going to have equal time for everybody, and there's a panel coming up. I'm just going to cough. I don't cough on air. Have you noticed that? I don't cough on the radio.
I noticed.
From your perspective, you're looking at an outside group coming to potentially invest in you.
Yes.
Do you have any stipulations?
Well,
you say, right, you may have the money, but we're not letting you in.
I'll tell you the benefits you get if you invest in Jamaica. Why worry about the stipulations? Lawyers can deal with that. That's not my job. My job is to tell you that if you come here to Jamaica to invest in our special economic zone, for instance, we are located perfectly between the Panama Canal, Europe, a little bit away from the United States, all of South America and the Eastern Caribbean. And we're saying that we want to become the logistics hub, especially with Guyana developing. Guyana is going to be an amazing place. As you have heard, I've lived in the Middle East for 21 years. I see what has happened to Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, when they develop their oil industry. Guyana is on the cusp of that. Guyana, the United States is going to remain our largest trading partner for a long time. But Guyana is going to become our economic hinterland, in my view, knowing how that happens. Jamaica has to be that place from where you launch all those things that you can't take into Guyana now, because the draft of the Demerara River is 4 to 6 meters. You can't take big ships in there. But Jamaica, we have the best harbor here in Kingston, one of the 7 best harbors in the world. So we're going to ship a lot of aggregates starting there, lots of other stuff that we want the special economic zone to develop. So if you become a master developer in the special economic zone, what do we give you? We give you a 50-year lease on the Caymanas. We start with Caymanas, 650 acres of the best land, a stone's throw from the best harbor in the Caribbean, bar none, the Kingston Harbor. you get also, you can negotiate up to, you have to negotiate non-tax, no taxes for the rental income that you will make as a master developer. So you get the 650 acres, you're going to develop a hospitality logistics center where I don't know any place where you can go and spend 3 days on a golf cart with your staff, and in 3 days you sort out your hotels except for staff, which you can do outside of the zone in Jamaica. So you need that hospitality logistics center. You need an oil services center. There's Guyana, Trinidad, Venezuela is going to come back, Texas. There are people from the Middle East who want to invest, but it's easier to do it in Jamaica. And you get that tax-free benefit. And the lease is renewable. If when you begin to make money, say 5, 7 years, the money is flowing in, and you invest in shares or real estate or other stuff outside, you then pay only 12.5% tax, which is half of the corporate tax in Jamaica. And you can reduce that still, depending on the amount of Jamaicans that you employ, to 7.75%. So you have that benefit to go for. The Minister of Finance at Go Invest Jamaica, which this ministry hosted in Montego Bay in November, announced that he's ready to amend the LPPI. What's the LPPI? LPPI is the long-term project and pioneering investment. You have to, he hasn't decided yet, but it's going to be probably in the vicinity of $1 billion US. So we tell you what you will get. We'll tell you the tax benefits you get, what other benefits you will get up front, so you don't have to call the minister. You meet these criteria because we want it to be rules-based, not capriciously based on some politician. So it's rule-based. You meet this criteria, you put in $1 billion, and you get these benefits. So we're moving very rapidly to have that in place. So there are, and of course I mentioned you can get people to train easily. So Jamaica is making sure that investors who really want to go to a place that is growing, I told you the growth rate, I told you our growth rate up to the last 9 months. We have a tax regime that is clear, and we're going to make sure that you invest. If you invest substantial sums of money in Jamaica, you're going to get substantial benefit because we want you to invest in Jamaica.
Minister, Senator, fantastic pitch. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Very lively discussion. Our next session is a presentation from Mr. Patrick Riddle of the Vassal Resort and Gateway Company. I'd like to invite Mr. Riddle to the stage.
Mr. Moderator, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Senator, the Honorable Aubin Hill, other ministers who have really given us their presence. We appreciate having you from other countries. What a privilege it is to come behind such a fascinating discussion that we just had. And might I suggest that while we're not Charisma Hotel with a large investment that we may be able to put in, we're happy to know that we've been given this platform where we can explain that from a small area, we are also very enthused about investing in Jamaica. May I suggest that the Vassal Properties development that is spearheading this development is largely diaspora-driven. And by that I mean, of course, the main principals are Jamaicans who have migrated but have seen it fit to turn their attention to really give back and are prepared to do just so. And may I suggest that although this project that I'm speaking about very briefly is relatively small, it still eclipses $1 billion Jamaican dollars. And that's the intention that we have with this particular project. Now, we're delighted, therefore, to let you know about this project. It's a development that's going to be on the North Coast, a part of the Elegant Corridor, actually. And it's going to be in the vicinity of the Falmouth area in Trelawney. It's going to be nestled in a verdant, unspoilt area of the Trelawney area there, with a picturesque coastline of Falmouth and Trelawney right there in the forefront. And what can we expect from this particular resort? It's not only going to be a place where you can stay and enjoy, it's also going to be an adventure park. And it's also going to lend itself to the opportunity, and I can tell you, I've been there many times. And indeed, the experience of just being on that plot of land, although we're in the embryonic stage, is really an outstanding one. One that you'll not just stay, you'll not just have a tropical adventure, but I can promise you that it will be an experience that will be forever etched in your minds if you ever get the chance to soak it in. Now, the development has been in the works for about a year, and the design and development process is well underway. And I can let you know that here, being asked to make this presentation at this particular summit or conference is indeed a privilege, because we're thinking the very same thing about resilience and sustainability with the development of this project. So as a result, the very footprint that we're looking at, and we have been re-examining it over and over the last several months, we have been able to really look very carefully at minimizing the carbon footprint that will be impacted by this particular development. So embedded in this design is going to be the efficient use of renewable energy sources, and we're going to make sure that even the very materials that we use, the design that we use, are all eco-friendly and in keeping with the resilience that we are talking about since this morning. So what are some of the things that we can really look out for? Well, I let you know that a significant part of it will be an eclectic mix of luxury as well as relaxation. And this particular resort is going to boast a significant part of it, a choice of single, double, or three-bedroom suites, and which will offer all the modern amenities that we've become accustomed to, while at the same time remaining one with the environment. And that's a very, very big part of the thinking of this particular development. It's going to be located very close, striking distance of the Falmouth Cruise Pier. And I let you know that when you're sitting on that property, you're overlooking the Falmouth Cruise Pier, and it is a delightful view just being able to do that. It's sitting just a few minutes from the Sangster International Airport, as well as white sandy beaches right in its reach, and it will boast a 180-degree panoramic view, strikingly magnificent, is what I would describe it as. It's standing some 180 meters above sea level, and as a result, I can tell you from my own experience that if the breeze, the persistent breeze that's on that property doesn't hit you over, I can tell you that the view would just simply take your breath away. Indeed, it is envisioned that this particular getaway, which will feature in excess of 150 rooms, conference facilities are going to be there, and there are going to be more than enough fun activities for all to enjoy. What are some of them? Copious water features will be one of the characteristics of this resort. And there are going to be other things like relaxing spas and gyms and adventure tours, zip line, etc., as well as fine dining and full-featured bars. What is our aim? Largely to seamlessly merge the economic, the social, the environmental aspects of this project in such a way that we apply international best practices and we are therefore able to achieve sustainable development as a consequence of that. Indeed, we expect the resort to be as resilient as is being encouraged by this conference. We're going to ask you, please, just a few brief minutes to give your attention to this video presentation, a brief synopsis that just gives you a feel and a taste and the experience of what is likely to be at this particular resort. So just give your attention, please. just gives you a synopsis, a brief one, as to what we are anticipating to do. And please note the emphasis that has been placed on being sustainable and resilient in the design. And as we indicated, this project is expected to be costing in excess of 100 million United States dollars. And we are happy to be having interested investors talking to us on this project. May we suggest, therefore, that this particular opportunity that we've been given, we are grateful for it, and we do indeed look forward to going forward full speed with this project. So, one love, one heart. Come to Jamaica and feel all right.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Riddle. We now come to our hotel panel discussion, and I'd like to invite Rajan Datta back to the stage to moderate this session, and also I'd like to invite to the stage Ms. Shulette Cox, the president of the JAMPRO, Jamaica Promotions Corporation, and Ms. Kay Ann Greenwich, Chief Executive, back to the stage, please. Chief Executive Officer of the Invest Barbados, join us here again. And Ms. Stephanie Mays, the Operations Director for Vassal Resorts and Gateway. Please join us on the stage. Thank you. And joining us online will be Mr. Ruben Becerra, the gentleman who you saw earlier, who's the Vice President Corporate Affairs and New Business for Charisma Hotels. Oh, he's not coming now. Okay, right, well, thank you for that. We're also expecting Mr. Fernando Garcia Chacon, the Managing Director in the region for CBRE, property company, agents and developers, and Ms. Janice Noronha, the partner of ESG, Sustainable Value Creation of Pricewaterhouse. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rajan.
Thank you, Paul. While we just sort out our online contributors, our virtual contributors, I just need the yes or no that they are there. Which one? Okay, thank you. We're waiting for Fernando to come and join us. It may be because we're running just a little bit late, but you know, that's okay. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about this topic because we're talking about investing in the Caribbean hotel market. This is analysis of capital raising and investment opportunities. And there are some things to consider here. In the current environment of high inflation and high interest rates, hotel construction is currently favoured over hotel acquisitions, or so I've been told. And new trends are also emerging, especially with the changing profile of leisure travellers. And the rise, for example, of the digital nomads, which was mentioned earlier about Barbados, I think, wasn't it? And those things are causing kind of product evolutions, if you like. And we shouldn't also forget the trend towards leisure, that combination of business and leisure that seems to be happening more and more now as well. So all these factors will surely influence future hotel investment and construction projects. So I want to basically just kind of start from basics really, and maybe with you, Kayan, which is, what do we know about the current rate of occupancy of hotels in the Caribbean generally? I mean, as much as you know, perhaps from Barbados or whatever, how's it going generally?
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Well, to speak from a Barbados perspective, this is actually our tourism season, which starts around October and will end around April. And I can tell you that we are almost fully occupied. It is a hard thing to find a hotel room in Barbados at this point in time. We continue to add to the hotel plant to ensure that there is enough rooms as we see a continued uptake back into the visitors. But as you rightfully said, the change of visitor which you have the business and the pleasure visitor, or the digital visitor, or the lifestyle visitor, as we like to call it in Invest Barbados, who, if you saw one of my calendars outside, actually has on the jacket at the top, giving a presentation, and the swimsuit bottom, ready to take it off to go into the beach. And therefore, when we look at hotel investment and the change of how we change and diversify our tourism product, we have to take that into consideration to ensure that we're catering to the new changing visitor that is out there. But right now, to answer the question directly, we are fully occupied, and hopefully we will keep it that way throughout the rest of the season.
Some of those things that you just mentioned, as you said, leisure, those kind of visitors, tourists, whatever, do they shape the kind of projects then that you are going to be green stamping, all of the phrases, in the future? Green stamping, green lighting, and rubber stamping. Yes, go on.
But of course, but also you have to keep in mind that while you are looking today to change your product, keep in mind and think ahead, maybe 5-10 years from now, what will that product look 5-10 years from now? Because you don't want to build a hotel product, every year. It's a big investment. So you also have to almost take your mind ahead to what is going to happen then, to be prepared or to have your product surrounding that. It's about rejuvenating, regenerating even your existing plant. And we talk about plant, but it may not actually be the physical plant, but actually the offering that you can regenerate and re-innovate to suit the particular visitor that is coming at this point in time.
Yeah. So what are you saying? That basically design hotels, boutique hotels, yep, certain people like those, but there'll always be a space for the bigger, more conventional.
The bigger, more conventional. Or the bigger, more conventional can have the boutique section.
Yep.
You just never know.
You can mix and match.
Mix and match.
Oh, very good. Okay. So, Stephanie, tell me, in terms of the factors that international hotel brands have when they target the Caribbean region, what are those factors? What are they looking for? What motivates them?
Well, I'd say there are several factors: landforms, climate, food, and hospitality being the main ones. We know how beautiful it is when you come to the islands and then you visit some gorgeous mountains and waterfalls, etc. And of course, many of our winter tourists focus on the Caribbean because they get to get away at that time. And mentioned in the Barbados presentation as well, food, the culture, food. Language too is also another. And more than all else, hospitality. Visitors arrive as strangers and they leave as friends.
So, just to pursue that, are you saying that the brands will send in teams to look at all that? Or how will they know all this stuff?
Well, I mean, from market research, and even some of them visiting. So what we find is when we have persons from North America coming, even for business, in corporate, just experiencing the culture, they want to return. You see them return, and eventually they even do personal investments on island as well.
Okay. What about when it comes to the financing of hotels? Do you think I mean, I know it's difficult for you. I'm going to ask you again because I think you're the best person to ask about this. But in terms of the kind of financing, which varies, it does vary from climate to climate and specific countries. How do they vary, and how do you compare the different advantages they can have to the big brands that may want to invest in them?
Well, for financing, I'm sure based on the different models, what's available, we heard Sir Aubin Hill spoke about the different benefits that these entities can get. So they will tap in to that kind of governmental aid, and of course, looking at the success stories too, that will help them to make wise decisions as it relates to financing.
Yes, please do. Do you want to jump in? Yes, Shilette, go on.
Thank you. So I wanted to jump in and add and say, yes, that is definitely something that is happening more and more often, but not only for the smaller developments, but even large developments. We're finding in Jamaica that the financial institutions are stepping up and offering to finance projects that are not even Jamaican projects. And so that makes the country also a lot more attractive because that capital is available here. So, for example, Mr. Vassell that just presented on his project in Jamaica one of the things that we do to support our investors is put projects like that in front of our financial community, and they literally argue over who gets to finance it. So that's a big plus for us.
And what about, is Fernando on the line yet, by the way? Do we know? Is our virtual, sorry. Yeah, he's on the line. Fernando, can you there? Can I just establish contact with you? Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? Yes. Well, let me just introduce you, because people might not know who you are, but you are the Managing Director, is that right, of CBRE?
Actually, Executive Vice President, but yes, CBRE is the right, yes.
I got the right company, but just the wrong job title. Yeah, okay, right. Now, I know this much, and correct me if I'm wrong again, but you've got 25 years plus experience of advising on transactions that have amounted to more than $10 billion involving large international property portfolios, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you are, the company, is a worldwide commercial real estate services and investment company. And it's a very, very large one. So you have hotels and you also invest. So what do you focus on?
Yeah, well, and just to be clear, our focus is more on the services side. So we assist developers. I overheard part of the conversation earlier. You know, when people come to the Caribbean, you know, we guide them in terms of, we'll help them understand the market, understand, you know, the local dynamics, if you will, of tourism. You know, we'll advise on, you know, what type of positioning they might get in terms of if they want to go with a luxury boutique or if they want to go bigger and they want to do an all-inclusive resort, perhaps. We can help in them understanding, you know, and when by them I talk about the developers, the actual, you know, the investors, because, you know, we'll help them select, you know, which brand they should go with, for example, and all sorts of, you know, we'll arrange financing sometimes, you know, the financing in our experience is, you know, it's a little bit challenging, but yeah, it's all, it's providing services and trying to facilitate the development of a resort in the Caribbean.
So when you look at the Caribbean specifically, what are you looking at being its advantages and what do you think could improve? Just be honest with us here.
Yeah, well, look, I think every, you know, airlift is probably the first thing, you know, an investor would look at, you know, because you might have, you know, beautiful beaches, and you do, and great culture, but, you know, how easy is it to get to the islands? So I know, for example, you know, Montego Bay has a great airport, but other islands are a little bit more difficult to get. And, you know, it's all balanced because sometimes, depending on the location, you know, if it's a, you know, oftentimes when there's a very, call it a luxurious boutique resort, you know, that's located in a smaller island, you know, it's a little bit more challenging to get there, but, you know, oftentimes, you know, they market just the journey to get to that boutique as part of the experience, and so you need to go and travel a little bit to get to this great little hotel, if you will. But I think airlift, going back, you know, that's probably the number one, you know, requirement. Infrastructure, you know, once you land, you know, how are you going to get to the hotel, to the resort? If you have to travel, you know, usually the rule of thumb is about, I don't know, an hour, if you will, depending, you know, and then hopefully on a, you know, average road. I think there are other factors like availability of labor, because, you know, you might have a great hotel, but if you don't have people that you know, to help out in, you know, from a labor perspective, that can be an issue. So yeah, so there's many factors.
And what about financial incentives? We just had a very sterling performance by the minister here talking about why Jamaica is the place to come to.
Yeah.
And I mean, are you looking at kind of those incentives, tax incentives, licensing, all those kind of things?
No, absolutely. I mean, definitely. You know, unfortunately, the Caribbean. You know, that you need to import a lot of, you know, a lot of your furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And in some jurisdictions, taxes might be high, to bring those in. And to the extent that there's incentives, perhaps tax holidays, all that definitely helps in trying to improve the numbers. At the end of the day, these investors, global investors, they like the Caribbean, but they like more to make money in the Caribbean. And in that regard, to the extent governments can provide assistance in, perhaps, it could be some tax holidays, it could be just assistance in trying to get the correct entitlements. There's some jurisdictions that it's very, very cumbersome, just to start building something, and it's all a balance. You need to obviously respect local ordinances, but there also has to be a sort of a wherewithal by the government to support the development of resorts.
Okay. Do you want to chip in on that? Because that strikes me as being very, very important. The fact that, as you mentioned, bringing in equipment, bringing in importing stuff, that costs.
That cost, and I know, like, from our perspective, one of the big asks is always, could we get them in duty free? And of course, that is very important, not only for the hotel sector, but for anybody coming in to start up a business. That is always one of the asks, is, the first to import, the first thing to set up, your chairs and stuff like that. Because we are in the Caribbean and we import almost everything. And that is a very critical incentive to anyone wanting to invest within the Caribbean. Of course, you have different islands will have their range of incentives, whether they're tax incentives or whether they're other incentives. But that is a very critical point that he made in terms of the initial setup and those duties and so on, which can be very expensive and very cumbersome.
Isn't there a really good business to be had making furniture in the Caribbean for hotels?
I really don't think that we have that capacity. It's about economies of scale, to be quite honest, and persons. I don't know any country in the Caribbean right now that has the capacity to fully do it. They may use some of the furniture, but in terms, if you're looking at a 600-room hotel, I mean, some of the furniture may be unique, but you may have to import some.
Sure, go on.
What I would add, though, is as we try to expand our tourism product beyond all-inclusive and beyond 600-room hotels, the opportunity increases for local companies to supply those kinds of hotels that are coming up. And so that's another very important part of why the diversification is important.
And I'd like to add to that too, because remember what the minister mentioned, the more Jamaican employees you have, you get greater tax benefits. So that's a spin-off as well.
There's a lot of spin-off sectors and a lot of spin-off industries. If you can grow one industry, we always call it the hub and spoke of all the benefits that come along with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I think Minister Bartlett referred to it as well. There's so many industries that are connected to tourism, things that you wouldn't necessarily realize immediately, but they are. Furniture making, I mean, seriously, it just strikes me, if you had an industry here doing that, or maybe shared amongst the various islands, wow, winner. Stop those imports. So we talked about food before, local food production, all those things. They just strike me as being very important. I'm going to bring in Janice in 1 second to talk about ESG, and I can see you up there. Hello, Janice. But I just want to ask one more thing, and perhaps to you, Shalette, which is about local hotel brands partnering with the bigger brands. How feasible is that? How does that work out on the whole?
So we have found that has worked very well. As you know, Jamaica is home to its own multinational brands, and we're very proud of Sandals and the work that Sandals has done to integrate into the community. So when we talk about those linkages, Sandals has done very well with that. But also, if you talk about local hotels that bring in the brands, both on the government side and private sector side, we've seen a lot of success because there are hotel infrastructure that has been built by public sector entities that are branded with international brands. And so that partnership also has worked very well for Jamaica. And as we continue to grow the industry and continue to branch out into other areas, we're seeing where our local developers of hotels are also getting their commitments. There are many brands that they might be in Jamaica already, but they have different. So if we take Marriott, we have 2 Marriott hotels in Kingston.
There's one just
But-
near here, isn't it? We just passed it. Yes. yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
But Marriott, as a family of brands, has Delta and it has other brands that they want to carry to Jamaica as well. And so there are a lot of partnership opportunities there with local developers that Jampro is facilitating.
Okay, so that's a potentially very good way of moving forward
Yes,
for Jamaica.
definitely.
And also less leakage. Less of the money goes out of the country.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
again, you're now talking about developers that are more integrated into the local communities. So that linkage that we're talking about is more likely to happen.
Okay. Fernando, that attractive to you from your perspective? Partnering with local brands? Partnering
Yeah,
with
listen,
local hotels,
I mean, I think, you know, brands are, you know, brands worldwide are going through a pretty significant shift, I think. You know, there's the emergence of small luxury-oriented properties that, hey, if you have a very sharp marketeer, if you have a great public relations agency, if you have a great social media guy that just, you know, sends pictures on Instagram and TikTok, and, you know, you might be able to get away with just getting, you know, really interesting occupancy and rates without teaming up with a brand. This is more in the likes of a smaller, you know, call it a 50 to 75 room boutique hotel. Obviously, the larger you go, you know, you need to get you know, heads in beds, and so a 400 room hotel probably you probably have to associate somehow with either a brand or some tour operator or wholesaler that's going to help you and drive occupancy. But I think from a branding perspective, you know, there's a number of boutique hotels across the region that are very expensive, very successful, and they do not necessarily are associated with a Marriott or with a Hilton.
Okay, so they can go it alone. They don't need the big boys to necessarily help them out.
But they need a smart marketer.
Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely true. Janice, you're in Canada, and thank you. You're from PwC. We know. I'll just explain that much. How are you? Let's talk about ESG guidelines, environmental, social, and governance. Let's talk about how much are destinations. Let me ask you: how much are destinations applying ESG guidelines in order to attract investments into the tourism market, in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. We're helping organizations at PwC to really embed ESG as a framework, a tool of thinking about the fiduciary responsibility that even, you know, various allocators of capital, as well as the corporations, have as a foundational component of decision making. And within many of the destinations and in the hospitality sector, you know, they are starting to really move in a very accelerated fashion to thinking a little bit more and holistically about how environmental, social, and governance factors can elevate the positioning of the tourism sector. We have started to see more and more investors, particularly the big pension funds, the financial institutions, signing on to international commitments around, you know, principles for responsible investing, and putting it sort of very overtly into the market to say that we are now allocating that capital in a way that not only integrates ESG, but also starts to think about these broader social, economic impacts, very much underpinned under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so for destinations, for the Caribbean, for the hotel industry, where we're starting to see, you know, a fair amount of risks, particularly as you look at that environmental dimension, you know, climate resiliency, resource efficiency, the ability to protect ecosystems as well as how do you bring in the social dimension, you know, impacts of job creation and livelihood and well-being, all the way to some very challenging conversations around human rights and social cohesion within the value chains, and how materials are brought in, how you develop those assets, and how you think about the longevity and the sustainability of livelihoods. And then there's even a stronger preoccupation now around governance, particularly from the investors as well, to look at how ESG and accountability for ESG is being assigned within the companies, within the organizations, at the board, at the executive level, within the various stakeholders, particularly when you start to look at the destinations, the hospitality sector, hotels. You have various stakeholders, and really bringing in those perspectives into determining what is material, what's important, what policies, processes, and controls are in place is going to have an even stronger deliberation globally, but also within the regional context. As you all know, this year we are going to be expecting the International Sustainability Standards Board's disclosure documents coming out to set a foundation, a baseline with regards to some minimum sort of expectations around ESG or environmental social governance disclosure. We have securities regulators starting to apply. We've seen a lot of movement with the SEC and expectations of their documentation coming out in April. And even broader than that, in the European Union, we have financial institutions being driven into sustainable finance disclosure regulations. We have an EU taxonomy, and we even have more and more guidance around country level disclosures. So I think it's within this context that it becomes very important, particularly for the destinations, start to think a little bit more, and also a lot of questions happening around social and environmental washing, as they say. So making sure that claims around sustainable development and what it actually means is credible, and that there are processes in place to substantiate those claims as you go forward and communicate with key stakeholders, including customers.
So when it comes to that greenwashing, Janice, as you just mentioned, who's checking, and how stringent are those checks?
At this point, I think it's sort of early days. The market dynamics are evolving. We're starting with, can we get some more robust disclosure? So if you are a hotel, if you are within that value chain, at a minimum, can you get a greenhouse gas footprint and start talking about it so that you can use these baselines, your ecosystem development, the use of water, how you're thinking about climate risk, and being able to disclose at the level of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, which is the TCFD, just being able to start with some baseline information that can allow organizations to set targets, science-based reduction strategies, and be able to substantiate the improvement, the change that's being actually made. Where we have had some significant discussions at the International Forum on just, a task force on nature-related financial disclosures, so ecosystem protection. And so I think it's really, to your question, it's early days, but we're still hearing a lot of questions out there with regards, and particularly to the investors. We've seen the SEC come out to speak more about these claims and having in place good assertions on that front.
Yeah. Did you want to come in on that from a Jamboree perspective?
Sure. So I was going to go back to the discussion on financing. And one of the trends that we're seeing is that some of our global banks that are here, we have two that are based out of Canada and one out of the US, are asking for that ESG element when they talk to investors. So before you even think of approaching those institutions, you have to know what your ESG plan is. Then there's the fact that cost is also forcing people to look that way. And what we're seeing is a lot of our hotels are switching to solar energy, which is renewable and along the lines of the environmental. And then from a government perspective, the government is also trying to gently persuade our investors in that direction. And just a few weeks ago, the cabinet approved a green economy investment strategy, which we are now charged to implement to start having those discussions across all sectors, but including, as you can imagine, hotels. And an element of that ESG as well is going back to the local value chains and how you give back to the community. And what we're seeing, Jamaica last year launch a call for our casino gaming industry, and we did get some applications out of that. And one of the critical criteria in evaluating was that the companies had to show what is your community involvement for that. So I think investors all around are getting the push from different angles, and they're all recognizing that they can't avoid it.
Did you want to chip in?
Yeah, I mean, from a Barbados perspective, I think everybody knows by now we have committed to going carbon neutral by 2030. So everything that is being done from a Barbados perspective, led by the government, is looking at that sustainability, looking at that greening. So you basically can't even get it through planning approval or town planning if you don't have that element and to show where how are you going to contribute to us achieving that goal by 2030. So I think it's coming all around and being all inclusive and all involving. And as you said, it is almost like everybody is now including that in the proposals because everybody's asking for it. The financiers, the government, everything. So you almost know as good as 1, 2, 3 that you have to have an executive summary, a middle, and a conclusion. You also have to have your greening section in terms of how you are going to be sustainable in terms of the greening area.
Yeah, Stephanie, from the Vassell point of view, same thing?
Yeah, same thing. And to think to remember the benefits. So it's not just from a government perspective. The investors themselves, their cost will be going down, and it's just healthier overall for everybody. So it's a good thing. Yeah,
very good. And Janice, just going back to you on ESG, is there any issue about a misalignment at the moment that you're worried about between a tourist destination with its offerings and the requirements of the investor when it comes to ESG? Do you understand what I'm saying there, that they don't quite match?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I think, you know, the tourist destinations value proposition is a very compelling one, and it's inherently reliant on sustainable objectives. And I think that the investor, on the other hand, is actually looking, as you can imagine, for return, for resilience, and for impact. They need to meet some minimum requirements, but they also have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the allocation of capital is, in fact, going to sustainable change. I think that when we start to see the tourism destinations and the hotels starting to think about how to put a sort of a program in place, we see almost 6 key elements of that articulation. The first is where they clearly deliberate and articulate a policy and a commitment to sustainability and ESG, and they align that very clearly with international standards, whether that's the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN Global Principles, and others within the sector. The second thing that they're actually doing to meet the investor expectation is to be very deliberate about roles, accountability at the board, the executive level, and having in place processes that really drive performance. So monitoring and measuring and having incentives tied to that. They do indeed conduct in a more deliberate way materiality assessments, and this is all about prioritizing what are the right ESG topics to be thinking about within the tourism sector. And a lot of that information now under the ISSB is coming through the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, where investors are sort of saying, look, have a look at what SASB is saying. That's the beginning of your prioritization exercise, and then use that to elevate your approach through proper stakeholder engagement. And then with that, it's, as many of the panelists have indicated, having in place very clear strategies, objectives, targets, whether that's within renewable energy, climate resilience, everything around the experience when you're actually at these destinations, the way in which sustainable tourism is even thought about, and livelihoods of people, and then really articulating, how you disclose it, and having a strong narrative that can really bring in the investor. We've started to see the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, various pension funds, et cetera, starting to engage more because of the need for better disclosure and alignment on, and especially that sort of return and resilience.
And ultimately, I think what we're saying as well is that there is a benefit for everybody to follow the ESG guidelines, because, as you say, they're not just annoying regulations. They are actually something that benefit local communities, diversity, all that kind of stuff. And that's all good. And it sounds to me like the industry is working with it, which is great. We are out of time for this session, and I'm sorry about that, because I could talk to you much more about this. Fernando, Janice, thank you so much for joining us virtually.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck. Ladies, thank you so much indeed for joining us on stage.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajan, and thank you very much, panelists. It was a great discussion. We're now moving to the penultimate session, and we've heard something already today about the lack of, well, the seriousness of the employment situation in the hospitality industry in particular, and tourism generally, following the COVID pandemic. And the question is this employment situation threatening the recovery of our business, or the business? And to discuss this with us today, we have Miss Jill Sinclair, who's the CEO of Sinclair Partners, who are working in conjunction with the Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council and the GTR-CMC. And Jill will make a presentation on the Human Capital Overview project, and we'll also be introducing Miss Julia Reichel, the CEO of Avensis Research. And following that, there'll be a discussion with Minister Edmund Bartlett in conjunction with Rajan Datar, who will also talk about the project, the TEAM project. So, but to tell us more about TEAM, T-E-E-M, I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Ms. Jill Sinclair. Jill.
Thank you so much. Honourable Minister Bartlett, Excellencies, government officials, professors, academics, industry experts, journalists, students and colleagues, welcome, and thank you for having me in Jamaica my first time. What I want to do today is actually talk about the issues around the travel industry's workforce. But before we commence, I want a little message to take a moment to offer our thoughts and support for Turkey and Syria, with the death toll now over 40,000. And we want to put our thoughts out there for those families who've lost loved ones, for the rescue teams. I also want to call out to Peter, who's here today, who is actually helping people, advising them how to contribute to the funds going out to Turkey. But more importantly today, our afternoon sessions take a bit of a turn from investment to human capital. There's no point in investing without ensuring there's a workforce, the right skills, the right amount of people. And I think one of the things that has come out of this, and this is from being with Minister Bartlett, is that the launch of Project TEAM is a necessity. The Tourism Employment Enhancement Mandate is about collaboration, it's about changing things. And what we're going to do today, we're going to have two sessions. One centered around the human capital deficit. What are the concerns? What are the real issues? And what are some of the key solutions? But before I move on, congratulations is required. We would like to applaud Minister Bartlett's foresight, unwavering focus on resilience, including the launch of the GTR-CMC in 2018. He's been out there doing it for all those years. And that has also been him attending the Resilient Council's event on critical topics, preparedness, crisis management planning and resilience. And I think it's so important to recognise all the effort that's been going on over the years. But today we want to talk about Project TEAM. And Mr. Bartlett, with the co-chair, Dr. Taleb Rifat have actually been supporting the activities through thought leadership, events, research and publications. And I'd like to say I do have a signed book from Professor Waller, which I received in Nîmes. But the visionary activity of the Resilience Council, with the guidance of Minister Bartlett, is about making things happen. And I think what we've got to also realise, this is a concerted effort. The creation of team is about collaboration. So far, we have 18 global enterprises working together to establish from the global industry's point of view, what is the problem, what are the problems, how do we quantify it, how do we qualify it, and how do we take the steps to address it. Quite a few of the members are here today, and you'll learn more from them throughout the panels. But I think what we've got to understand is where have we come from, and I think this is the context before the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, when you think about tourism and travel accounted for 1 in 4 jobs, 330 million, and generated 10% of the GDP. But we've seen in the pandemic a sharp decline in the jobs. 2020, amazing. We lost 62 million workers. And according to the WTTC, it says the industry did gain some workers back, 1.2 million, a fraction. And with a 4.5 million predicted jobs needed by 2025. At that rate of return, if you look at the statistics, it will take us to 2050 to replace those people. If you look further then at the IBM think tank study, they've projected that we'll need another 8.4 million people by 2025. But the biggest need, and this is the most amazing thing, is that it's the talent in the 18 to 34-year-old group that we need to look for, both in developed and emerging markets. The US, China, India, Indonesia, Brazil and UK are expected to be among the top countries driving job growth from 2023 to 2026. But what is frightening is that there are other issues that have come up as part of this study, issues that trace back way before the pandemic, that are prior and actually sort of well, I suppose in some ways actually have been there all the time, but no one's really spoken about them. So what TEAM is doing is going to verify what the industry recognises as the problem, but what the impact and the related issues are. And then you start thinking about the list of the things that have come up from the research: equity, flexible working, better opportunities in other sectors, life-work balance, perception of the industry. We've had fantastic things working with students. Some of them say, why should I work in tourism? A lot of people left the industry because they've gone and migrated elsewhere. Benefit packages, education and training, along with compensation. One of the things dear to my heart is actually looking at the female worker. And you think over 60% of women work in tourism. And women, funnily enough, have been hit the hardest economically. And the role of gender equality is shouting from the mountaintops. We really need to address this. Equally, changing attitudes and the needs of youth, the primary talent pool, show marked differences, attitudinal differences towards employers. We're not dealing with the likes of me, the baby boomer. We're dealing with different audiences and different needs. And they're very, very keen to know about how they will actually look at an employer, how they look at sustainability, how they will be treated. That the Gen Zs will leave a job more readily than any other group. They also feel so strongly that if they don't like it, they will pass on that message to their networks. And I think now with social media, and particularly other sort of organisations reporting about organisations and how they are in terms of culture, we're faced with an issue here. So that's why TEAM has got to get these insights right. The other thing is, anecdotally and talking to a lot of the industry leaders, they recognise they've got an acute challenge in attracting but also retaining talent. So what TEAM is going to do is going to look at the equation from all perspectives, not only from the employers, it's going to look at the talent base, also dive into those segments that actually could be the potential in the future. And that's your students. If you don't talk to the students, if you don't educate the students, how are we going to drive people into the tourism business? So on that note, what I want to say is that we've done some research. It's part of the journey. It's not complete. It's stage one. But what we want to do is actually tell you what has been said and fed back globally on that. So let me introduce you to Julia Reichel, who is joining us virtually, hopefully, from Munich. Julia, I hope you're here. Julia's got a fascinating career. She started as a pilot, fantastic, and then working on the ground with major carriers, she decided to migrate over to human resource development and research. She's the CEO of Arvensis Research, and she's got some fantastic things to tell us today. Over to Julia. Are you here, Julia?
I'm here. Thank you so much, Jill. Thank you for the fabulous introduction. And yeah, let me say first and foremost that I'm really sorry I'm in Munich and not in Jamaica, needless to say. So thanks for having me here today at this fantastic event. Let me go straight into what it is we're going to talk about. What is a talent shortage? So my team and I encourage our partners and clients to consider the talent part to be part of the supply chain. When you can't have your planes restocked or your hotel rooms cleaned or even your seats and beds sold, it has the same effect on your business as if you didn't have fuel or duvets. It completely disrupts your operation. So if you start to consider your recruitment challenges as part of your supply chain, it only makes sense that you ask, and I mean really ask, the people who have decided not to join you or who have decided to leave you, why they made that choice so that you can be responsive to that. We've heard from other big consulting companies putting out reports about the talent shortage and the forecasts. And in particular, Jill, I was interested in your comment there that the 18 to 34-year-olds are the most needed because we have a data point on that. But nobody else is doing any research to understand the sentiment of this supply side, and that's where Arvensis adds value. If you could go to the next slide. I can't actually see the slides, but I assume we're on the right one. So Arvensis provides talent solution primarily to the transportation sector. So we work in the battery value chain, in the e-aviation sector, and as Jill said, my background is in aviation itself. It is only natural that I support this project. So we provide first global executive search services of how to fill technical and leadership positions in these markets. And naturally, we get a lot of insights when we engage with talent pools for roles. So we could be screening and interviewing 100, 120 people, experts for any which role. But that is anecdotal insights, really. It's not data gathering at large scale. So given the talent shortage in this sector, we realized that these anecdotal insights were just too patchy for our clients to make decisions on. So we decided to bring in our market research expertise and applied that to workforce planning and strategy. So by doing that, we gained insights into our clients' target talent pools, and we helped them understand how staff feel about them. And this is via bespoke projects like this here for Team, our own proprietary research, and with benchmarking services. So this then in turn enables data-driven decision-making and the ability to tailor your client, your candidate, and talent acquisition and retention when you suffer from a talent shortage. So this approach of leveraging quantitative and qualitative research is proving to be highly valuable and a really strategic approach in generating insights for business leaders that they have never had before, really knowing where improvements need to be made in order to attract talent. So we undertook this study that Jill referred to help us understand what business leaders, you and your peers, think on the subject. So let me tell you first about the scope. So the slide I'm after right now is the slide with the world map on. Julia. So in this fantastic collaboration facilitated by the TTRC, we've reached out to hundreds of business leaders in all areas of the ecosystem of travel and tourism across the world. And you can see the breakdown here by regions. What was really interesting and telling was the response rates. So we went out and we contacted roughly the same amount of businesses across these regions, and yet you can see that the most responses we got from Europe and South America, and that immediately gives us an insight into where the problem is having traction at a business leader level. So we're moving on to the next slide of
Julia,
yeah.
Just to interrupt, the slides haven't showed, so I think probably what we need to do is expedite this. And could you go through the top findings and just explain what the top line results are?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. So, so let me talk you through the top findings. We came out with essentially 8 main insights, 8 key trends. So the first one was, and this baffled me, Jill, we talked about this in the run-up to the project, the IT development, the software development, and the artificial intelligence side. So in the top 3 areas where business leaders told us they had talent challenges, the first one, the top one was sales and reservations. The second one was IT, software development and AI. And the third one was food production. So if you go back to that comment I made earlier about the importance of having the right people and the right amount of people in your operation, it gets to show you straight away in those 3 areas how detrimental it can be when you're understaffed. Western Europe was the region that told us they had the most significant staff challenges. And 34% of leaders told us that they felt that software houses, and I shan't name any names, were proactively going into their in-house development teams and taking talent out, attracting talent out. So 68% of leaders told us that they were currently short-staffed. And, let me say that again. 68% of you told us you were currently short-staffed, and I think that is a really staggering amount. Travel and tourism suffers from an image problem. This is what 82% of you told us. Now, given that we are working in this industry and we have chosen to be here, we are all acutely aware that the Gen Zs and the millennials are choosing not to come here. But we don't understand why that is. How can we fix that image problem? 88% of leaders told us they would support a global research project in order to help them and the industry understand that talent sentiment so that we bring back actionable insights back to the business that HR leaders and business leaders can act on. And then the last statistic I want to share is to Jill's point of the 18 to 34-year-olds being the most needed. We asked you and your peers what was the segment that you felt was causing you the biggest issue, and 62% of you told us that the 25 to 45-year-olds were the most difficult to attract and the most difficult to retain. I'm really happy to share these insights, obviously, through all channels. This is free research that we did as part of the collaboration, because I think it's really important that we share these numbers. But yeah, for the upcoming discussion, I'll hand over to Rajan from the BBC now. You've obviously been meeting him previously. Thank you for listening, and Rajan, I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julia. It's a shame we couldn't see those results, but I'm sure they will be able to be distributed. Yeah. But I want to, before we go to the panels, I want to bring Edmund Bartlett up on stage, please, just to give initial reactions to what that survey shows us and how we deal with that. So would you like to take a seat? And there's a microphone there.
well, let's just be plain about this. What do these results tell you?
Well, among other things, is it working? Yes? All right. Right. So these results are indicating essentially what the attitude of the broader public is towards tourism and employment in the tourism sector. And also it gives a sense of what the demography is saying, the age range, who are the ones who are serious about employment with us. The survey also indicates, I think, what level of skill sets that are affected by this, and also the gender distribution. And it's important that we look at all of these, because it's also indicating to us who have left us and who are not likely to come back to us.
Yep.
But I think also of critical importance is, what do we need to do to get them back? And what do we need also to do to enable the required new workforce to be brought in? So it speaks, I think, to the need for training and upskilling. It needs also to deal with a labor market arrangement. And perhaps it invites us to do that consideration. And in fact, I think teams was established for exactly that purpose. When the idea was born, and we established the teams that constitute team to start thinking through the process, the very base of our consideration was, how do we reimagine the labor market arrangement, create an ecosystem around employment that enables both the employer and the employee to get a balance that provides, one, security on both sides. But certainly, because tourism is known historically to be seasonal employment, the issue of tenure became very, very important. So we have to look at that. Then we have to look at, how do you remunerate the workers in tourism? Because as a result of the seasonality that was characterized by the industry, then the issue of remuneration became a big problem, because we are so dispersed. And we cover so many areas and so varied of skill sets that we don't have a set pattern as to how we remunerate. So one of the things that I believe this survey also is guiding us towards is to build out a whole system of training and certification so that we can have classification of the workers of the industry, and then to remunerate in relation to classification.
I mean, I want to just make clear as well that we understand the true ramifications of this survey, because we can talk about recovery, can't we?
Yes.
Tourism recovery. All we want all day, and about hotels investing and whatever. But unless we got people to actually work in this industry,
it's over.
It's derailed. The whole thing is derailed. And there is a serious issue, which I encountered first just after the pandemic when I was in London, and nobody then was wanting to work in hospitality or tourism.
Right.
I thought then it was a Brexit thing. It was in London, a UK thing. No, it's everywhere.
Yes, absolutely.
And that is frightening.
And it's deep. And one has to consider that there are a number of factors that gave rise to the, shall I say, the reluctance. Because I cannot accept that, I think Jill appropriately said 62 million. And there's another survey that said 44 million. But whichever it is, 44 million or 62 million is a huge part of the historic memory system of tourism that is lost. We have to recover that. We see it in terms of the airlines and the return of air activity, aviation activity in so many parts of the world. I went to talk to one of the largest airlines in the world, and I wanted them to fly into the Caribbean and to Jamaica. And they said, yes, yes, we recognize that the Caribbean and Jamaica in particular is a valuable area that we can go in and make some profit. But guess what? Our airlines our aircraft are parked in the desert. Why? The pilots have not come back. Why? The air stewardesses have not come back. This is huge. We go to hotels and we see, in our own case in Jamaica, I think we had a 20% fallout in terms of workers coming back. One hotel had 400 workers that had not returned out of some 1,400 or so. Now, this is very significant because the recovery cannot and will not be complete unless the workers are back. So we have to find a formula to do it. And that's what Teams has been engaged in the last 3 months. Serious work has been done. And I know that we'll hear more about it later on when the panel.
So we do have, coming up, 2 panel discussions about the ramifications of that report and how we deal with that shortfall. Edmund, I'm sure you'll be sticking around.
Of course, and I'll be here for that because it's very important. I happen for all my sins to chair the process, and so I look forward to that. And just to let you know that the work is going on feverishly and well. We intend to move from this conference to ITB to further strengthen the document that we're preparing for a final presentation to the world in May, hopefully in Bosnia-Herzegovina, if my friend Oster is ready for it. So we look forward to that, and then we'll be able to pass it on to ILO, to UNWTO, to WTTC, and all the major gatekeepers of the world employment situation.
But let's just reiterate, these results, these survey results, are very worrying indeed.
Indeed,
something has to be done.
Absolutely, and that's what this whole mandate is seeking to assist. And one point that I want to make before we close, and I know that time is now of essence, is that the intention would very well be to say, here is a mandate. Here is a social contract, if you will. Take it and work with it. Unfortunately, we can't say that. We can offer a guideline. We can offer some ideas. We can offer some thoughts, and we hope, because it is a private sector-driven activity, and I do recognize the diversity within our own employment arrangements, and that we have so many different entities that are part of this this continuum of movement within tourism, that you can't say that this is a glove that fits all hands. So what we have to do is to provide you with a framework and to ask you to draw on it liberally so that we can have a labor market arrangement for tourism that will enhance growth and development and will ensure that the workers who are in tourism feel comfortable, feel wanted, feel as though they belong to an industry that means them well. And hopefully, what will be effaced is the feeling and the emotion that we literally abandoned our workers during the COVID.
Yeah. I get the impression that just like with resilience, Minister Bartlett, just like with resilience, when you first started talking about that some time ago, it became a big campaign, a rolling thing that got bigger and bigger and resulted in this. This is the same type of issue. Yep. And I hope that this is just the beginning of a journey that will bring us back to that road to recovery.
Absolutely.
Edmund Bartlett, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Minister Bartlett. Thank you, Rajan. Rajan, if we can get you to stay on the stage as you're involved in moderating the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable ministers, there is a convergence now. There's an opportunity to attend a concurrent panel. We're going to continue in this room with the human capital discussions, which Rajan will be moderating. and there is a session in room SR1, which I'm informed is on the ground floor here, where there will be a conversation on sustainable and regenerative tourism and financing instruments. This session is being run by the CAF, the CAF financial institution, and their panelists there will be a Miss Alicia Montalvo, who is the Manager Climate Change Action and Positive Biodiversity of the CAF Development Bank of Latin America, and Ms. Denise Antonio, resident representative of the UNDP in Jamaica, Belize, Bermuda, Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos, and also a Miss Carolina Cortez, who's a specialist in adaptation on climate change and environment at the CAF Development Bank of Latin America. So those of you who are particularly interested to attend this sustainable and regenerative tourism and finance through financing instruments are now invited to go to room SR1 on the ground floor, and I'm advised there will be people who can point you in the right direction. Here we will continue with the human capital, and I welcome back Rajan to the stage as moderator, and now take this opportunity to invite Mr. Patrick O'Mara, Head of Partnerships and Business Sustainable Hospitality Alliance at the SHA, Mr. Christian Delhomme, Secretary General, A World for Travel, Mrs. Anne Lotter, CEO, Global Travel and Tourism Partnerships, Ms. Lindsay Lodrini, Director, Human Resources and Culture Destinations International, and Mrs. Julia Reichel, founding partner, who will join us again online, I imagine, of Arvensis Partners in Munich. So if you would kindly join us on the stage, Mr. O'Mara, Mr. Delhomme, Mrs. Anne Lotter, and Ms. Lindsay Lodrini. We will need one more. Two are online, are they? Sorry for the slight confusion. Some of these things have been organised quite recently. So thank you very much. Rajan, all yours.
Welcome. Hello, Anne.
Hello.
Hello, Christian, again. How are you? Okay, I'll come to you two first while we wait till to get the other three on the line. Julia, hopefully, is still around. And Julia, obviously, feel free to chip in about the results and to comment whenever you want to. I know it's difficult when you're online, but I'll bring you in. I'll bring you in. Yep.
Mr. O'Mara is online now.
Yes. Okay. And yes, sorry. Are you online, Patrick? Are you there? Can I just check in with you? Say hello to you.
I'm here, yes, I am.
Hello, Patrick.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep, you're a slightly you are a disembodied voice, but hopefully we can see your face soon. But I will come to you shortly to ask you about your reactions to this survey or to these survey results. Okay, let's start then with the two of you on stage. These are undoubtedly, as I was saying to Edmund, these are distressing responses, aren't they? Very worrying. They are going to seriously derail the recovery. Apart from leaving aside the pandemic, let's just watch that echo. We got that. Leaving aside the pandemic, which obviously makes a massive difference, what would you say are the main factors for the deficit of the workforce? Let me go to you first, Christian.
Of course, we are facing one of the most dramatic crises on the human factor we are speaking about. I think, yes, of course, we are focusing sometimes on the two explanations. Salaries are too low, and the working conditions are too bad. And that's obviously the case sometimes and very often. And that's an issue. But it wasn't an issue before. So it must be something else that explains what's happening. I think that we have to speak about the pandemic as well, because the pandemic is not the explanation, but it's the explanation of the acceleration. So we know that in very low noise, with the Y generation, they wanted to have more sense, and they wanted to have more personal development. And I'm afraid that the industry is not providing enough personal developments, and it has been shown to the other generation during the pandemic. And the combination of the three factors is explaining certainly the more what we're facing. But there is another explanation, because right now we have the hand of the effects of the baby boom on the employment market. So the demand is increasing at the same time, but the offer is decreasing. And we are in competition with other sectors who are more appealing, certainly, who have more sense to give, better working conditions, and most of the working conditions concern certainly to be able to work remotely.
Yep.
And we cannot provide this to the front line. So all this explains, and there are other explanations, but I want the other person in the panel to speak.
Yep.
There are other explanations that are very structural, and I want certainly in some time to explain what I have in mind because of that.
Of course, we'll come to that. And I know that we actually are going to stress some of the positive aspects of this world, of this industry we live in, which doesn't rely as much on automation, for example, or AI as other industries, because of the very benefit of personal skills, of being a good communicator. These are the kind of things that this industry offers, right?
Absolutely, and this is why we look to train young people in the sector in that personal skill set. But I think some of the other reasons that people left a while ago, the gig economy, the strength of the gig economy, people were able to be more flexible in where they worked, why they worked, when they worked, and how they worked. And they could see that this was a much more engaging way to work than perhaps going back into the sector. There was another reason as well. Hotels were very, very good at looking after their customer when we opened after COVID. They went to great lengths to secure their customers' faith in what they were doing. But they weren't as good at looking after their employees after COVID. And employees also had moved on by then. They weren't being supported through that sector, through that period, and they looked elsewhere for their work. And I think the other issue that Christian and I have spoken about a lot is the issue of women. Women who want a bit more stability in where they work. They want to know which working hours they've got. They want to know when they're going to be working. They don't want to be working nights. They have families to support. Other issues back at home. And I think this whole structure of the way they were employed no longer suits. And of course, COVID has brought everybody back into that, into a field of remote working, which is not going to go away. And so I think the industry has to address how we can actively engage with remote working with a new type of employee going forward.
Let's develop that as we go along, and I think it'll happen in the next session as well, which I think you were chairing, in fact. So we will talk that. Chris, I just want to come back to you for 1 second. You were you worked for airlines for 20 years, didn't you? Air France. Yes. You worked in the tour operation side with Atout France. You must have seen firsthand how employees, how much they valued their jobs or not. You must have seen what they thought about their workplace. Did you not possibly detect then maybe the industry is not looking after its employees well enough, not wanting them to stay?
I think it's worse than that. I think that the major concern is the business model that we're enforcing for decades. We cut costs. Well, I began to work in 1983, long time ago. But we were not beginning. I've always been forced to cut costs in order to lower prices, push volumes, and at the end with very, very, very short unit margins. And what are the consequences of that? We see the consequences concerning the sustainability, the planet, the climate problems we have to face. But there are also the issues concerning the employees, because we are providing low skills. And sometimes the employees can bring more skills than we are requiring. Why? Because we are always giving the priority to the transactional part of their jobs and not to the services they can provide. And I'm afraid that this is a major issue. As far as we cannot change the business model to bring more value, and the value is, we are able to bring this value by the services. We need now to build the services, not to build the services around poor products, and sometimes the services are not are nonsense, but to make the contrary, to create the products around valuable services that the employees can provide. And then they are going to become heroes for the customers. And that's why maybe, I mean, the way they are going to see their jobs is going to change. So I'm fully sure that the problem is not from the companies, it's not from the HR department, it's not from the management, but the major problem is with the business model.
With the business model. Okay. Yes, it's very telling, isn't it? Okay, let's go to our virtual contributors. Lindsay, hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Nice for you to join us. Now, you are a Gen Zer, are you not?
I consider myself an elder millennial, but...
Okay. So you, at least, are one of those people who possibly, or maybe your friends or whoever, would possibly look at the world of tourism and hospitality and think, not going to do that, not that interested in that. It's just not giving me what I want from life. So with that perspective, and maybe they don't think that, but I suspect they do. Just give me your view of these survey results, what they tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I spent many years in hospitality myself and recently went to Destinations International. I spent time in the hotel sector, so a little bit different is what I'm doing now. I think that these results are really insightful. Yes, they are a little distressing, but they're extremely insightful. And I think to the point of what we've all been saying is that we are hitting a new generation in the workforce. And that generation, the top priority for them is work-life balance. Compensation is important, career growth is really important, but work-life balance, I would say, is number one. And so for a lot of the sectors that we're talking about within the hospitality industry, they're going to have to figure out how to provide that to this generation in order to keep them within hospitality specifically. And I think one of the big key factors there is more employees, which is what we're talking about today. But for me, that's what I would say is one of the biggest things.
But do you think that it reflects a problem with the structure of our industry in terms of the way we have employees and the way we treat them, and that something fundamental has to change about the nature of working in travel and hospitality?
Yes, I would say there is a fundamental change that does need to happen. I do believe wholeheartedly that the industry is seeing this and they are taking proactive steps to get there. But as a traditional industry, right, where the workforce was really just, this is a job, I'm going to grin it and bear it and work the long hours that I need to, it's going to take them a little bit of time to find out what restructuring will look like and how in order to get a better workforce.
Okay, as I say, we will come to solutions. It's not all negative. We will come to solutions in a second. Patrick, just give us your number one. Tell us about where you work and what you do, and what these results tell you.
Yeah, certainly. I work for the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. It's a collaboration of global collaboration of hospitality businesses and the business that support them, working to become net positive. So that means positive for the environment, but also importantly for this discussion, net positive for people. So not just the investors and the owners, but obviously the employees, but also the communities where our hospitality businesses are located. So whether that is education, engagement, fair employment, local supply chains, all of that. So that's what we promote. And we work with our hospitality companies to help make that happen. And it's a really interesting point that Lindsay made, actually, that a lot of these companies are working, they know that problem. And they are working really hard to find solutions. But it is proving extraordinarily difficult. I'm very struck by the 8.4 million number of employees needed by 2025. We're very aware of the enormous growth in this industry right now. The bounce back has been very significant in some parts of the world. And, you know, one of the very large, for example, one of the very large hospitality companies, you will all know, can't say the name right now, but it's opening one hotel a day for 2 years. One hotel every single day, weekends included, for 2 years. So you know, the bounce back is enormous. The choke point will come when it comes to finding the people to work those. And those of us who live in London, I happen to live in London, and I'm very sorry I can't be there with you. I know some hotels in central London who have kept wings of their hotels closed simply because they can't find the people. There has been what's been called in the industry the Great Resignation, catalyzed by perhaps Brexit to some degree, but also by the pandemic where people just walked away. That's what we're talking about. So what strikes me, the volumes. But I'm also struck, before you mentioned about solutions, one of the great things we learned during the pandemic is how resilient this industry is and how agile it can be. And it's an industry that it hasn't traditionally been known for. It's quite a traditional known for the industry itself. And suddenly, at the onset 3 years ago of this pandemic, and you know, business doing 3% of the volume that they could normally have done, managed to survive and innovate and find ways of finding solutions. And I think that there is plenty of brain power, there is plenty of talent in the industry, there is plenty of money in the industry. I'm very struck by what Honourable Minister Bartlett said about, he made some very important points about, I think at the heart of it was equity. And the second point that I heard was this idea of partnership, putting structures in place. And it might be, you know, collaboration amongst employers and businesses, extraordinarily talented and committed voluntary organisations who are employability experts, and none better than Anne Dover at GTTP, actually, who happen to be our partners, who do an excellent job. And something the government that says, look, we have a structural issue here, we all need to work together. Now that takes some creative thinking and a different kind of model. And I think we have to get over that one a little bit to try and find those 8.4 million people who are already out there. By 2025 is right down the road. These people are either in school, already in work, or not working at all. They're doing, you know, they're focusing, Lindsay, on the work-life balance issue that you talked about. And, you know, I find that a strange thing. You know, if work is one thing and the rest of your life is something else, and there's a huge divide between them, there's something wrong somehow. You know, that work has to be enjoyable, it has to be fun, it has to be a learning experience. You have to have some career aspirations. It has to be about your development. So all of those things come to play.
Yeah.
Sorry for the long answer.
No, not at all. And in fact, you've got an alliance with the TTP, haven't you? The SHA, and you've formed an alliance or something?
Yes, we have an MEU because I think what we do is train young people from the age of 16 to 19 primarily, and SHA look at apprenticeships, and so we're linking together because this is a natural progression for a young person to go through the initial training phase and then find out where the apprenticeships are, where they can access the next stage of their career journey. So it makes complete sense,
doesn't it?
for us to work together.
And it's one step towards what we want to get. I want to go to one specific finding, and Julia, perhaps because we didn't have the slides in front of us, we should just reiterate this finding, and it's about the image problem. I'll call it that. It's the image problem. So Julia, can you just repeat what the survey found about that?
Yeah, so 82% of the business leaders, and let me reiterate, it's the business leaders, it's not the talent. So the business leaders, 82% of them told us that they believe that one of the challenges around talent acquisition and retention is that the travel and tourism industry suffers from an image problem. And maybe I dive straight into my thoughts because it actually fits perfectly with everything that Lindsay and Patrick have been talking about as well. When I left the airline world, personalization, I was working in the PSS and GDS technology side of things. And personalization, customer centricity was driving innovation, was driving change. But where I'm getting at now is when I do this talent sentiment analysis work, and we do this extensively in the battery value chain, is that my headline almost is that the travel and industry need to become a human-centric sector, not a customer-centric sector, because you can be customer-centric if you haven't got the people to support you run your business, your day-to-day worker bees, then you have a problem. And Lindsay, you made a really good point around the work-life balance, and I'd like to break that out a little bit because, again, I can bring the talent sentiment insights we have from other sectors. And there are really four main things. The first one is the leadership styles. So what is attractive to talent right now is decentralized modern leadership styles. I trained as a pilot. I do not understand how we could ever have a decentralized leadership style in the cockpit or in the cabin for that matter. So don't ask me how you're going to do this, but what I know from the talent, this is what they're looking for. So when they come out of college and they think, do I go and join Marriott or do I go and join some funky IT business?
Yep.
They're probably going to go for the latter because of this image that this is decentralized, modern, beanbag, pool table type working environments. The second is the management hierarchies. This generation of young talent that we're trying to attract into the sector, they're really not responding well to being told.
Told what?
The third one is they don't place that much importance on the salary. We are from a generation, and Lindsay, I'm going to take you out of this one. We are of a generation, we wanted the pay rise, we wanted the corner office, we wanted the company car. This generation isn't bothered by that. They want to be in the right company, they want to do the right thing, even if they earn less. And that brings me to the last point, and that is purpose. The purpose for this generation of talent is overriding. And I think these are the four things. If we can get to a place where we put the research in with the talent to say, what does this look like for you? You know, what does a hotel chain or an airline need to do so that you would consider working there? So we can tick those four things off because we know from the research that we do in other sectors that those four things are driving. And if we get that right, then we have a human-centric organization.
Okay. That again is very much what you I think are looking at, and we're going to talk about education just in 1 second. But I want to go back to that image problem. Why do business leaders think that the industry has an image problem with potential employees?
Well, we did some stakeholder interviews as part of the...
Yeah. Sorry, Julia, I was actually asking Anne. My fault.
Sorry
no, don't worry.
You go ahead.
I think the image problem is quite well embedded, and it's generational. And I had the privilege earlier today to speak to some students from Jamaica who are tourism students, passionate about joining the industry. The first thing they said to me is, I said to my parents, I want to become a tourism student. They said, no, don't do that. That's not a good place to be. And this is a very negative sense that people hold of the industry in general. I think the promulgation of low wages across many years, the potential ability for the industry to, I put this word lightly, to perhaps misuse their staff in some respects. And this information's got out now. And Gen Z, our latest generation, they want to know what their values are. Are your values aligned to mine? Because if they're not, I'm not going to join you. And they're very big on the values-based employment. I don't completely agree with the idea that wages aren't a major issue. The same group of students said to me only today, if I want to go and work in another parish in Jamaica, I can't afford to because the wages aren't high enough to allow me to get a housing and live in another sector. So I do believe wages are one of the
aspect of it.
issues, for sure, yes.
Christian, image problem.
Image problem, there are several. I don't want to add, to repeat, but yes, the wages problem, the value for money, for the employment in the sector. I haven't mentioned, but I'm also a town councillor in the Pyrenees, in the mountains, in charge of tourism as well, and we have the same problems. I mean, to attract people to come, and we have several problems. The first one is the season is killing the jobs, and we have to pick up in different time in the year, and it doesn't create a real job. I was saying, well, when you are exercising a job in a touristic area, the housing prices are incredible for the people. So it's not feasible if you're not solving this. So it's for the tiny territories, and for the big companies, it's more surprising because big companies should be attractive.
Yeah.
I'm fully sure that the problem is still because of the contents of the jobs they are providing.
I think I get the impression, I don't know if you're talking to certain hotel groups, maybe some of the more forward-looking hotel groups are actually improving their image and are looking to get people in on a better basis than before. Is that fair, do you think? Is that your experience?
Yeah, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
And the problem is that we believe that personalization, as Julia mentioned, because I used to work for Amadeus too, personalization
You had a good career.
was a possibility to provide more value to the customer. In fact, it doesn't provide any value. It provides the transactional personalization we can provide. There is no room, no empowerment of the employees. The good personalization is to fit what the customers are requiring, to surprise them by proposing things that is not planned. And we are not able to provide this because we are fixed on this cost, this damned cost.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. I totally understand where your position is very good and very clear on that. We've got 5 minutes left of this part, so we can happily carry on with some of the themes, Anne. You're taking over for the moderating, so that's fine. But I want to just look at one other thing. Our education system. Is our education system fit for purpose in providing people to work in this industry? Does it ever come up in schools? Yes, you should be, this is a good job, do this. This is a good career. This is good. I don't think it does, and I think we have to look at that. But rather than me answering that question, let me go to Anne. What do you think?
Yeah.
Is it fit to supply the workforce?
In a word, no. And it's not fit to supply. Again, the lovely Jamaican students I spoke to said they had no exposure to the sector at high school. The first time they got exposure to it was post-high school. I think in some areas, we do expose students at GCSE level, so at 16 plus, and we certainly try to expose them at that point. But, you know, it's a complex industry, it's wide-ranging, it's difficult to navigate, and that's what they say to me. Where's the career path? How do I understand when I join? If I do this kind of qualification, I can go in this direction. If I do this kind of qualification, I can go in this direction. They don't understand it because it is complex and it's difficult to understand and it's difficult to communicate how it functions and how it works. And I think that's something that the industry can address, actually, is a better clarity on where the industry, how it works, where people can go, what individuals' career paths are and what their opportunities are. And I know there are fantastic opportunities for young people out there. I spoke to the CEO of a 5-star hotel only recently. He had a young man join him at 18. He said, I took him because he had wonderful customer service. Number one in industry, we're a people industry. It's so important to be able to deliver that. He said, And I nurtured him because I could see he was passionate, he was skilled. By the age of 30, he was the general manager of a 5-star hotel. How many industries offer that? Very few in my experience. So the opportunities are there, but the way we deliver them can be improved, without a doubt.
Okay. I'll just have one thought to end with, which is we talked about how other industries like cultural heritage or tech or whatever are seen as competitors to the travel industry. Actually, guess what? The travel industry embraces those disciplines as well. And I think that has to come across somehow, that within the world of travel and hospitality, you can be a brilliant tech person. You can be a brilliant creative person. I think somehow you have to create a more rounded picture. That's my parting thought. You're allowed to have as many thoughts as you want now, Anne, because you're going to take over moderating.
Thank you.
And I'm very conscious that the three of you who are there virtually hadn't had much of a say. So I don't know, Anne, if you can have them sticking around, or do you want?
If they wish to, they're very welcome to stick around and add anything to the next session, which is how we repair the industry and move forward.
Fantastic. Anne, up to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajan. Oh, yes, sorry. You can do that job.
Maybe, Anne, your title is rather better than the one that's here that says in pursuit of corrective action. It sounds rather dealing with the sort of criminal element, which of course it's not. Anyway, jesting aside, ladies and gentlemen, as Rajan has indicated, Mrs. Anne Lotter who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Travel and Tourism Partnership, will moderate the next session. And Anne, would you moderate from that sort of position, or would you like to use election? So what we'd like to do now is to call forward the panelists who will be joining Anne on stage. And it's my great pleasure to invite the Honourable Fayval Williams, MP, Minister of Education for Jamaica, to join us on stage. Welcome. Mr. Ibrahim Oster, Chief of Party, USAID, the project Tourism Economics International. Mr. Oster. Ms. Stephanie Lilligard. She's not? She's coming online. Ms. Stephanie Lilligard, Director of the Counter Trafficking and Safe Migration, Winrock International Business. We have Mr. Eric Sutphin, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, sir, founder of Zeal Remote, joining us, welcome. And Ms. Lisa Duguay, Chief Executive Officer of the NAF, and she is coming with us online. So welcome. There's one more chair coming. And so over to Anne Lotter.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome my panel here. Do we have our online members? Is Lisa with us? Not yet? No? Okay. Stephanie, are you with us?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me. Yes.
Hi, Stephanie. So as introduced, we have the Honourable Fayval Williams, Minister of Education for Jamaica. Welcome. Here we also have Eric Sutphin, founder of Zeal Remote. Welcome to you too. And Ibrahim Oster, Chief of Party of USAID. Welcome to you. So welcome to all our panelists. I see we have everybody on board now. I think what Minister Bartlett mentioned earlier, this issue that tourism is a driving force of the global economic recovery, it's so important to hold on to that, because if we don't have the people, we won't have the economic recovery. And so how do we get these people back? And this panel is looking at what the corrective action is that we can take collectively as a group in order to try and ensure that we get people back into the sector. Thank you. I was reading some World Travel and Tourism statistics that suggest that the tourism will create 1 in 3 new jobs. So we'll need even more people than we've got at the moment. So this is an increased challenge that we have. Employment is expected to grow by 3.5% as well. So we can't, if we don't resolve this, there will be a huge impact. There'll be a huge impact on individuals, millions of individuals around the world who rely on this sector, local economies, and local communities will be impacted. So it really is imperative that we look to see what solutions we can put in place. I was reading the Irish Times recently. 90% of businesses said they had a lack of staff. They were still looking. 90%, that's a huge figure. But I think the industry is trying to change its ways a little bit. And against those statistics, 71% recognise they must increase pay to attract more people into the sector. 69% said they recognised they needed to offer more flexible working to allow people to adapt their lives to suit the working environment. And 66% said they will guarantee staff predictable hours. It was another major issue. You know, with the seasonal economy and uncertainty in the job market, predictable hours are welcome by a lot of the employees. And so, as I said earlier, I did have the pleasure of meeting a lovely group of Jamaican travel and tourism students. And I'd like to address this question to the Minister, please. They were saying that they really struggle on a number of fronts to succeed in the sector, across education. So one is the parents not wanting them to join. That's an image issue that we have on a global scale. The second one was their wages. They can't afford to leave the parish and work elsewhere. They also said they came across a lot of negativity in the sector when they went to apprenticeships. They spoke to people working who said, "Why are you here? Why have you chosen this career path?" And again, that career path issue, it was so pertinent to me that they really had difficulty steering their way to find their place. They're passionate, but they couldn't find their place in the sector. So what do you think Jamaican education system can do to appraise some of those issues?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to be here this afternoon with colleague Minister Bartlett, who we in Jamaica consider to be the global tourism minister, and I hope you think so. Yes. Let me just begin by saying the tourism sector is extremely important to our economy. We employ 20 to 25% of persons in the industry, and we've spent many, many years, many decades, creating this product, this tourism product that we have in Jamaica. It's become a global product here. And so across our society, there is a real recognition of the importance of this industry and its linkages to other industries, agriculture, transportation, you name the industry, there is some linkage there. We've spent quite a bit of energy, quite a bit of money within the education system, creating the training programs, the degrees, the certification that will allow our young people to enter this industry with the knowledge and the skills that they need. The image of the industry for us in Jamaica has changed significantly over the years. I think at one point in time we might have been a little ambivalent about the industry, but I can tell you now there's significant embrace of the industry because of the importance of it to our society. And within our schools, we're beginning to talk about careers in the tourism sector. There's a lot more information that's available. And later on, I could give some more details about some of the skill set that we are providing to the students to enable them to access the opportunities in that industry. Minister Bartlett can tell you, he started the pension program for the industry. That was something that was never done before in Jamaica because tourism is such a seasonal product. People get 3-month or 6-month contract, and so you couldn't think long-term about it. But through efforts like that, persons are beginning to think long-term about the tourism sector. Housing is another area that we've tackled for the industry and recognize that when persons start working in the industry, they need housing. And how do you make that affordable in an area where housing is very expensive for persons? Transportation, getting people to work in those early hours of the morning or the late hours at night. So we've taken tourism very seriously in Jamaica because we know the impact it has on our industry, and we recognize that the training component of it, giving persons that long-term view career opportunity, can only inure to the benefit of the industry.
Thank you, Minister. So that's a lot that Jamaica are doing in order to mitigate some of those blockages that people are facing in order to access the industry. I'd like to turn now to Lisa Doogie, CEO of NAF, based in the USA. Are you with us, Lisa?
I'm here.
Hi. Lisa, you deliver a broad range of education across many hundreds of academies in travel and tourism across the US, in hospitality and tourism, I should say. So have you experienced these same challenges that other people have had in terms of the image issue in your sector? And is it turning students away from considering a career and going forward and joining the sector later on?
So fortunately, I actually have some very positive news as far as this is concerned. We have not seen that really at all. In fact, actually, especially as the conversation in the US is changing around what does success look like and what does a successful career path look like, and students are recognizing that it doesn't always mean a four-year college degree, that there's different pathways that they can take. Travel and tourism is actually one of the academies that offers a lot more opportunities for students to more quickly enter the workforce, to not have to take on debt, to become successful in the career path that they're choosing. And it's actually something that is really attractive for a lot of our students. You know, we exist in mostly public high schools in particularly underserved and under-resourced communities. So this really is a great access to opportunity for our students to think about where their futures can be in the hospitality and tourism sector. And in fact, over the last 10 years, we've seen our enrollment in hospitality and tourism academies increase by about 80% in the last 10 years. We have 16,000 students right now enrolled in our hospitality and tourism academies, and they go on to do all kinds of exciting things. We have students who become general managers of huge hotel chains, and they do that a lot of times because they had an internship while they were in high school. And oftentimes that internship can turn into a job that they continue to do while they're finishing high school. They can oftentimes continue those roles while they're continuing whatever post-secondary education they choose. And so the travel and tourism industry really does offer our students a great deal of flexibility and opportunity for well-paying careers, for a lot of mobility in the careers that they choose. And you know, the thing that we really focus on at NAF is making sure that we are providing our students with the skills and competencies they need to be successful in whatever career path they choose. And again, as this conversation really does change around what do you need to do before you kind of enter the workforce, travel and tourism really is a place where we're seeing our students migrate to as they do look at different opportunities instead of just going the traditional college path right after high school. So, and to me, there's the image problem is actually not a problem. It's actually a real positive. It is something that we have our students seeking out because they see a lot of potential in what a career path can look like.
That's really interesting, and maybe it's something that we can learn in this room about how you have overcome this clear image problem that many countries seem to have in order to attract talent to the sector. So I'd like to turn now to Stephanie. Are you with us, Stephanie, online?
I am, yes.
So, Stephanie, you're with Winrock International. I know you work with a lot of marginalized young people to try and give them training and education and an opportunity to work. And I was thinking of this in the concept of, you know, is this one of the routes we can go in order to engage people to come and work in the sector? But I know you're particularly focused on the human trafficking and how you educate how you do educate the sector to manage and deal with that process. And so perhaps you would like to enlighten us a little further on that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think maybe one thing to as background that's useful to know is when we look at trafficking prevention, one of the key drivers that we're looking at is economic opportunities and how when people don't have economic opportunities or income, they're more likely to engage in risky behaviors that can result in exploitation or trafficking. So, I think there's been a lot of discussion about the labor deficit and also the change in work, that a lot more people are moving to remote work. They want more flexible hours, but that remote work is really accessible to people who are more educated, who have higher levels of literacy, and who also have connectivity. And I think one thing that we saw, for example, we are working globally on these issues, and I think an example of this that's related to the tourism sector is in Laos, when COVID-19 hit, the borders of Thailand closed. And as a result, all the migrants who were working in Thailand had to return to their countries of origin. And for Laos, that meant about 200,000 workers came back, many of them working in the hospitality and tourism sector with no jobs, no income. And that also meant the remittances that they were sending back to their families had also dried up. So you had people who were vulnerable, you had families that were vulnerable.
Yeah, okay. So do you think this could we make these links, do you think, that this could be one of the ways we can engage more people to join the sector through that training and education process, enabling them to feel more secure when they come into particularly hospitality?
Absolutely. And yeah, sorry, I had a feedback issue.
Oh.
Yes. So, yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that we were looking at is now that borders have opened back up, those workers are still looking for work. And I think a key sort of piece from our perspective is that the people are there, right? And maybe instead of looking at how do you attract the same people back, what are the other people out there who are looking for jobs and can be an asset for your industry? So a lot of what we're trying to do is skills training, and not just skills training in general, but really tailoring it to the employer so that the employer is getting the skills that they need, the employee goes into the job equipped, and there's better chances of retention, less turnover, and it's a worthwhile investment for the company. So I think that that's a really key area that we've been looking at, and then also working with the hotel and tourism industry on due diligence with third-party contractors, with subcontractors who are providing transportation support, who are working in the entertainment sector and providing services at resorts. How do you work with those companies to understand the supply chain, the risks, what are their labor practices? Because when it comes to image, I think a lot of the good work that has been done by large multinational corporations who have the resources and the will to do it, but working with them to understand maybe the less structured parts of the industry and the risks and vulnerability points for exploitation there is really critical.
Thank you very much. That's it's certainly a bit of food for thought for all of us, I think, and how we might address that situation. Perhaps I can turn to Eric now. Eric, I know you are building brands in hospitality, particularly in the remote working sector. And what might be interesting is to explore which elements of travel and tourism might be attractive to remote working, where we can perhaps get people to do the part of the job that they might otherwise be based in a hotel or in an office outside of that environment. And perhaps you could give us your thoughts on that, please.
Yes, thank you. Digital nomads and remote work is absolutely here to stay. We've seen remote work pre-COVID at roughly 7 million people living and working for extended periods out of their home. Today, that number is 35 million, so it's grown sevenfold. In particular, this group is the Gen Z. They are the millennials that are 61% below the age of 40. Predominantly, these are very tech-savvy and affluent travelers that have a value and desire to be able to integrate and immerse themselves into these cultures for extended periods of time. 2/3 of them are coming from technology. They are software developers, designers, marketers. 1/3 of them are in marketing. So as we talk about a perceived image problem that the industry has, and we want to explore how do we give a facelift, how do we properly portray the values, the work-life, not even balance, they desire a work-life integration into these destinations, we can explore that the skill sets that they have to bring globally have a huge socioeconomic, huge cultural implication on where they travel to. And so we're finding that these digital savvy travelers, as we look at Chiang Mai and other destinations that facilitate co-working, facilitate hospitality as nexuses and hubs for these travelers, we see Skillshare and apps and entrepreneurship thrive in these destinations where the local residents are inspired and are educated on other viable opportunities that are out there. So undoubtedly, while there are in-person skills and jobs that need to be filled in hospitality, we're seeing that those sales and reservations, as well as the technology and AI, can be supplemented in part, perhaps not in whole, but one viable solution is to look at this global skill set of remote workers and how are you attracting them to bring their money and friends and skills into your local economies.
And so what about the seasonality of the workforce then? How does that impact these remote workers? You know, if they can only work seasonally with one organization, are they able to adapt their working life to suit that?
Currently, there's about 49% of the remote workforce that is their own boss. They are their own independent subcontractors. So seasonality for them really is not an issue. They are eager and excited to be able to work in different destinations for extended periods of time. Predominantly, 2/3 of them are staying for a month or more in these destinations. And so they actually are looking at innovative and creative ways to supplement their income to be able to get involved. Some of the biggest issues that remote workers have are being able to get connected to locals and residents, to local events, to find stable Wi-Fi, and to be able to find ways to give back. So we can see how this image is perhaps a direct conduit or a really great synergistic link to be able to facilitate this connection and use hospitality, to use hotels as epicenters for this connectivity, to be able to foster and stimulate that even seasonally. Perhaps, depending on the occupancy rates of the season, the shoulder and off seasons are great times to help support and supplement, but they're just as technology companies with massive layoffs are finding innovative ways to be able to still get the same work done. They and I invite you to explore how can you be able to perhaps supplement and explore remote workers as a way to take advantage of their seasonality and their skill sets.
Thank you. That's an interesting way we could address this problem in part, for sure. Maybe I could turn to Ibrahim now. Ibrahim, I know you're working in an emerging tourism market in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and these issues that have been raised about the issues of human capital, training, retention, ongoing issues. How are you addressing that across an emerging market, and how are you finding your students' reactions to it?
Thank you. I want to agree with the minister first that we do have a global minister of tourism. So we don't want to steal him away from the government, but wouldn't it be great at the UNWTO? So I'll speak to you about the experience we have right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is a program funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development.
It's not on.
It is? It's okay now? Should I speak about WTO again?
Hold it a bit closer, maybe.
I'll mention our work in Bosnia and Herzegovina right now, funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development. However, this is based also on other investments that USAID made in other countries, and I was part of many of those as well in Jordan, and scoping such work in Tunisia, Nepal, and Georgia and elsewhere. So what are we trying to do with the labor pool for tourism? And you're right in asking the minister what she's doing, and both of them are doing, about Jamaica, because I think we seem to be approaching the issue from a global perspective, and I think we do have commonalities in different countries, but each country has its own specificities. So when it comes to an image challenge, what might be an image challenge in Jamaica may not be an image challenge in Jordan, for example. I'll give you an example. In Jordan, one of the challenges that we face is that parents didn't want their kids working in hotels because they thought that hotels are all about alcohol, and therefore, because of their socially conservative, they didn't want them working there. So we're working on, for example, tourism awareness for the parents, not just for the kids, to see that, in fact, you can work in a hotel, and most jobs in the hotel do not necessarily involve alcohol. You probably don't have this challenge here. So we do need local solutions to what may be a global problem. So how do we do this? I would say we have multi-pillar approaches for expanding the qualified workforce and human capital in the tourism sector. I don't just call it labor, because labor may mean entry-level workers, and they're very important, and they're the largest segment of the industry. So one is we need to work on the feeder channels. One feeder channel may be from high school into workforce straight, because not all kids are necessarily academically inclined, and they would want to work straight from after they hit 18 years old and get into the sector. But the second feeder is from high school into universities, and do we have enough qualified university programs, or could be other higher education, could be a 2-year program, 1-year program post-high school, that can take these. So we need to encourage enough kids to elect tourism as a career choice. So how do we do that? First is we need a proper awareness campaign that is targeted at 4 segments of society. One is the kids themselves, to see tourism as a career choice, and they need to understand the value of tourism as a career choice. We launched an awareness campaign, a national awareness campaign called Tourism Enriches Our Lives. Of course, it was also an innovation of the WTO many years ago, but we use the same thing, not just with the kids or with the parents, that's target group number 2. It's also with the government, because the government needs to understand the value of tourism for economic growth and development, and therefore reinvestment in the sector in terms of policies, regulations that facilitate growth of the sector, and also making investments in training centers and otherwise. And the 4th target group is teachers. That you need the teachers also to repeat the message to the kids that you should think about tourism. And we started conducting these tourism awareness programs in the schools in partnership with Ministry of Education and Tourism and otherwise. But now we're moving into, we need to expand not just the interest in the sector, we need to expand the qualified labor pool, or qualified human capital in the sector. 3 ways. One is we need to upgrade vocational skills of the sector. So upgrading vocational training in the sector. It's upgrading vocational labs where the young people, or could be adults even, learning. And that came with what we're doing right now. We're upgrading the curriculum that is implemented in these vocational training centers. New curriculum, books for the trainees, books for the teachers themselves, and train the trainers, train the teachers themselves. And we found that many of the trainers haven't been in a hotel in a long time, and so many of them can't even afford it. So we were doing awareness for the trainers themselves, including internships for the trainers in the hotels, so they can pick up real-life skills so they know what they're teaching. And the second is we need to upgrade higher education institutions, universities. Again, upgrading curriculum, and we've adopted the UNWTO TED Qual model in a number of countries to upgrade the curriculum, and we have a model for it because you're following the TED Qual model, and then the university gets audited, we know the gaps, and then we provide a targeted capacity building program for that. Now, as probably both ministers would agree, that as large as the solution is, and as big as your own interest is, no government can afford a solution on its own. So we need to turn to the private sector, and let's create these public-private partnerships. And I'll give you an example in Jordan. We did a gap assessment between the needs of the industry for workforce and the output of the educational system. And we had about 5,000-6,000 people gap every single year, 8,000 actually. So where do they come from? Well, we can't ask the government to go build new labs and buy kitchens and otherwise. However, all hotels have kitchens and all hotels have rooms and so forth. We signed MOUs with 22 branded hotels, from the Marriott and the Sheraton, the Movenpick and the Four Seasons and otherwise, that they become training institutes. So the hotel becomes an institution. We came up with a program, we're calling it Pathways to Professionalism, where all hotels give us their training managers. They learn how to deliver that particular program. The books are given to workers or students, so we do two things with it. One is that the hotel trains new entrants into the workforce, or they upskill those working. Oftentimes, you have two people occupying the same job, but they lack a skill or two from the list of competencies that they're supposed to have. So they get tested. They only are trained on those gaps that they have. And then we have a partnership with an independent certification and testing body, which happened to be part of the Vocational Training Corporation run by the government. And it gave certificates to the graduates. So now if you're a waiter or you're a housekeeper or otherwise, you end up with a certificate, you can hang it on the wall, and it gives you pride and in front of your family and friends and otherwise. And at the same time, because everybody from all of the hotels are trained on the same curriculum and have the same certificate, it made employees more mobile. So if you're a graduate of the Hilton, you go apply at the Marriott knows what skill sets you have, and that makes also the workers able to negotiate better salaries because they do have something that qualifies them and vouches for their skills. So a great deal that can be done and is being done, and we really have quite an active program in Bosnia-Herzegovina where we're upgrading universities, upgrading vocational education, and we're doing it even non-formal training through some NGOs, local community organizations that might target the disabled, or might target female workers only, or might target people in a certain village where we provide them with the materials. They may have their own, or maybe we provide them with the curriculum itself. And I would close by looking at the issue of gender inclusion, which is very important. We began with a national gender assessment in Bosnia and Herzegovina to look at the status of women in the sector, how they are involved, what sort of impediments they have. And we just launched an implementation plan. It's not enough to look at what the problem is, but we do need partnerships and actually take firm steps with the industry and with the government to upgrade the quality of workforce for the women. So lots happening, and we have many, many examples. And some of them are on our website. You see it on Facebook. And otherwise, we post every day, almost Tourizam, TURIZAMBIH.BA. And even if you go there, you will see our Tourism Academy, we're calling it. It's an online learning platform. Lots of courses there in English or in the local language, and they're all free and accessible to the locals.
Thank you, Abraham. I see Minister Bartlett looking at his watch, so I think we must be almost out of time. Let me just sum up what I think. I think there are some good takeaways from this discussion this afternoon. Clearly, education is a key enabler to bring people into the industry and get them to stay in the industry. And professionalising that education that we're offering is also an important factor in that. Offering flexible working hours is another enabler. Options for women who can select to work weekdays and not weekends, not nights, not after-hours shifts if they have a family to take care of. All these things can help attract and retain people in the industry. Upskilling, career paths, also very important. And digital nomads, how the industry can utilise people who are not in a frontline situation within the sector and use their skills and their abilities to deliver what's needed within travel and tourism. So I'd like to just sum up by reflecting on, I believe that this has to be done in cooperation. There's a lot of larger organisations out there that have got a grip on this, that have got the time and the resources to be able to look into these issues. And perhaps that knowledge sharing with medium and smaller businesses would really assist that process. So knowledge sharing, cooperation is a key factor in this. And maybe I could finish by giving you a quote that was used by a now ex-Prime Minister of England. And he said, when we left Brexit, build back better. But I think collaboratively in the travel and tourism industry, we can build back better. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the panel and the Minister in particular for coming to share their knowledge and information with us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, and also thanks to the panelists for their valuable contributions. We're running about 50 minutes behind schedule, but we are now going to have the closing session. And after that, there'll be a welcome reception and the launch of the Airbnb and GTR-CMC Building Climate Knowledge and Awareness across the Caribbean, known as Project CCAP Initiative. Anyway, to join me on the platform for the closing session, I'd like to invite Honourable Minister Edmund Bartlett, Ms. Jill Sinclair, the CEO of Sinclair Partners, who we've already met this evening, today, and she'll be representing Jacobs Media, who are very much involved with the GTR-CMC. And also my colleague and fellow director and founder and CEO of ITIC, International Tourism Investment Corporation, and Invest Tourism, Mr. Ibrahim Ayoub. So if you'd all like to come onto the stage.
Yeah. Just to say that Minister Bartlett, Jill and myself, we're going to do the closing.
You're going to do the closing?
Minister is going to be with us at the reception, so saying a few words.
Okay, so slight amendment to the closing session. Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
All right. Okay, I think we had some very insightful conference today. Started at 8 a.m. this morning, and we finished at almost like, what, 6 o'clock? Is it 6 p.m.? 6:20, to be precise. Right, it's been quite a long day, and I think all of you must be tired, and we have the reception, and we have the launch with Airbnb and GTR-CMC. It's going to happen. Let me thank Minister Bartlett for having us here, and ITIC is very proud on behalf of ITIC to participate and incorporate our investment session with this Global Tourism Residence Conference this year in Jamaica. Finally, I would say, Minister Bartlett, that I'm here in Jamaica after so many years of invitation. Thank you for having me here. We thank also the other ministers who have traveled a long way here from Africa, Sierra Leone, Botswana, Kenya, and the ministers from the Caribbean as well, who thank you for your presence, and also the ministers from Jamaica who have been here, and most Honorable Prime Minister Holness, who has been here in the morning. He has to leave early for CARICOM, and he has made this duty to be here in the morning to grace the event. Our association with GTR-CMC, I would say, dated from 2018. ITIC, I have to mention that. We all started that journey in Malta at the President's Palace. This is where we have nurtured our relationship, and throughout the years where we are today. And big applause to Minister Bartlett, and especially for the great achievement having UN to proclaim the Global Resilience Day on every 17th every year. So we will celebrate the first one in today's time. For today's summit, I believe it has fostered productive and dynamic discussion that will shape the investment landscape of the Caribbean tourism industry and advance the region's future economic perspective. I must stress on the critical importance of investing in sustainable and resilient tourism infrastructure. Social inclusion should also be the core of any future tourism project, as well as a need to scale up adaptation to climate change and biodiversity, so as to ensure a conducive environment for positive economic and social outcome. I also seize the opportunity to thank all speakers and moderators who have participated in today's summit, and also the team of ITIC and GTR CMC and the Ministry of Tourism, who has worked tirelessly throughout, I believe, since last year. Every Thursday, we had our weekly meeting, 3-4 hours, but this is what have produced today's and tomorrow and Friday's conference. A big applause to that team who has been working behind the scene. Thank you so much. Jill, up to you.
Thank you. I would just like to say on behalf of Jacobs Media and to all the people who are involved in the panels today is that we really need your help. I believe TEAM will be a game changer for the industry. And Mr. Bartlett is part of this, and he's going to be the warrior leading the force, but we need your help. So one thing I would actually implore you all to do is to contact us to actually add value and be part of the TEAM initiative. So many thanks for listening to us to this late hour, but please, please contact us, myself afterwards or via, the Resilience Council. We'll be able to actually tell you what you can do to be involved, because we have to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And may I also add my own personal thanks, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, for your attention today and your cooperation. I guess a little apology for the overrun, but you've all stayed and we're very grateful for that. And thank you very much. I'd also just like to thank all the many people working behind the scenes who have made this day possible, and particularly to Main Event, who have been working tirelessly, not only from yesterday, but also throughout today with the sound and the video. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Thank you. And now you're invited down to the ground floor, the reception area of the university, and enjoy the party. Thank you.